Ladies and gentlemen, starting with this auspicious line from Rig Veda, I am Saroj Sharma, and it's my honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to today's milestone event, the Conference on India, Indian Steel and Engineering Exports, supported by Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and Ispati Irada, and organized by Metallurgic Projects Management Services, Private Limited. Keeping in view with the Government of India's vision of Make of India and Made in India for the world. On the onset, may I request and encourage all of you to kindly put your hands together for your presence right now, because after the trials and turbulence and tragedies of the past 2 years, we have all come together. Though fangs of corona still looms very large, we all have gathered here to show a lot of support to the event that we are organizing today. Today is the comeback event for all of us. So may I request all of us to kindly put our hands together for this comeback event. Thank you. We are also very thankful to Metallurgic, especially Monica Bachchan, for keeping the industry united, for keeping the industry engaged, for keeping the industry alive by means of organizing 47 webinars in past these 2 years, which averages to 2 webinars per month, having catered to 25,000 viewership, amongst which were 5,000 students itself. It's a huge achievement, given the upheaval the whole world has gone through, not only financially and economically, but also emotionally and mentally. So all of you, women and men of steel, a huge welcome to all of you, and we thank you all for coming in such number together to mark today's event. Without further ado, let me take today's conference forward. Ladies and gentlemen, with its launch in 2017 with a mission to provide metallurgic or decision-making logical support to the Indian and international steel and mining industry, Metallurgic has come a long way this year. It has completed 5 years, and every day its presence and significance in the industry is growing. That is also the reason when Metallurgic thought of this comeback conference on 1st of April. Within this very short span of less than a month, all the pillars of the industry showed immediate support and came together for today's conference. Also, I would like to mention, recently Metallurgic has started its subscription services with a very minimal rate of Rs 500 per month per subscription for all the latest market news. We would like to play a short video on the newly launched corporate profile of Metallurgic. Ladies and gentlemen, we would take today's this inauguration session forward, and may I also inform all of you, it gives us extremely privilege and extreme honor to share that today we have the distinguished presence as our chief guest, as our esteemed chief guest, Sri Fagan Singh Kulsate, chief guest, and the Honorable Minister of State from Ministry of Steel. We are also very privileged to have the eminent presence of Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, JSPL. We also have the eminent presence of Mr. Jayant Acharya, Member of Board and Director, Commercial and Marketing, JSW Steel. We are also honored by the presence of Mr. Vinod Gupta, Executive Director, Commercial, SAIL. We also very honored to have amongst us Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel and Limited. We also have amongst us Shri Arun Garodia, Managing Director, Corona Steel, Senior Vice Chairman, EEPC India. We are also expected to be joined by Shri Ramchandra Prasad, Honorable Union Minister of Ministry of Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take the inauguration session forward. May I request all our distinguished dignitaries and also Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly come for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. With this, we formally inaugurate our conference and we seek blessings from Ma Saraswati for the success of our endeavor.
या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती शेषजाड्यापहा या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला.
May I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. May I request our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Kulsate, to kindly grace the dais. May I also request Mr. Jayant Acharya, Mr. Vinod Gupta, Mr. Manish Mishra, and Mr. Arun Garodia to kindly grace the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we would also like to extend our personal welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present a bouquet of flowers and personally welcome our honorable chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Kulsate. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you for taking the time out. We'd like to extend our welcome to Mr. Jayant Acharya, Member of Board and Director, Commercial Marketing, JSW Steel. A very warm welcome to you, and thank you for taking your time out. A warm welcome to Mr. Vinod Gupta, Executive Director, Commercial, SAIL. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you for joining us. Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Also, Shri Arun Garodia, Managing Director, Corona Steel and Vice Chairman, EEPC India. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monica Bachchan. Ladies and gentlemen, from a small needle to the most advanced spacecraft, steel is not only everywhere, but also in our nerves. Past 2 years have been a demonstration to this steel in all of us, especially to the Ispati Irada of the backbone and the architect of today's event, Ms. Monica Bachchan. कोशिश कर हल निकलेगा, आज नहीं तो कल निकलेगा. अर्जुन के तीर साथ साथ मरुस्थल में भी जल निकलेगा. इन्हीं शब्दों को कुछ सच किया है मोनिका बच्चन ने. Purely a woman of steel who steered metallurgic successfully in the last 2 years. It has been tough, but she didn't give up. She kept floating. She lost Not only she, but a lot of us lost our loved ones, including our family members and industry experts. And in these tough times, she kept the industry engaged and united. Ladies and gentlemen, she is also the first women entrepreneur of India in the service side of steel and mining industry. With these words, I now invite Monica Bachchan for the welcome address. Entrepreneur and founder, Metrologic Projects Management Services Limited.
Thank you, Saroj. Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste, our Chief Guest and Minister of State, Ministry of Steel. Shri Arun Garodia, Managing Director, Corona Steel and Senior Vice Chairman of EEPC India. Shri Jayant Acharya, Member of Board and Director, Commercial and Marketing, JSW Steel. Mr. Vinod Gupta, Executive Director, Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited. And Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. Namaste and good morning to everyone present here. I am Monica Bachchan, founder of Metrologic Projects Management Services, and would like to take the honor of welcoming all the renowned speakers and delegates who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this conference on Indian steel and engineering exports. I wholeheartedly welcome and thank all our sponsors and our audience who have joined us today. Being the founder of the company, it gives me an immense pleasure to have organized the Metrologics comeback event after 2.5 years. 2.5 साल लगा हमें. These few years were no less than a roller coaster where almost everyone has experienced many ups and downs. COVID took away many valuable souls from our lives who were also supporters of Metrologic from the very beginning. So I just want to share one thing. Whenever we organize any conference, I've been doing it from last 15 years. So there are some set of people who I always call personally, कि सब please आइएगा. 2.5 साल पहले भी यही किया था. इस साल लिस्ट छोटी हो गई, because भगवान ने उनको ले लिया. And when I was scrolling my numbers, it was really hitting me hard. I could not invite them. By the grace of God, all present here have successfully survived the pandemic. During these tough times, Metrologic didn't stop from providing valuable services to the industry. We organized 47 webinars during the pandemic, and we attained a viewership of 25,000 people across the world, out of which हमने students and colleges को भी invite किया. So we had 5,000 students participating in our webinars. Thank you. The recording of all the webinars are available. Every webinar have been documented. Today we are more than elated to welcome our honorable chief guest, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste, Minister of State, Ministry of Steel. In today's gathering, we would focus on the current market scenario, interdependency of engineering exports on steel, and concerns the support required from the government. Engineering is the largest segment in India, in Indian industry. It contributes 26 to 27% to India's total exports in goods and its largest foreign exchanger earner. India exports engineering goods mostly to US and Europe, which accounts to over 60% of the total exports. India export engineering goods mostly to. At this junction, I would like to inform you that the global trade in 2021 ended at a positive note as it reached level of $28.5 trillion, with growth centered majorly around metals and machinery sector. All major trading economies witnessed import and export rise above pre-pandemic levels in Q4 of financial year 21, with trade in goods increasing more strongly in developing countries than in developed countries. At the same time, India's engineering export during financial year 21-22 stood at $112 billion. In February 2021, the share of engineering in total merchandise export rose above 27%. The sector has witnessed a remarkable growth over the last few years, driven by increased investment in infrastructure and industrial production. And the concept of this conference is Make in India for the World. Apart from exporting over $100 billion worth goods, these sectors need to work in domestic market to substitute imports worth over $130 billion, keeping in mind India's low manufacturing cost and availability of skilled manpower and opportunities are lucrative. While we remain cautious optimistic, the fear of spreading virus can negatively impact the order pipeline. Thus, various primitive measures could help the engineering sector continue to make new inroads in market abroad. PLI scheme announced by the government in recent years for various sectors will give huge boost to the domestic production of engineering goods and enrich the vision of Make in India and Make in India for the world in the coming years. There is a need for government intervention in ensuring availability of steel at the export parity price for MSME engineering exports. I hope you all take maximum opportunity of today's conference and this get together to create memories. As we start the conference, I would like to read out four lines written by late सोहनलाल द्विवेदी जी. मन का विश्वास रंगों में साहस भरता है, चढ़कर गिरना, गिरकर चढ़ना ना अखरता है. आखिर उसकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica Bachchan, for not only the warm welcome address, but also the lines that we all have stood by in the past 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would, before I invite our eminent guest for his keynote address, very shortly I would like to share with all of you that Shri Arun Garodia is Managing Director, Corona Steel, and Vice Chairman, Senior Vice Chairman, EEPC India. He's also been the Director, Surya Jyoti, Vanijya and Viniyog Private Limited, and JV Steels LLC, United States of America. He's also a trustee of Garodia Foundation. With these words, I invite Shri Arun Garodia for his keynote address, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar. Honorable Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste ji, Minister of State for Ministry of Steel, my friends over here on the dais, off the dais, other friends, media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be present here as a co-sponsor, and I thank all the partners for organizing this conference on Indian steel and engineering exports. This event is being organized in a time when the global economy and trade has started recovering and has gathered momentum to reach the pre-pandemic levels. India has also been able to withstand the pandemic shock driven by a series of exemplary measures by the Indian government and has started moving along the path of economic recovery. The importance of such event at this juncture is therefore quite significant. Indian engineering exports. The economic recovery of our country after the COVID led pandemic has largely been driven by exports that have seen its record high level in fiscal 2021-22. Engineering exports, the most vital component of merchandise exports of our country, with the largest share, has also reached its acme in the last completed fiscal. As an exporter of engineering products, it is a matter of great pride for all of us that the performance of engineering exports from India has been remarkable in the last few years. It has achieved its all-time high 4 times in the last 8 fiscal years. It reached at $70 billion in the year 2014-15, and after some downfall in the next 2 fiscals, it again saw its record high in 2 consecutive fiscals to reach $81 billion in 2018-19. We all know fiscal 1920, 2021 was severely damaging for the entire global economy due to the unprecedented crisis led by the outbreak of coronavirus and the subsequent pandemic. And engineering exports also saw some downturn during these 2 fiscals. Finally, 2021-22 saw another record-breaking year for engineering exports, and that for the first time it crossed $100 billion mark. Fiscal 2021-22 was another memorable year for both merchandise as well as engineering exports. The Government of India set a target of $400 billion for the merchandise exports for the said fiscal, and the target for engineering exports was set at $107.3 billion. I proudly announce that EEPC India, the only trade and investment promotion organization of India dedicated for the growth and promotion of engineering sector of India, was successful in meeting the target and even surpassing it marginally. Engineering exports from India in fiscal 21-22 was at an all-time high of $111.6 billion, with a share of over 26% in India's total merchandise exports, and with a growth of 45.51% over the previous fiscal. Now let's talk about the current market scenario. The broader merchandise exports also exceeded the target of $400 billion and stood at $418 billion in the year 2021-22, which was 43% higher than the exports of the year 2021. For the last 12 months, merchandise exports was over $30 billion in every month, and during March 2022, it crossed $40 billion for the first time on a monthly basis. Exports is basically the key driver of Indian economy at present. The economy has recovered from the momentary recession and bounced back to growth path. However, there are some ups and downs in growth numbers, as all the segments of GDP do not recover at equal pace, and the pandemic has left some ripple effect on socio-economic activities also. Manufacturing is one of the most important sector that has been performing quite well. The index of industrial production data showed that index of production for all the engineering product groups recorded double-digit growth during April-February 21-22, with 2 major segments, base metal and motor vehicles, secured year-on-year growth of around 20%. Inflation is a concern for the policymakers due to continuous rise in the diesel prices, but that is expected to stabilize within the time. The government in the last union budget for the fiscal 2022-23 has taken an innovative approach to support growth based on 4 priorities: PM Gati Shakti, inclusive development, productive enhancement, and investment and financing of the investments. It has also been decided to increase outlay for effective capital expenditure by 27% to the tune of $143 billion to boost the economy. With the best of endeavor from the government and inherent capacity of the domestic economy to withstand adversities, the worst is probably over for India. Expectations from the government, from various ministries. Despite of the ever best performance of the Indian exports at the time of adversities, some concerns still are there. The exorbitant rise in the prices of steel is of the most prominent one. Steel is the most important input for the engineering sector, as over 90% of the engineering products use steel as a factor of production. I mention here some of the major constraints faced by the engineering exporters. Inclusion of rod tape. The exporting community is suffering greatly due to high raw material cost and high logistics cost. It is sincerely requested that government increases the outlay under rod tape scheme and brings those value-added engineering products which are falling under the Chapter 72 and 73 prominently under this scheme. Export parity price scheme. In dealing with high prices of steel, we have already requested the government to provide steel at competitive prices for both domestic and export purposes under the export parity price scheme. Especially for the MSMEs, we urge the government to determine some structure of discount or rebate so that they can get steel at competitive prices. Apart from this, we would also request the government to bring steel billets and pig iron under the export parity scheme, as those are extensively used by the MSME sector. There lies great opportunity of exports with our neighboring country, especially Bangladesh. There are typical issues related to infrastructure and delays of vehicles clearance, which ranges between 3 to 30 days. This needs to be sorted out as quick as possible. With the proper solution, I am sure the exports to Bangladesh will rise substantially and reduce the transaction cost for all the exporters. Well, apart from steel, the exporters have some other major issues that we expect various ministries of the Government of India to address in order to ensure the current pace of growth of engineering exports in the years to come, so that we carry on with the same momentum. Since we have been given a target of $130 billion for the current year, 22-23, if these things are all taken care of, I am sure we will leave no stone unturned to achieve this target. Well, these major points are again here to allow rod tape credit for payment of IGST against imports, while only basic custom duty is allowed to be paid at present. Then lowering of income tax from 22% to 15% for MSME exporting companies, and from 30% to 15% for the LLPs, partnership firms, and the proprietary firms. Export finance should be available at repo rate of RBI. As banks are adding spread of 2 to 3% for repo-linked lending rate, RBI may consider refinance to banks at RBI for the dollar. Well, exporters should get exchange of dollar REER announced by the RBI for the dollar, and the present rate of dollar vis-a-vis rupee in this REER stands at about 100, rupees 100. We sincerely hope that the government will be at its best to address all these concerns. As always, the government has been helping us at all the moments. With these words, I take leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Arun Garodia, for your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a bigger round of applause, please? Thank you. We also have the presence of Mr. V.R. Sharma now, Managing Director at JSPL, and I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present a bouquet of flower and welcome him. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. V.R. Sharma, and thank you for taking time out today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in very short words, I would like to share with all of you that our next speaker, Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. Well, he's a mining engineer by training and having vast experience in mining and steel sector of managing mining operations of coal and iron ore, worked closely with stakeholders like local communities, statutory and regulatory bodies, professional institutes, consultants, opinion leaders, and policy makers. He has also been involved in due diligence exercises of mineral prospects in India, Australia, Africa, and UK from techno-commercial perspective. In his current role, he represents Tata Steel in national and international policy decisions related to steel, mining, environment, and fiscal and trade matters. I request now Mr. Manish Mishra to kindly address us.
थैंक यू माननीय इस्पात राज्य मंत्री श्री फगन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, श्री गरोदिया, श्री गुप्ता, श्री आचार्य, श्री शर्मा, friends from industry, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Metallogic and Monica for organizing this seminar. I heard while she was introducing the subject that she has conducted almost 50 webinars during the time of pandemic. So thank you for connecting the industry through virtual means, and when this opportunity has arrived, you have done it physically. To engage on subjects of immense importance for the industry, its customers, and everyone around. Talking about the current context of Indian steel industry, if I look back few years, and when National Steel Policy 2017, it was being made in 2017 to set a target of 300 million tons and of capacity and 250 million tons of production. I think we have come a long way with the help of some of the enabling policies which came along the process, like government procurement policies, some of the other enabling facilities in infrastructure and logistics. A strong focus in developing the necessary infrastructure where steel comes and plays a major role. I think recently also we have been seeing the kind of policy support we are getting or being discussed about like PLIs and others. So we are moving in that direction. Of course, the COVID had been a setback and some setbacks happened, but I think directionally we are moving in the right direction, and Indian steel industry is well poised to achieve that vision of 300 million ton. Now we are also working on Vision 2047, and all the ministries and this industry has been developing the plans on that. There are various issues, challenges, and that will come in our way, but I'm sure that the way we have come this far with the help of industry, our customers. I was listening to Mr. Garodia, who mentioned that EPC, our engineering exports, which was a few million in say late 50s, has come to the level of more than $80 billion. I'm sure steel industry has played its role in enabling that and a strong sector towards that. I think we should take a look at what is the situation of steel in India and what are the important ingredients to make Indian steel sector robust, which can serve its customers and other sectors as well in that way. For a country as populous as India, and we are expected to surpass China by the end of the decade, no populous country without a strong steel sector has ever been able to do development or the meeting the aspiration of the people. So that is where some of the strengths which India has, like some of the raw materials that India has. And I am a person who has spent most of my career in raw materials feeding into steel, so I'll speak a little bit about that. So those are strong points for a country like India, where iron ore is there. Of course, coking coal is in short supply, but that there are ways and means by which we can do little bit of import substitution. And then we have got a market which will consume steel. Currently, I think we are about 75 kg per capita. Going forward, the aim is, even if we look at the world average of today, is 230 kg. So all those ingredients are there. It depends on how best we leverage that and make best use of our resources, and enabling facilities like infrastructure, the way we move material. Now, with climate change discussion taking the central part of any growth trajectory, steel industry, which is hard to abate, will also come into, or is already under discussion, which contributes to about 7 to 8% of total GHG emission. And so in this, there are some enablers like scrap availability. All steel players are planning to increase scrap usage. Now we need to ponder and think that how those kind of scraps can be made available, what should be the right policy, storage, handling, movement of scrap of that scale. Movement of raw materials using sustainable ways through slurry pipelines, what kind of policy or enablers or investments may be needed so that the environmental footprint and the cost can be brought down. How can we create an environment where sufficient investment is done in exploring, and exploration is discovery of new raw materials is found? Because we also should look at that raw materials and steel kind of becomes the first step of the supply chain. If our raw materials get costlier, it will have an effect on the downstream, which is steel, and then subsequently on other products. So if we have to become a very, very cost competitive manufacturing sector, I think these are important ingredients. How do we manage the transition? While discussions are on green hydrogen and green steel, now what it takes to really make that transition happen so that we do not lose on the existing opportunity. At the same time, we prepare ourselves to take care of the future ahead, and so that we do not lose on or make some decisions which can impact us at some point in time. We can see even before the current crisis, which has started because of the conflict, energy prices had gone up in UK and other places more than 50%. Should India, as a country which has got abundance of thermal coal, land in a situation where we kind of feel the pressure of supplying energy? So how do we leverage our resources in the best way so that we can continue to make a strong and vibrant steel industry, which can service customers, which can contribute in the growing economy and the aspiration of $5 trillion economy that we have? So we are well poised, but I think as industry, as policymakers, we need to put our thoughts together and work in a direction so that we continue to take steps going forward. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Manish Mishra, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, he's the Executive Director for SAIL, having 32 years of varied experience in steel industry. In addition to his responsibilities in SAIL, Mr. Vinod Gupta also serves on the Board of Director of Messrs. SAIL Rights Bengal Wagon and Wagon Industry Limited. He heads SAIL's Defence and Railway Vertical, the Special Steels Group, and the Division for Trade and Economic Partnership, apart from other responsibilities. He was also been given the prestigious Jawahar Award in SAIL for his contribution to sales and marketing during 2003. With these words, I invite Mr. Vinod Gupta for his address, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate Monica for organizing this seminar after 3 years of COVID period, so hats off to you. Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development, Shri Fagan Singh Khulaste ji, Shri Arun Garodia, Shri Jayantacharya, Manish Mishra ji, Shri V.R. Sharma. I would like to talk about the general steel industry in India and the optimism of achieving the target for the National Steel Development National Policy for 2017, that what will be the achievement by 2030 or so. Let me begin that India started its steel journey in 1947 with a mere production of only 1 million tons in 47, which went up to almost 65 million tons by 2009-10, and in the last year, 2001-2, India's production was almost 120 million tons. As regards to the steel growth in the country, I'm very optimistic that the steel industry is definitely likely to grow up in the country, as there is tremendous focus by all the partners, whether it is the government, whether it is the government sector, PSUs, or it's the private sector, or it's the secondary producers. All of them are contributing towards the growth of the country as regards to infrastructure is concerned. And in real means, India is on the takeoff. I say so because I'll cover a few industries where we are showing tremendous growth in consumption and production also. The next 10 years are very, very crucial for the Indian industry as we march on, and the country's strategy to achieve sales, production in specialty steel with the government help is really going to be remarkable. The plans to achieve over 300 million tons by 2030-31 is certainly to be achieved by all of us together. Government has been a big facilitator in this, and I would like to cite a few government programs that has really helped. For example, the Gati Shakti multimodal transportation system, that's to boost the logistics and infrastructure, and this will not only reduce the logistics and infrastructure cost, but will also make us very competitive in the world for steel exports. And the mere focus of the government of India in this really needs commendation, as almost 16 ministries are working together, and the Prime Minister is personally monitoring this on a monthly basis, on a fortnightly basis, and this will eventually take us forward. The government has also announced the PLI scheme for specialty steels, which is going to give a boost to most of the domestic players, whether it be in the primary main producer segment or the secondary producers. Another major sector which the government has really focused is the Har Ghar Jal Yojana program, the irrigation and the river linking water pipeline projects, which will give a boost to the growth of the country as regards to water supply, self-sustainability, and irrigation. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Commerce for the recently concluded free trade agreements that they have signed with the UAE and Australia. There has been a milestone in this as regards to bilateral relationships, because this is the first time where melt and poured steel is being considered for bilateral trade. That is to avoid countries from other countries for circumventing and supplying to through these nations. So this will help all the nations with which we are signing these FTAs. Why I say that we'll succeed in as regards to the plans for achieving 300 million tons, because I'll just touch upon few sectors where there is remarkable growth, and these sectors are really showing growth. For example, railways. As per the National Rail Plan 2030, the railway freight, the modal share of freight by railways, which is presently at 30%, is likely to go up to 45% by 2030. This sort of strategy is definitely going to help and give a boost to the steel industry. Today, there is shortage of rakes, wagons, but the way the railways have come forward, and they are really taking steps to augment all these ability of rakes and wagons will certainly give a boost to the Indian industry. Railways have planned critical lengths of almost 10,000 kilometers of railways by 2025. That is certainly going to give a boost to movement of steel products to various nook and corner of the country, as well as help us in importing and exporting through the various ports from our steel plants at all locations. We have noticed this in the recent tenders floated by the Indian Railways. For example, till last year, about 30,000 wagons for manufacturing was being tendered by the Indian Railways, which in the recent tender we find that they have floated a tender for 90,000 wagons. So it's almost tripling the requirements of Indian Railways as regards to the wagons are concerned. Similarly, the Railway Board contracts for flat products last year was for 60,000 tons. This year have floated a tender for 108,000 tons. So it's almost doubling, the requirements almost doubling by the Indian Railways, which is a sign of things to come in the next 7 to 10 years' time. The railway freight corridors, which have already been approved, the Eastern Freight Corridor, the Western Freight Corridor, which is almost complete now, which will start operating in the years to come. But the DPRs are also out for certain other freight corridors, like the East Coast Freight Corridor to South India, from east to south, from north to south, from east to west. All these freight corridors are certainly going to give a boost to movement by railways. Recently, the Indian Railways have also announced to make 75 Vande Bharat trains by 2024-25. This will all be made domestically at various locations in the country itself. Today, railways are handling about 1,200 million tons of freight, cargo freight, which is also likely to more than double by 25. So the pace of development by the Indian Railways is a sign of real growth for the domestic industry, be it steel or for any other industry in the country. Today, the length of our Indian Railways is about 68,000 kilometers, which is likely to go up with the focus the government is giving as regards to railways. Another very important sector is the road sector. Today, 64% of freight is carried in our country by roads. The Golden Quadrilateral, the north-south, east-west roads which are coming up will carry majority of the freight in India. One thing I would like to point out, in 2018, as per the statistics of 2018-19, only about 24% of the national highways are 4 lanes. Rest all are 2 lanes. But with the focus being given by the government and the Ministry of Surface Transport, this is likely to really go up at a very fast pace. And the way the rail roads are being manufactured today is an example for the world to see that how we are really developing our roads. And in no time, and by 2029-30, we should have a very good infrastructure in our country. Ring roads, elevated roads are being constructed, and it has been approved by the Government of India. And this will help in movement of cargo by roads, and this will avoid 28 cities. So these sort of bypasses will certainly help movement of goods by road in the country. As per a RBI multiplier effect, 1 rupee of expenditure in infrastructure gives a boost to almost 2.5 to 3.5 rupees towards the GDP. So the focus on infrastructure will definitely give a boost to our GDP growth also with this sort of multiplier effect. Another segment which is really likely to go and will give a boost to the Indian steel industry is the ports. India has got a coastline of almost 7,500 kilometers, and we are having 12 major ports in the country today. with the focus of the government to improve the capacity of each and every port and to give a better handling facilities, more equipments at the ports will certainly give a boost to our exports and import of raw materials like coal and iron ore from other countries. Today, Kandla port handles about 100 million tons of cargo every year, whereas when compared to Shanghai, which handles 750 million tons, and Singapore, 1,500 million tons of cargo, we need to improve our port handling and capacities of our existing ports. Today, the cargo being handled at our ports is about 2,400 million metric tons per annum, which is likely to go up to 3,300 million tons by 2025. Now, coming back to the Har Ghar Jal Yojana project being implemented in the country, is that by 2024, each and every household has to be connected with tap waters, and every household has to be connected with water supply. And at least 55 liters of water needs to be given to every household. With this sort of massive water supply programs in the country, which will cover almost all the states in the country, will give a boost to the quality of life, and especially people residing in the rural sector. There are various irrigation projects being implemented in the country where a lot of steel is being consumed. Today, the Ganga Water Lift Irrigation Scheme for Gaya and Nalanda in Bihar is a real example where water is being supplied for irrigation as well as water drinking purpose in remote areas where there is no water supply, like Gaya and Nalanda, which are dry areas. One of the biggest projects that has been taken up in the country is in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Kalind Sindhi is an area where a lot of irrigation projects are being carried out by the help of the state government and central government, and almost 750 kilometers of water supply for irrigation is being done in one state. This state is consuming almost 4 to 5 lakhs of steel, that is mainly plates and HR coils, for the last 3 years, and this is likely to continue further. So with this sort of consumption of steel, you can imagine, and with each state to follow this Har Ghar Jal Yojana program, there is going to be massive requirements of steel in the domestic market. Presently, there are states like Odisha, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, UP, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, where a lot of irrigation projects are being carried out, where plates and HR coils are being used to manufacture pipes for supply of water for irrigation and drinking purpose. Now coming to airports. India presently has only about 130 operational airports, though the numbers are almost 400, 500, they say, but operational are only 130. And the government plans to add up another 220 airports by 2025. Today, Indian air transportation, movement of people, is increasing at the largest pace in the world. And with this sort of growth plans for airports, the steel consumption will go up. But the best part is that the quality of life, the traveling time, people from rural sectors, type 2, tier 3 cities have started moving through aircrafts. That is certainly going to give a boost. And India is really on the takeoff. That's, I still maintain. There are, as per some estimates, about 10 million tons of petroleum and gas pipelines are required for the next 10 years. The defense corridor for UP and Tamil Nadu have already been approved by the Government of India, and they are going to approve for another 9 states, and this will give a boost for our domestic consumption for defense requirements. That's all from my side. Thank you so much, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Mr. Jayant Acharya, started his career with SAIL in the year 1986 and then worked with renowned Indian business groups in various capacities until he joined JSW Group in 1999. With an industry experience spanning more than 3 decades, Mr. Acharya has been instrumental in redefining the steel landscape of India. As the Director Commercial, Marketing and Corporate Strategy, he heads both the facets of business with buy side of bulk raw material and sale side of steel with aplomb. Under his stewardship, several key transformation and new product development initiatives have taken place within JSW. With these words, I invite Mr. Jayant Acharya for a few words, please.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Guest Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste ji, esteemed members on the dais, and Monica, thank you very much for inviting me today to share my thoughts. Good to have a physical meeting after all the webinars which we have been having in the last 2 years. It's good to catch up physically. So I think the topic is very apt today, where we are talking of exports, and especially exports of steel and exports of engineering goods from India. Trade is a strategic and a key lever for growth in the GDP of any country. And it not only is a stepping stone for business, it is also an imperative for international cooperation and collaboration. It aids the economy in diversifying globally, improves the competency and benchmarks the products and services against the best in the world. In 2021, when the global economy grew to $96 trillion, it grew by about 6.1%. The global trade as a whole grew to $28.5 trillion, a growth of 25%. The global trade constituted 30% of the GDP of the world. So you can imagine how important global trade is to the economy of any country and to the world as a whole. Within this, 75% of the global trade was merchandise trade, and the balance 25% was constituted by services. India's exports in 2021-22, as Arunji rightly pointed out, has been the highest at $667 billion. Our merchandise exports from India at about $418 billion. We surpassed the $400 billion target, which was set by the Government of India. And a merchandise, apart from the merchandise export, almost $250 billion of services export. The share of the Indian economy in the world trade and the global trade, however, still continues to be small. Our share of the global trade is only 2.3%. And while the engineering exports in India did extremely well last year, the exports from India was $112 billion against a target of $107 billion. It still constitutes 1.3% of the engineering export trade in the world, which is $8,500 billion. So in terms of the opportunity, there is a huge scope for us to really be part of this global trade business. Interestingly, steel is one of the most produced, consumed, and internationally traded materials globally. In the year 2021, the world produced 1,950 million tons of steel. It consumed about 1,830 million tons of steel. The important thing is that out of this, 450 million tons was direct steel trade, direct steel exports, and 370 million odd was indirect steel trade. The total global trade accounted for 45% of the overall steel production in the world. The direct trade over the last few years, if you were to see, has been falling as a percentage of the global production, whereas indirect steel trade has by and large maintained at a level of 20 to 24% of the total consumption. The last year we are seeing it at about 21 odd percent, and if you look at the indirect volume numbers from the year 2000, where indirect steel trade in the world was 170 million tons, it has almost more than doubled to about 370 million tons today. So it's very important for any country to actually leverage this engineering exports into the world. And machinery, metal products and automotive account for more than 80% of the total global trade of indirect steel. The important thing about indirect steel trade is it's much less volatile than the direct steel trade and has sustainable business potential as people have an homologation approval process for indirect steel trade. India produced last year 120 million tons. We accounted for 2% of the country's GDP. We consumed 106 million tons, exported 18 million tons. However, the indirect steel trade from India was only 6 to 7 million tons, which again is far lower than what is there in the world. Our share of indirect exports stands only at 5% as against the global 21% as we just discussed. So huge scope for increasing our indirect steel trade again. Steel, as we all know, is a very important backbone of any economy, and the consumption per capita is a direct measure of whether the country is growing or not. Today, India's per capita consumption is about 77 kgs. And we have a long way to go if we look at the world average of 230 odd kgs consumed worldwide. India started privatizing post 1991, and a lot of investments have come in, and we have seen the best technologies, efficient processes come into India, and we are able to produce world-class products not only for India but for the world as a whole. The consolidation of the Indian steel industry in the last few years has been good for the end users and for the steel industry at large. And we are able to get in the best of the technologies and world-class products for our domestic market. The quality of steel made in India is of the best quality and comparable to the best in the world. The industry is also cognizant of the sustainable expansion roadmap and is inclined to reduce the CO2 emissions in line with the net zero pathway which has been laid out by the IEA and the Sustainable Development Scenario. The industry plans are big. We have a plan as an industry to be 300 million tons in terms of capacity by 2030 and 500 million tons by 2047. This calls for a massive investment. It requires movement in terms of infrastructure and logistics, which would be a key enabler for the growth of the economy as well. Every million ton of steel requires 4.5 million tons of in and out in terms of infrastructure and logistics movement. However, to achieve this, while India would be our key focus, it is very important to see that our exports to the world grow. And I think I would like to share here that we believe that the landscape of the world in the steel industry is going to change with more and more higher energy costs, more sustainable investments required in the developed world where the equipments are already old, like US, Europe. The cost of compliance to reduce carbon emissions will be very high. So high energy cost, higher cost of compliance to achieve a sustainable pathway in the developed world, as also the high cost of labor and raw material will result in shift of the structural landscape of steel making to the developing world. China, among the developing and emerging economies, is reducing its steel production gradually. They don't want to export too much of direct steel, and they would focus on indirect steel and value-added exports. It leaves a huge opportunity for India to be a producer for the world, not only for steel, but for overall engineered products into the world. This opportunity is something which I think the government of India has already mandated, that India should be a manufacturing-led economy. We would increase our share of manufacturing from 17 to 25% in the coming years. The production-linked incentive scheme is a key initiative taken by the government. It intends to boost manufacturing, generate employment, increase exports and substitute imports, and is a significant step in our industrial growth process. The world was just coming out of the pandemic, and unfortunately, the Russia-Ukraine crisis has taken us back. The supply chain disruptions have resulted into a higher inflation across the world, high cost of energy, high cost of raw material, high food cost. Everything is going up. High cost of raw materials and energy has a direct linkage to the cost of steel, and therefore the steel move, you have seen the steel prices go up as well. Just to give a reflection on the price, coking coal as we speak in April last year was about $110 FOB Australia. As we speak in the month of March, it touched $670 and is somewhere in the vicinity of $500 odd FOB Australia today. So it's gone up by 5 to 6 times, and therefore we are seeing inflation in steel as well. Not only coking coal, iron ore, ferroalloys, refractories, everything has moved up. However, this supply chain disruption also comes along with opportunities and risks. And India is best placed today to fill this gap because Russia, Ukraine used to export 45 million tons of steel. India is best placed to fill this gap in the coming years. India is blessed with raw material reserves. We have iron ore, we have coking coal, we have bauxite, we have manganese ore, we have chromite. So for us, it's very critical that we use all our reserves to manufacture in India, generate employment in India, and as Monica said for this conference, make in India for the world and make in India for India. Our young population, most of the 50% of the population is less than 25 years of age. The working population is also very young. The demand in the country is very good. And as Vinod pointed out, there are various initiatives which the government has taken to improve the demand of steel in the country. In addition to this, I think there is no reason I see why India should not be a big player in the international export arena. The global trade, as we discussed, 45% of the steel is traded globally through direct and indirect. India is only at 21%. Indirect steel trade, as we discussed, is only 5%. So India could be seen as one of the most opportune global destinations to produce steel and focus on expanding the value addition through manufacturing, thus transforming India to a global hub for Make in India and Make for the World. And exports of engineering goods, if you were to look at countries, the top importers, US, EU, UK, ASEAN, Japan, and we have neighboring countries, Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, which import a lot of engineering goods. This is a big opportunity for India. Our share in these countries varies from 1 to 2% of their total global trade. I think India should take initiatives, and I would request the government to lay out a path to capture the engineering trade around India so that we are able to capitalize on the manufacturing growth in India. Lastly, to enable this growth, there are 3 things I think which the steel industry would require. Self-sufficiency of raw material. We have seen supply disruptions in the world. Post this Russia-Ukraine crisis, it is accentuated. India is blessed with a huge coking coal reserve. Jharia mines has 16 billion tons of coking coal. It is very important for us to develop Jharia mines and auction more and more iron ore mines so that the self-sufficiency of raw materials is there. The second thing is the level playing field. We need to minimize the structural deficiencies which we have with respect to high cost of finance, high cost of infrastructure and logistics, and the refund of non-creditable taxes and duties which are incurred during the process of production. The third thing I think which India is already effectively doing is to enter into free trade agreements, however do so on reciprocal basis. So it's very important for us to have reciprocal trade agreements, and I think I would like to congratulate the government and the Ministry of Steel and Commerce for a very good FTA with UAE and Australia. As we go along, we will see more FTAs coming in. The other things I think which we need to work on is adopt the best available technology and incentivize the adoption. Many countries have now looked at incentivizing the carbon footprint in the steel industry. Invest in R&D and the carbon capture and usage. The industry is well aware and is taking steps to do that. In JSW, we have also started a carbon capture, use and store in our Salau plant, and we are supplying to the beverage industry carbon. And push for green product and the adoption of green products across the sectors. I think the government should look at some legislations, some kind of norms for green products to be used as you expand your domestic footprint across infrastructure, construction and manufacturing. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Jayantacharya, for your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our next eminent speaker to share his words with all of us, I would like to very briefly share with all of you that Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma, he's Managing Director Designate for Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He has also worked in management position with other steel companies in India and overseas. Extremely passionate for steel, Mr. Sharma has given 36 years to the industry while leading multi-locational steel, power, cement, mining operation, innovative, cost-effective large steel projects management, and was instrumental in bringing in transformation changes of various steel corporates. With these words, I invite Mr. V.R. Sharma for his address, please.
डायस पर विराजमान माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी श्री फगन सिंह कुलस्ते साहब, श्री विनोद गुप्ता जी, श्री जयंत आचार्य जी, श्री मनीष मिश्रा जी, अरुण गोरडिया जी, मोनिका बच्चन, यहाँ पर विराजमान स्टील इंडस्ट्री और माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री की बहुत बड़ी बड़ी हस्तियाँ, डॉक्टर मुकेश कुमार, सुशील बनर्जी, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Monica, for organizing this meet, person to person, speaking, interacting with the people of our same class, community, fraternity, whatever you say. Most of the points are covered by Arun Gorodia ji, by Gupta ji, Mr. Manish Mishra, and also by Jayant Acharya ji. So I will not repeat all those points which are already discussed. But I would like to congratulate Government of India and the entire nation for having achieved more than 418 billion ton of exports in the last financial year. So let us give a big hand to the Indian industry. It was a dream taken by Honorable Prime Minister that we will cross 400 billion ton. And now the next dream is how to reach to 600 or 700 billion ton by 2025, billion dollars, not ton, sorry. And how to reach to $1 trillion from exports by 2030. So $1 trillion, then 300 million ton, then power consumption crossing the per capita power consumption of America by 2030. These are big challenges. Side by side, there are other challenges, but we have to see how to achieve these figures and where do we want to reach. Today, the world is passing through a very, very challenging time. This Ukraine and Russian war that has taught different lessons to different countries, be it European Union or America or Asia, Southeast Asia. Geopolitical situations have changed. India has fairly maintained a non-aligned status, which is a great success, I would say, as far as our foreign policy is concerned, and has been appreciated by most of the countries. And this is the reason we have been seeing in the last 1.5, 2 months' time, most of the world leaders from the EU or from America or from Britain or Japan, they have come here, they have discussed with government a bilateral arrangement how to grow together. But in last 10, 15 days, we have seen the economical crisis are just offing in the world. The world is a shortage of free liquid cash. The world is a shortage of energy, fuel. Energy price is going to 35 to 40 or maybe $45 per MMBTU is a big challenge in the international market. Let us pray to God that this war should stop as early as possible, and the countries like Ukraine, they should be rebuilt. Rightly said by Mr. Jayantacharya that Russia and Ukraine, they were exporting a lot of steel to the world, at least 3 to 4 million ton a month. So that means about 35 to 40 million ton per year. So in last 2 months, this 6 to 7 million ton of shortage that has already taken place in MENA countries. Apart from that, Ukraine and Russia, they were feeding 52 countries in the world as far as the food grain is concerned. So there is a shortage of food grain in the world, and this shortage will lead to different crises, the economic crisis, and many of the countries will become bankrupt in times to come. We have seen in our neighboring countries like Nepal and Sri Lanka and also Pakistan, they are also passing through a very, very precarious condition as far as the economy is concerned. A similar situation is existing in MENA countries and most of the African countries and Latin American countries. So this is going to be a big impact in the international economy, where as against of $90 trillion of the overall GDP, the overdraft is about $120 trillion. So how to address this issue will be a very, very difficult situation. But we are lucky that Government of India has taken care of each and everything, and till now we have been successfully working. We have been successfully getting the electricity, energy, power, thanks to Prime Minister, thanks to Indian Railway, thanks to Government of India for not allowing the blackout to happen in the country. But there is a cost of it. We are transporting coal, utilizing more than 70-80% of the overall goods trains, to transport only coal. So from one location to another location, each and every day we see in the newspapers that some of the power plants are having 3 days of coal and some are having 7 days of coal. I mean, these kind of situations are to be addressed so that in future we do not face this problem. The steel consumption per se, when we speak that we are 135 crore people, then it looks very small. But if we consider differently, that what is the affordability and how many people can afford steel, then I think we are per capita, we are the largest consumer of steel in the world. As you know that 80 crore people are being fed for the last 2 years by Government of India. I mean, the livelihood is a problem, food is a problem, and thanks to Prime Minister, thanks to Government of India, that 80 crore people, the food is being fed to them. So how can they afford consuming steel? So they cannot consume steel. It's only 55 crore people, those who can consume steel, and the 110 million steel they consume, that you can imagine that what is our per capita consumption. So we are not bad. But we have to go up, we have to increase. To increase this, I think we have to increase the power of buying steel, that is in the rural areas. Rural areas, Government of India and the Prime Minister, he himself he has been trying for the last many years that how to uplift the farmers of this country. Government of India brought the agriculture norms, but unfortunately could not be implemented. The reasons are known. I think the time has come to understand that how to improve the conditions in the rural areas. Railway is a lifeline, but today railway is busy to transport coal, and we do not get enough and adequate rakes to transport steel from the eastern part of the country or even from the down south part of the country to the rest of the country. And then the dependence goes again on trucks. And when we speak trucks, that means more CO2 we generate. So one side we are discussing how to reduce CO2. The other side we are adding to CO2. That is another issue that is to be addressed. Dedicated freight corridors are good, but I believe that dedicated freight corridors, they take a lot of time, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. Can we wait for 10, 12 years? I don't think so that we can wait for 10, 12 years. When we are looking that we'll produce 300 million ton in 2030, that means somewhere about 200 million ton in 2026, then 2028 about 250 million ton. So how will transport this material? It will be very difficult. So then we'll be constrained to stop the production or to throttle the production because we will not be getting the raw materials on time, and we cannot, we cannot transport the goods to the destination. So I think a holistic policy, a reshaping is required. And what is that? Instead of banking upon the dedicated freight corridors, we should try to increase the goods train speed from the existing tracks. The goods train on existing tracks, the average speed comes to about 20 or maybe 22 kilometers an hour. How can we reach to 80 kilometers an hour from the existing tracks? We are blessed with pan-India, the best routes available as far as the connectivity is concerned, railway connectivity. The problem is the tracks are in very, very precarious conditions. So these tracks are to be upgraded. The new sleepers, railway lines, the strengthening of the bridges is required so that all these goods trains can move at a speed of 80 kilometers an hour. We don't need dedicated freight corridors immediately, and even if we do, then it will take 12 years. See, the western dedicated freight corridors started 12 years back, and so is the eastern dedicated freight corridor, and still not completed. So millions of people have been shifted, migrated, rehabilitated. So many bridges were built, so many roads were built, level crossings were built, or the flyovers were built. It takes time. So my request to Government of India and to Honorable Mantri Mohdai ji, हमारे को जितना जल्दी हम अपने एग्जिस्टिंग रेलवे ट्रैक्स को मजबूत करेंगे, उनकी दिशा को सुधारेंगे, तो उतना जल्दी ही हम अपनी स्पीड बढ़ा पाएंगे और हम रूरल जो हमारी इकॉनमी है उसको अपलिफ्ट कर पाएंगे. ये मेरा सुझाव है मंत्री महोदय जी को. Another point here is today more than 25 trains they start from Jammu and come to Delhi in a day, every day from 2-3 different routes. We are transporting more than 500 trucks of vegetables, fruits, apples and different goods from Srinagar. These 500 passenger trains, we just put 2 bogies, refrigerated bogies behind each and every passenger train. Then you can imagine that 50 wagons will bring the refrigerated vegetables or fruits or apples to Delhi. So this is what we should do. Why we are transporting only people? We should transport the food and vegetables also in the same train. You have to add just 2 more bogies. So each bogie will replace at least 5 trucks. 2 bogies will replace 10 trucks. 25 trains will replace 500 trucks. This is how we can reduce the CO2 generation. This is how we have to reduce the. We always speak CO2, but we do not speak the solutions. If we have to improve the conditions in Chhattisgarh, conditions in Odisha, we know that a lot of fresh vegetables, I'm shocked and I'm surprised that even 5 rupees a kilo tomato, people don't buy there. And here we buy tomato 50 rupees, 80 rupees, sometimes 200 rupees a kilo. So from Chhattisgarh to Delhi or Chhattisgarh to Bombay, or also from Odisha or Bengal, more than 100 trains are coming. Each train should carry 2 refrigerated bogies. So 200 bogies will come, will replace at least 1,000 trucks. And these people, the farmers in the village, they will get their due. They will get at least 20 rupees a kilo a tomato or 18 rupees a kilo tomato. Most of the time, they just throw the tomato, they throw the vegetables, whether it is cauliflower, tomato, lauki, tori, anything. Here we feel that from where we'll get the best vegetables, fertilizer free, and there we just throw it, and the conditions of those farmers, that does not improve. I think railway can play a very, very vital role. मंत्री महोदय जी, आप एक ऐसे स्थान से बिलोंग करते हैं जहाँ पे आपने फार्मर्स की दशा को बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से देखा है, तो मेरी आपसे करबद्ध विनती है कि आप भारतीय रेल से आप आग्रह करें कि हर रेल के अंदर 2 रेफ्रिजरेटेड बोगी अगर जो जोड़ दी जाएं, तो देश की अंदर हम जो हमारे किसान हैं उनकी स्थिति को सुधार सकते हैं और उनकी हम बाइंग पावर को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। दूसरा पॉइंट मैं मंत्री महोदय जी आपको बताना चाहूँगा, वी आर डिस्कसिंग व्हीकल्स, कार्स, EV व्हीकल्स, scrapping the vehicles after every 10 years. I think we have to relook. What is happening now, we have made a policy that scrap, we have to increase scrap, so we have to break the cars. So many of the people, they maintain their cars in very, very good conditions, but after 10 years, their car will be taken to the scrap yards. A very, very serious situation. How can they afford a person who is retiring maybe at age of 55, 56, he buys a new car or she buys a new car, and at the age of 65, you take his car back and then ask him, okay, now buy a new car. So I think there should be a policy that for retired people, a free car should be given by government after 10 years. But that cannot happen. It's a big problem. So now to another big issue is middle-sized car has a weight of about 1,000 kilo. Out of that, 600 kilo is steel. You'll be surprised that after 5 years, all these cars will have only 200 kilo of steel. Then where the circular economy will start? Because EV vehicles are coming, neither there will be engine, nor there will be crankshaft, nor there will be a propeller shaft, nor there will be differential. There will be only 6 motors driving a car and a set of batteries. So from 1,000 kilo, the parent steel, it will come to 200 kilo. So how the circular economy will work, we have to see. One side we are working on EV, one side we are working on batteries, and the other side we say that after 10 years we should scrap the car. So even if we scrap the car, we need 500 times more cars to meet out the today's demand. So we have to see which direction we want to go. We want to cut and crop the cars every 10 years, or we want to increase the steel production, or we want to reduce CO2. That is to be seen. These are paradoxical views we have to work, we have to ponder upon. I'm not blaming anybody, I'm also part of the system. One side, steel industry says that we have to reduce CO2, carbon capturing. The other side, we are putting blast furnaces, coke oven plant, blast furnaces. This is ridiculous. Two different sides. One same person speaks two things. We have to reduce CO2. And then next day we place an order another blast furnace, another coke oven plant. What is that? We have to look into it. We have to stop blast furnaces. We have to stop coke oven plants. And we have to go for DRI and scrap route. JSPL has taken a decision. We will not produce more than 50% steel through blast furnaces. We will produce 50% steel through DRI and electric arc furnaces. Today we are producing 45% steel through DRI and electric arc furnaces. In times to come, whatever production we produce, whether 20 million ton or 25 million ton, less or more, the ratio will be 50-50. This is how we can reduce. We are the largest steel company in the country today capturing the carbon. We capture 2,000 ton carbon every day, CO2, carbon dioxide. माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, CO2 कैप्चर करने वाली भारत की एकमात्र स्टील कंपनी है JSPL, जो 2000 टन कार्बन डेली कैप्चर करती है। लेकिन हमारे पास उसकी निकासी नहीं है। क्या करें उसका 2000 टन का? भारत सरकार को सामने आना पड़ेगा कि ये 2000 टन हमको दे दीजिए। साउथ में, टूटिकोरियन में, तमिलनाडु में भारत सरकार के संस्थान हैं जो कि कोयला खरीदते हैं और उससे CO2 बनाते हैं, और CO2 से सोडा ऐश, कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट, इस टाइप के केमिकल बनाए जाते हैं। हमारे पास तो 2000 टन रोज का अवेलेबल है, और हम उसको एक बोतल में कैप्चर करके, हम उसको कैप्चर तो कर रहे हैं आज भी। आज हम कैप्चर करके हवा में उड़ाते हैं, और जिसकी जो शुद्धता है वो 94% से ज़्यादा है। तो हमें सपोर्ट चाहिए भारत सरकार की कि वो संयंत्र जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस को इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं वो उड़ीसा के अंदर लगाए जाने चाहिए। मेरा सुझाव है भारत सरकार को, माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, कि एक पाइपलाइन बोकारो, राउरकेला, भिलाई, अंगुल, जाजपुर, झारसुगड़ा और पारादीप, यहाँ एक CO2 की पाइपलाइन बिछाई जाए। उसमें हम सब लोग अपने CO2 को डाल दें। वो CO2 के बहुत बड़े बड़े बंकर्स, टैंकर्स हम पारादीप पोर्ट के ऊपर बनाएं या गोपालपुर पोर्ट के ऊपर बनाएं, और CO2 का एक पार्क बनाएं, CO2 कंजम्पशन हब, जो कि उस क्षेत्र में पूरे विश्व की कंपनियां आएं और CO2 को कंज्यूम करें। ऐसे तो हम CO2 कम कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज वी कैन नॉट रिड्यूस CO2. So 2 things here. One, the steel industry has to phase out blast furnaces as early as possible, जितना जल्दी कर पाएं. Number 2, we have to see that NTPC plant, माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी, NTPC के पावर प्लांट, भारत सरकार के पावर प्लांट हैं, इन सबको आप कोल बेल्ट एरिया में शिफ्ट कर दीजिए, ताकि ये जो कोयले ढुलाई के लिए सारा दिन ट्रेन बिजी हैं, ये बंद हो जाए। जब ये कोल बेल्ट में चले जाएंगे तो हमारे को कोयले के ट्रांसपोर्ट की अपेक्षा हमारे को बिजली की ट्रांसपोर्टेशन करनी चाहिए, और जो कि 400 हाई वोल्टेज HVDC 400 और AC के अंदर 1250 kV की लाइंस के थ्रू होना चाहिए। जब हम ये करेंगे तो हम देश के अंदर जो हमारा पूरा जो आज तंत्र है, भारत सरकार है, इसी दुविधा में है कि हम ब्लैकआउट को कैसे बचा सकते हैं, हम भारत के अंदर बिजली 24/7 कैसे दे सकते हैं। तो इसका एक ही समाधान है कि अगले 10 साल में हमारे को सारे पावर प्लांट्स शिफ्ट करके छत्तीसगढ़ और उड़ीसा, बिहार, बंगाल और झारखंड, इसमें 80% बिजली यहाँ पे पैदा होनी चाहिए। जब वहाँ 80% बिजली पैदा होगी, वहाँ पे पानी भी भगवान ने दिया है, वहाँ पे कोयला भी दिया है, और बिजली हम बना रहे हैं राजस्थान में, बिजली बना रहे हैं हम तमिलनाडु में। इसको हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। मेरा सुझाव है, मैं तो एक आम नागरिक हूँ, मैं अपना सुझाव दे सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे मौका आज मिला कि मंत्री महोदय जी यहाँ पे खुद विराजमान हैं, तो वो उनको अगर जो अच्छा लगेगा तो शायद हम इस दिशा में आगे चलने के लिए अग्रसर होंगे, हम सोचेंगे कि हम इसको कर पाएँ। आज भारत के अंदर प्राकृतिक संपदा यानी कि नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज की कोई कमी नहीं है, बट हाउ टू यूटिलाइज, हाउ टू यूज एंड वेयर टू यूज, दैट इज एन इशू। स्टील, भारत का 70% स्टील वी आर गोइंग टू मेक इन ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, दैट इज पूर्वोदय, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है, पूर्व का उदय करना, मीन्स ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स को डेवलप करना। 70% स्टील उधर बनाएंगे, कार गुड़गांव में बनाएंगे, कार गुजरात में बनाएंगे, कार तमिलनाडु में बनाएंगे, मोटरसाइकिल बेंगलोर में, होसूर में बनाएंगे। क्यों? ये सब कार कंपनीज All automobile companies should be shifted to Purvodaya. Eastern states में इनको शिफ्ट कर देना चाहिए. At least in future, no car company should come, no manufacturing, no refrigerators, washing machine companies, white goods appliances should come other than these 5 states. The moment we do it, then the transportation will be very easy. We can transport steel to them, and then finally they can transport the goods to rest of the world. They will be near to the port. It will be very good for them to export out of ports. So these are some of my suggestions. Mantri Modi ji, you are here. That's why I thought, let me take this opportunity and let me speak to you and let me share my views to the so august gathering here. And once we start speaking, then we can debate what is good, what is not. Last point. The world has already come to consume less theory. If you have seen the report last 1 week, European Union, especially Germany and France, they asked their people, consume less. Don't consume more clothes, don't go to the mall, shopping malls every day, buy new dresses, new shoes, new cosmetics. No, consume less. Consume less food, don't waste food. Consume less. A day will come, we all will have to work, consume less steel. How is that? Being a steel professional, मेरे को नहीं बोलना चाहिए, but you have to consume less steel. How? Means in kilogram it has to be less, but in meters it will be same. High strength steel, high strength low alloy steel, where today we have seen that X45 we used to make pipes and the line pipes, 5L pipes with 28 millimeter thickness. With now X70, we are using only 18 millimeter thickness. So this is how we have to see. In cars, we used to, when it was Ambassador car or Maruti or the Fiat car, it used to be 1.2 minimum thickness and 1.6 millimeter, and today it is 0.6 to 1 millimeter. Refrigerators used to be 0.63 millimeter, today these are 0.35 millimeters. Galvanized sheets used to be 0.63 millimeter, but with galvalume, it is now 0.22, 0.25, 0.30 and maximum 0.40 millimeter. So we have to consume less ton of steel, but we have to increase the spread by bringing the value-added products. I think that will reduce the CO2 from the world. One more point, Mantri Modi ji, एक hidden खजाना हमारे पास है, hidden treasure, जिसको अभी इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है, और वो है 7 sisters of the state, of the country. Meghalaya is full of coal, Assam is full of coal, many other states in that belt they are full of coal, but we are not utilizing this coal. 1 minute, I'll take 1 more minute. But they have not utilized this coal. We must convert all this coal into gas through the coal gasification, and we should transport this gas to the central part of the country through the pipelines. If we do it, then all these 7 states will flourish with money, and the consumptions will increase everywhere in terms of the financial buying powers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. V.R. Sharma, for not only your very enriching thoughts, but also very thought-provoking address. Ladies and gentlemen, also another thing, if you're looking for a corona kit, a mask and a hand sanitizer, you have them in your conference kit available. अब वो क्षण, वो पल जिसका हम सब इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, इससे पहले कि मैं माननीय राज्य मंत्री को उनके उद्बोधन के लिए बुलाऊं, बड़ी संक्षेप में मैं आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगी कि श्री फगन सिंह कुलस्ते, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development, represents the Mandala constituency of Madhya Pradesh. He was also a Minister of State in Vajpayee government from 1999. Besides being a renowned and accomplished leader of the people, he is also very well known for his contribution towards working for the propagation of education in society, encouraging tribals to keep alive their cultural activities, and providing free education to the weaker sections of society. He has also established Bablia Development Block for the upliftment of Adivasis and promotion of education amongst his many services to the society. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ, ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ मेरे साथ मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ माननीय राज्य मंत्री से कि वो इस सभा को संबोधित करें।
मित्रों, आज स्टील और इंजीनियरिंग एक्सपोर्ट इसे विषय पर हम लगभग पिछले 2.5 वर्षों के बाद मिल रहे हैं और मैं इसके लिए जो इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन करता है सुश्री मोनिका जी को बधाई देता हूँ और इसे कार्यक्रम में विशेषकर अभी जिनके विचारों को हमने सुना बहुत गंभीरता से, आर शर्मा जी MD GSPL, आदरणीय जयंत आचार्य जी निदेशक JSW स्टील, श्री मनीष मिश्रा जी चीफ कॉर्पोरेटर फेयर्स टाटा स्टील, श्री अरुण रोडिया जी MD करोना स्टील, आदरणीय नोत के गुप्ता जी ED सेल और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे सभी मित्रों बहनों, बहुत अच्छा इससे हमारे स्टील एंड इंजीनियरिंग स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर के जो अभी डिस्कशन प्रारंभ हुआ है उस ओपनिंग सेशन में, मैं बार बार इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूँ कि एक अच्छा प्रयोग और इस दिशा में जैसा हम अनुभव करते हैं। अभी पिछले आपको जान में होगा कि हम पिछले वित्तीय वर्ष में श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इस मार्गदर्शन में भारत ने लगभग 420 मिलियन $US के ये जो व्यापारिक माल का निर्यात जो किया है, जो अब तक का सबसे बड़ा रिकॉर्ड है। और इससे वहीं इस तैयार इस्पात निर्यात भी जो हम अब तक के जो उच्चतर स्तर पर जो हुआ है उसको अभी जैसा हमने उसको देखा है कि ये 13.6 मिलियन टन रहा है, जबकि इस तैयार इस्पात का जो आयात 4.70 मिलियन टन हुआ है। यदि हम इस वैल्यू में बात करें तो हमने इस निर्यात लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का किया है और आयात लगभग 40,000 करोड़ रुपए का किया है। ये अपने आप में भी इन सारे संकटों के बाद भी इन परिस्थितियों और इन फिक्रों को देखेंगे तो वास्तव में देश की परिस्थितियां और विशेषकर हमारे स्टील सेक्टर में और अभी इससे कोविड के समय जिस प्रकार का ये संकट हम सब ने झेला है और इसमें से कई परिवर्तन सरकार ने किया है और इससे ये आप कह सकते हैं कि यदि हम इससे वॉल्यूम और वैल्यू के समानुपातिक के अगर इसको देखें तो पाएंगे कि हाई वैल्यू के इस्पात का जो आयात हुआ है, हमें इन उत्पादों को अपने देश में उत्पादन करने के लिए जो हमारे उत्पादन संबद्धता योजना जो हमारा PIL लाया है और हमें उम्मीद है कि इस आने वाले दिनों में जो चिन्हित उत्पादकों को देश में उत्पादन करने में सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे और घरेलू आवश्यकता को पूरा करते हुए निर्यात भी करेंगे। अभी शर्मा जी ने जैसा संकेत दिया है, मैं वास्तव में कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार ने जब हेल लेकर के आया उस समय हमारे बहुत सारे मित्र, हमने इसको सार्वजनिक तौर से अलग अलग स्तरों पर इसके सारे सजेशंस, और आपको ध्यान होगा आप लोगों में से बहुत सारे लोग उससे समय जब हम इस सारे कार्यक्रम को आयोजित किया तो लगभग 3 दिनों तक ये सारे डिस्कशन के बाद हम इस पे सफल हो पाए थे। और अभी भी हमने जो भी सजेशन से अगर उसको ट्रीट करना है, कुछ अमेंडमेंट करने की आवश्यकता भी अगर पड़ेगी तो हम इस दिशा में सोचेंगे और ये हम खुले मन से इस विषय में विचार करते हैं कि आप लोगों के जितने महत्वपूर्ण सजेशन आएंगे देश के हित में, चाहे हमारे स्पोर्ट के कुछ विषय हैं, पोर्ट्स के आते हैं, और उसमें आपने देखा होगा कि जब भी ऐसी परिस्थितियां बनी हैं उनमें से जो बेहतर हम कर सकते हैं ये कोशिश हुई है। और हमारे हिस्ट्री की जो हालात है उसको तो आप सभी जानते हैं इस समय, फिर भी हमने जितना इसमें सुधार की गुंजाइश जो और भी बेहतर कर सकते हैं उसके पॉलिसीज पे, और इसी सब कारणों से हमने इस क्षेत्र को चुना। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि जैसे अभी शर्मा जी ने कहा कि हमारे जितने भी ऐसे चिन्हित जो हमारे प्रोडक्ट हैं, ऐसे देश भर में हर स्टेट के अंदर हमने उन डिस्ट्रिक्टों को भी हमने चुना है, उनको चिन्हित किया है और एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमने अपना एक प्लेटफार्म खोला है। वाणिज्य मंत्रालय ने इस दिशा में काफ़ी चिंतन किया है और मैं नीचे लेवल पे भी जैसा अभी अनुभव आया जी करे तो हम इसको और कैसे व्यवस्थित कर सकते हैं, सिस्टमेटिक कर सकते हैं, ये हमारी कोशिश है। परंतु जो भी हमारे देश के हित में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं जिनको हमने पहचान किया है, आप पे को शायद है, चूँकि मेरे पास ग्रामीण विकास विभाग भी है तो मैं अनुभव करता हूँ बहुत नीचे ग्रास रूट तक हमने ले गए इसको, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल तक, कि वहाँ की क्या स्थिति है उन प्रदेशों का। अब एक हमारे सामने कुछ कठिनाइयाँ होती हैं कि जब हम प्रदेश लेवल पर हम वहाँ के इंडस्ट्री सेमी सेक्टर के लोगों से जब बात करते हैं, हमारे बहुत से POs हैं, हमारे डेवलपमेंट से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, जब इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो उनकी अपनी कुछ समस्याएं भी होती हैं और उनका समाधान करने के लिए हम हमेशा ये प्रयास करते हैं कि हमारा आपस का जो चेन है, हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स, हम उनके साथ में हमारा एक समन्वय और आपस के इंटरस्टेटिंग कोऑर्डिनेशन ठीक प्रकार के हो, ताकि जितने भी ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं उनको हम सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं और इस देश के आर्थिक विकास में उनका योगदान क्या हो सकता है। तो इस प्रकार का हमारा एक प्रयास है और मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि जब हम इस दिशा में सोचते हैं, काफ़ी ऐसे स्टेटों के अंदर आप लोगों ने भी देखा होगा, उनकी अपनी व्यवहारिक कठिनाइयाँ हैं जो हमारे इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं। मैं हमेशा कोशिश इस बात के लिए भी करता हूं कि जब हम किसी यूनिट के बारे में, इंडस्ट्री के बारे में, वहाँ एसएमई के बारे में बात करते हैं तो ये ध्यान में आता है कि वहाँ पावर का विषय, लैंड और वहाँ के लोकल जो रिसोर्सेज है और कुछ सेशन और जो मूलभूत वहाँ पर जो फैसिलिटीज होना चाहिए, तो संरचना विकास में हमने उन उद्योगों को वहाँ पर इस्टेब्लिश करने के लिए, और आप समझ सकते हैं कि राज्यों से जब हम बातचीत करते हैं तो आप लोगों को व्यक्तिगत तौर से भी अनुभव आया होगा कि इनमें ये जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होना चाहिए, जो ग्रोथ करने वाले जो ऐसे इंडस्ट्री है, अगर उनको हम सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे, हम उनको ये फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड नहीं कराएंगे तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री आगे बढ़ नहीं सकती। मैंने बहुत बार अलग अलग स्तरों में बातचीत किया है वहाँ के राज्य सरकारों से, वहाँ के मिनिस्टर्स जो हमारे उन स्टेटों से हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर्सों से। तो जो हमारा प्रयास है इस दिशा में, हम चाहते हैं कि इसके लिए अलग अलग उनकी अपनी समस्याएं हैं। जैसे अभी यहाँ पर स्टिक सेक्टर्स को देखेंगे आप, मटेरियल्स के बारे में, रॉ मटेरियल के बारे में, चाहे आप अनुभव करते होंगे जैसे झारखंड का है, उड़ीसा के अंदर भी इस प्रकार की स्थिति है, छत्तीसगढ़, कुछ स्टेट इन सब परिस्थितियों को समझते हैं। और अभी जैसे ये भी एक अनुभव आया कि ये कह रहे थे कि ये जो हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का है, 7 सिस्टर्स की बात, मैं वहाँ भी पिछले दिनों जब मैं यहाँ प्रवास में गया तो मैं आसाम भी बात किया वहाँ चीफ मिनिस्टर से, मेघालय, मणिपुर, त्रिपुरा, ये अलग अलग स्टेटों में इस विषय को लेकर के बातचीत होती है। हम चाहते हैं कि हम आप में से भी अगर बैठ करके इस दिशा में थोड़ा आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करें और हम वहाँ के जो लोग हैं, खासतौर से पूर्वोत्तर के, वहाँ की सरकारें हैं, हम अपने तरफ से इतना कह सकते हैं कि इसके लिए हम और क्या बेहतर करने का प्रयास किया जा सकता है ताकि उनको और कैसे सपोर्ट मिल सकता है, हमारे पास है, इसकी ज़रूरत है। परंतु कुछ कठिनाइयाँ जो मैं अनुभव कर पा रहा हूँ, चाहे वो आप रोड्स के बारे में देखें, एयरपोर्ट्स के बारे में, हमारे पोर्ट्स हैं, ट्रेन हैं, रेलवेज के बारे में, इस दिशा में सरकार ने बहुत तेजी के साथ में हमने आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास किया है। और उसका जो मेन रीजन है इच्छा शक्ति, मैं कह सकता हूँ मैंने बहुत ऐसे लोगों को देखा है, परंतु नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के आने के बाद ये जब हम इस पूरे एक्टिविटी, हमारे एक्शन के बारे में और उसके एक्शन को अगर और कैसे बेहतर बढ़ा सकते हैं इसके बारे में हम सोचते हैं, तो हम लोगों से भी जितनी चर्चा होती है पूरे खुले मन से वो इस बात को लेकर के कहते हैं कि इसको जितना और हम बेहतर बना सकते हैं ये कोशिश करना चाहिए। जहाँ जहाँ पर हमारे इंटेलिजेंस है उसका क्या उपयोग करना चाहिए। अगर डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के अंदर जो हमारे अन्य सेक्टर्स के लोग हैं उनसे भी मेरी बातचीत होती है, अलग अलग जो एसोसिएशन हैं उनसे भी चर्चा होती है, तो उनकी अपनी कठिनाइयाँ हैं। अब इसका समाधान क्या हो सकता है, हमारे पास है जो फार्मूला है, जो तरीका है, सरकार जो कर सकती है, वो हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ आज कि इससे पूरे डिस्कशन में से जो जो विषय निकल कर के भी आएंगे, मैं हमेशा कोशिश करता हूँ कि इसमें से जो बेहतर हो सकता है देश के हित में, इंडस्ट्री को और हम सर्वाइव करने के लिए, प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाने के लिए क्या क्या हमारी आवश्यकता है, रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसको हम कैसे फिलअप कर सकते हैं, पूरा कर सकते हैं, ताकि हम और कैसे अच्छा ग्रो कर सकते हैं, ये एक कोशिश है। और मैं आज इस विषय को लेकर के जब हम चर्चा करते हैं इस्पात और इनको लेकर, तो आप जानते हैं कि भारतीय इस्पात क्षेत्र में जो जीवंत और साल दर साल जो आधार पर लगभग ये जो 5% से लेकर के 6% की जो CAGR से ये जो बढ़ रहा है कि रेल, सड़क, विमान और गैस पाइप और आवास सहित सभी क्षेत्रों में हमारी सरकार के द्वारा की गई जो नीतिगत घोषणाएं हैं और उसमें वैश्विक आपूर्ति मांग समीकरणों में ये बदलाव के साथ साथ इस्पात उद्योग ने रिकॉर्ड उत्पादन और विकास किया है, इस दिशा में भी एक पहल है। हम इसको और कैसे बेहतर बना सकते हैं इसकी, तो इससे बुनियादी ढांचे को और औद्योगिक उत्पादन में जो निवेश में वृद्धि के कारण पिछले कुछ वर्षों में इस क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय जो वृद्धि देखी गई है, इंजीनियरिंग क्षेत्र, विनिर्माण, बुनियादी ढांचा क्षेत्र में निकटता से जुड़े होने के कारण भारत की जो अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए जो नीतिक महत्व का है, ऐसे कई स्तरों पे जो हम लोगों ने भी बैठकें की है। इसके लिए और क्या हम प्रयास कर सकते हैं कि इसे संपूर्ण इन्वायरमेंट के निर्माण के क्षेत्र में जो हमारी देश की जो अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको अनेक हमारे नैतिक महत्व के कुछ विषय भी हैं, उनको भी ध्यान में रखते हैं। मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि बीते 8 सालों में इस्पात के उत्पादन में जो काफ़ी तेज़ी से जो प्रगति हुई है, वर्ष से 13-14 में जो कच्चा इस्पात का जो उत्पादन जहां 80 मिलियन टन के आसपास था, वहीं आज 21-22 में जो कच्चा इस्पात का उत्पादन है 120 मिलियन टन से ज़्यादा हुआ है। ये अपने आप को प्रमाणित करता है और इससे स्पष्ट है कि इस्पात की मांग में जो वृद्धि हुई है, लेकिन समय के साथ इस्पात का जो अन्य मटीरियल्स से जो प्रतिस्पर्धा भी बढ़ा है। और जैसे मैंने कहा कि इस प्रतिस्पर्धा में कौन आगे आने वाला है, उसके पीछे कितने हमारे जो छोटे छोटे यूनिट्स हैं, उनके सामने भी कई तरह की संकट है, उनको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना पड़ता है और उससे जो बेहतर हो सकता है वो कोशिश हम लोग करते हैं। और इसलिए ऑटोमोबाइल का सेक्टर है, वाइट गुड्स, रेलवे, स्पेस जैसे अनेक क्षेत्रों में इस्पात की जो लागत है, इसके भारीपन की वजह से इस्पात को जो अन्य मटेरियल जैसे कि जो कंपोजिट मटेरियल्स के द्वारा जो रिप्लेस किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि कंपोजिट मटेरियल्स हल्का इस्पात की तरह ताकतवर और सस्ता होता है। हमें इस्पात के उत्पादन लागत को कम करने की ज़रूरत और हमें वैकल्पिक मटेरियल से इस्पात को मिलने वाली चुनौतियों के सामना करने के लिए तैयार रहना चाहिए। ये हम अनुभव करते हैं कि इस समय जो देश की जो परिस्थिति और दुनिया में, इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा और इसके कारण हमको उसका सब्स्टिट्यूट क्या हो सकता है, ये भी हम इसको कैसे रिफाई कर पाएंगे, इसके लिए बहुत सारे हमारे पास तंत्र विकसित करने पड़ेंगे। देश से तैयार इस्पात या इस्पात से बने उत्पाद ये बनाकर जो निर्यात करने से इसका जो फायदा प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के साथ देश की जो अर्थव्यवस्था में सीधा प्रभाव पड़ता है। मेरी जानकारी में आया है कि कुछ इस्पात संयंत्र सेमी फिनिश्ड इस्पात का निर्यात करता है, जिस वजह से ये जो घरेलू इस्पात मिल को रोलिंग करने के लिए कच्चा माल नहीं मिल पा रहा है और रोजगार के साथ साथ अर्थव्यवस्था भी प्रभावित होती है। मैं आपको यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो कार्बन का उत्सर्जन सेमी फिनिश्ड स्टील बनाने तक ही निकलता है। इस तरह से सेमी फिनिश्ड इस्पात के निर्यात से दूसरे देशों को जो कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करने में मदद मिलती है, यह हमारे देश के लिए ठीक नहीं। ये हमको समझना पड़ेगा कि आखिर में ज़रूरत पड़ी तो हमारी सरकार इस पर ठोस कदम उठाएगी। ये सारे निर्णयों के बारे में, इन संकटों के बारे में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में भी हम लोग ध्यान कर रहे हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब पिछले दिनों देश की जनता के सामने, देश के लोगों के सामने कहा था कि प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का ये प्रोसेसिंग करके अंतिम उत्पाद बना करके ही हम निर्यात करेंगे, ये हमारा एक संकल्प है। और इसके लिए जो हम कर सकते हैं, इस प्रकार का प्रयास हमने जारी किया है। और मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारे सभी लोग इस दिशा में जब हम सब मिलकर के सोचेंगे तब इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। केवल सोचना या कहना इतना भी पर्याप्त नहीं है, इसके लिए हमको लगना पड़ेगा और एक के मत बनाना पड़ेगा। कई तरह की कठिनाइयाँ, मैंने कहा कि ये हमारे सामने कई चैलेंजेस भी हैं। हम उसका रास्ता क्या निकाल सकते हैं, तरीका क्या हो सकता है, और उससे हम आगे बढ़ने के हमारे लिए क्या संभावना बनेगी, और उसको लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ें ताकि देश के उद्योग हमारे, चाहे छोटे हों बड़े उद्योग हों, और चाहे हमारे नीचे स्तर पर, राज्यों के स्तर पर जो हम प्रोजेक्ट की हम बात करते हैं इसके बारे में। और मैं इस समय सरकार के द्वारा ये समय समय पर जो लिए गए जो निर्णय के कारण तैयार इस्पात का जो निर्यात बढ़ा है और आयात में कमी आई। पहले कुछ डिफेक्टिव माल का आयात हो रहा था, जिस वजह से घरेलू इस्पात उद्योग को परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ा था। गुणवत्ता नियंत्रण आदेश लागू होने से ये डिफेक्टिव इस्पात के आयात पर काफ़ी हद तक लगाम लगा है। और आप जानते होंगे कि अब तक जो परिस्थितियां हैं, या अब तक हमने करीब 145 स्टैंडर्ड्स पर गुणवत्ता नियंत्रण आदेश अधिसूचित कर दिया गया है और 142 स्टैंडर्ड्स पर लागू कर दिया गया है। ये अपने आप में एक ऐसा निर्णय था, इसके कारण आज लोगों में एक कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ा है, आत्मविश्वास। बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग, हम किसी के बारे में ये कहना नहीं चाहते, परंतु देश के बारे में, इंडस्ट्री के बारे में एक जो लोगों ने जो अनुभव किया है और उसमें जो कॉन्फिडेंस जागा है, विश्वास बढ़ा है, और इसके कारण इस प्रकार की परिस्थितियां हमारे यहाँ। और स्टील इंपोर्ट मॉनिटरिंग प्रणाली लागू होने से समय समय पर हमें इस्पात के आयात की जानकारी मिलती रहती है कि किस आइटम का आयात बढ़ा है, तदनुसार कार्रवाई की जाती है। और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में विशेषज्ञ इस्पात के जो निर्यात बढ़ाने, आयात के खपत को विभिन्न पूंजीगत एवं इंजीनियरिंग क्षेत्र में उपयोग जैसे अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करेंगे। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि इसमें बहुत से अच्छे जो सुझाव निकल कर के आएंगे, और मैं इसको देख रहा था कि आज पूरे दिन जब डिस्कशन होंगे तो अलग अलग ये जो विषय हैं, सेशंस होंगे आपके, लगभग 4 सेशन में सारे डिस्कशन हमारे जो विशेषज्ञ हैं, इसके एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, ये सब बातचीत करेंगे। तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि इसमें से एक अच्छी सोच पैदा होगी और अच्छा एक निष्कर्ष तक पहुँचेंगे। और मैं चाहूँगा कि इस पे, जैसे अजी ने बहुत अच्छे कुछ सजेशंस दिए हैं, इसके लेकर के भी हम बातचीत करेंगे। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो प्रयास है, आप लोग भी अनुभव करते होंगे, कम समय में हम कुछ कर पाए हैं और ये हमारी निरंतर एक प्रक्रिया है। आने वाले वर्षों में एक बेहतर परिणाम इस सेक्टर को लेकर के मिलेंगे, ऐसा विश्वास दिलाते हुए मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी हमारे मित्रों को, विशेषकर दीपक बच्चन जी को और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी हमारे मित्रों को बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और इससे सेमिनार की सफलता की कामना करता हूँ। और जो भी इसमें से निष्कर्ष आएंगे, क्या जी मैं चाहूँगा कि इसकी ज़रूर हमको भी सूचना देंगे रिपोर्ट्स की, तो और बेहतर होगा। हम प्रयास करेंगे कि आप लोगों के जो महत्वपूर्ण कुछ सुझाव हैं और हम किस प्रकार का परिदृश्य देश के लिए, देश के आर्थिक विकास में हम चाहते हैं, कई तरह की व्यवहारिक घटनाएं, इन सबको ध्यान में रखते हुए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, ऐसा विश्वास दिलाते हुए मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद करता हूं और अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। नमस्कार।
माननीय, आपके मार्गदर्शनपूर्ण, प्रोत्साहन भरे और ज्ञानवर्धक शब्दों के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद। आपके हर शब्द और आपका जो आश्वासन है भारत सरकार के विजन मेक इन इंडिया फॉर वर्ल्ड और मेक फॉर इंडिया विजन के प्रति हम सबको अग्रसर करता है। Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the concluding session of this inauguration ceremony. I would now request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present the mementos as a token of our gratitude towards the time all our distinguished dignitaries have given us for today's event. I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste. Thank you so much, sir. A token of gratitude to Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, JSPL. A heartfelt thank you to you, sir, for your time. Token of gratitude to Mr. Jayant Acharya, Member of Board and Director, Commercial and Marketing, JSW Steel. Thank you, Mr. Acharya, for your time. A token of gratitude to Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial, SAIL. Thank you for your time and presence. A token of gratitude to Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. Okay. And finally, a token of gratitude to Mr. Arun Garodia, Managing Director, Corona Steel, Senior Vice Chairman, EEPC India. Thank you so much for your time and presence. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, we also request all of you to kindly remain seated, as due to the paucity of time, we would start our next session immediately. There would be a high tea which will be at 4:15. So we all request you kindly remain seated for our next session. And I also request Monica for closing remarks, please.
सबसे पहले थैंक यू। सो लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, सबसे पहले तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप सभी खड़े होके तालियां बजाएं हमारे इनॉग्रल पैनल के लिए और मंत्री जी के लिए, जिन्होंने इतना टाइम निकाला हम सब के लिए। ये तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए। ये तालियां वी.आर. शर्मा जी के लिए भी है, ये तालियां जयंत आचार्य जी के लिए भी है, मिस्टर अरुण गरोडिया जिन्होंने EEPC का हमें इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सपोर्ट दिया। थैंक यू सो मच गरोडिया सर। ये तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए। मिस्टर विनोद गुप्ता जी के लिए एंड मिस्टर मनीष मिश्रा जी के लिए थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपने बहुत अच्छा आके हमें इज्जत दी, रिस्पेक्ट दी। एंड सर मैं आपको बताती हूँ, हम इतनी छोटी कंपनी है, मतलब 5 साल ही हुआ है हमें, और हमें मौके नहीं मिलते इतने लेकिन आज 2.5 साल के बाद जब हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस करने के लिए आए हैं, आपने आके हमें रियली में बहुत इज्जत दी सर. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We will be starting our next session. We would start, before the session, we would like to play our corporate video. Ladies and gentlemen, we would start our next session. May I request all of you to kindly take your seats back. Lights, please. Our next session is our panel discussion on current market scenario and interdependency of engineering sector on steel. Please join me in welcoming the chair of our session, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, Steel Research Technologies Mission of India. May I request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to kindly grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mukesh Kumar is a metallurgical engineering graduate and a PhD in mechanical engineering. He was associated with the Engineering India Limited for 26 years and has worked in various capacities as COO, President and Group Head of various prominent companies. Next, I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Shubh Gautam, Chief Technical Architect, American Precoat, California. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shubh Gautam, having worked for various Fortune 50 companies before his home calling, he finally founded and established the Srisol American Precoat Group in 1996. He has been at the front end of innovations and scientific developments for more than 2 decades. He's been a winner of various international recognitions. Please join me in inviting our next panelist on the dais, Mr. Gajendra Pratap Singh, Group Head, JSW Steel Limited. He is Senior Vice President and Group Head of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs as JSW Group. Besides steel, he is managing group companies such as JSW Energy, Infra, Sports, Cement and Paint businesses in similar capacity. Our next panelist, Mr. Niladri Bhattacharya, partner KPMG, may I request you to kindly grace the dais. He has over 24 years of experience in the metals and mining sector. He co-leads KPMG's metal and mining sector in India. He concentrates on policy, regulatory, strategy, deals, and operations improvement within the sector. Well, with this word, I once again welcome our eminent panel, and I request our session chair, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, to kindly take the session forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all my co-panelists, all the distinguished members present from various steel companies, and delegates. This today's workshop, which has been organized by Metalogic, that is on engineering, goods, export, and steel impact on these things, is very, very relevant. As you have heard, speakers in the first session, that this time we have made a big achievement of making merchandise export of around $418 billion. And if out of $418 billion, if we see the engineering goods is around 27%, that is around $112 billion. And in this $112 billion, if we see what are the major factors are there, iron and steel is one of the major contributor there. Iron and steel has contributed around 18 billion dollars. Then around non-ferrous metal has contributed around $8 billion. Industrial machinery has contributed around 11.6 million. Electrical around 8.1 billion. Automobile component and other things around $11.9 billion. And other around $8 billion. So leave aside $18 billion, whatever is there directly contributed by iron and steel sector. But if you see other components, whether it is an automobile, whether it is industrial machinery, whether it is your auto components, everywhere there is a role of the steel. And if you see in the overall scenario, the role of steel is playing a very, very big role in engineering export. We have set a target of around $800 billion for the next, total export, in which merchandise export will be around $450 to $480 million. And then when we come to the engineering export, it comes to around 135 next year, that is 22-23. It means big opportunities are there. But when we are having big opportunities always comes with some challenges also. Like in the first session, people have told that we are getting opportunities, but in time to come, lot of restrictions may like to come in our steel export and steel-related export also because of the carbon tax and other things. And when we are talking of the carbon, because today we are producing steel with highest carbon emission rate, that is around 2.5 to 2.7 ton. So accordingly, Government of India also, wherever we are coming out with new policy, whether it is coal gasification policy or steel making policy, everywhere we are working how to do this carbon capturing and utilization. Because we have realized very well that most of our steel plants, most of our mining operations are located on the eastern coast side, whereas most of our oil fields and other things are located on the western coast side. World over, people are addressing the issue of carbon capturing by capturing carbon and putting into the sea for enhanced oil recovery. But we can't have that type of option available with us. So we have to look for different type of option, what type of option we should go. Whether sequestration will be a possible solution or not, in our opinion, that may not be there for case of India. So we have to bring focus on utilization part only, how to bring carbon into utilization. Lot of research is going on. Maybe next 2 years, 3 years, some technology may come up. Today we are talking carbon dioxide into bioethanol. We are having a national biofuel policy, and government is providing support to convert all the carbon dioxide into bioethanol, or carbon dioxide into methanol, or carbon dioxide into black carbon, or carbon dioxide into graphite electrodes. So a lot of opportunities are there. But those things, we have to see how those projects will stand of its own, so that competency of the Indian steel industry is maintained in the global market here. In time to come, because of this thing, China is reducing their production. If we see today, total trade of the steel in the international market is of around 540 million ton. And out of 540 to 550 million ton, around 90 to 100 million ton is done by China. But as China is reducing their production, so the opportunities are coming for India. But as Honorable Mantri ji has told, that we have to see that instead of sending either semi-finished steel or other things, we should try to do export of value-added steel and other things. So steel will be the backbone of future, you can say, economy, future export potentials and everything. Everywhere we will require steel. And the way lot of these manufacturing industries are coming, the use of steel will further increase. On the other side, we are having a lot of projects, whether it is Gati Shakti or other things. They will also require a lot of capital goods manufacturing capability in the country. And once these type of capital goods manufacturing and other things come in the country, this will promote steel. So when we are talking about the engineering export or the export in general, without steel, you can't talk anything. Everything is linked with the steel. So with this background, I am having three panelists available with me. Mr. Niladri Bhattacharya from KPMG, Dr. Sumon, Dr. Sub Gautam, Chief Technical Architect, American Pericote, California, and Mr. Gajendra Pratap Singh, Group Head, JSPL. So what I would like to request is that first I will ask all the three panelists to share their views, and then we can have a question-answer session. So first of all, I am requesting Mr. Niladri Bhattacharya to come and present his views and also set the context how this engineering export and steel are interrelated to each other and how these are going to play a role. Mr. Niladri, thank you. प्रोजेक्ट कराइए
Good afternoon, everyone. Session Chair, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Shubh, Dr. Gajendra Singh, Mr. Gajendra Singh, dignitaries in the House, and my friends from Metalogic. First of all, I would like to congratulate Metalogic for doing excellent work over the last 2 years and now bringing the sector again together and having the top people from the industry participate in the session. Secondly, I would like to congratulate Metalogic for bringing engineering sector and steel sector together on a platform, because often when steel prices rise, engineering sector feels the pinch. But going forward, for India's export success, it is important that these two sectors work hand in hand. So I congratulate Monica and her team for envisioning a joint session. So with that, I would like to start my session on India's opportunity in engineering goods export, and iron and steel is of course considered as a key component of engineering goods. To begin with, I would like to just paint a picture of what's going on around in the world. The world that we see today is heavily drawn into conflict. Many nations around the world are caught up in either territorial disputes, or in proxy wars, or in direct wars, or in sectarian conflict, so on and so forth. So broadly, you can say that the attention of the world is not solely focused on development, on economic development. It is focused on a lot of geopolitical issues. And this has happened at a time when we are emerging from COVID. If you look at merchandise export performance, or even if you look at GDP, you see that the entire world got hit by COVID, but India's recovery has been stupendous compared to any of the other regions, as you see on the left-hand side graph. And on the right-hand side graph, you can also see that in terms of export rebound, India's rebound has been significantly more than some of the other engineering-focused countries of the world. So this is in terms of overall, say, export growth. So this actually shows that when the world's attention is digressed on different other issues, India has been able to keep its focus and has been able to grow and has been able to pull out of this COVID in a spectacular way. And we need to keep this focus because while India's performance is great in terms of manufacturing sector performance within overall merchandise exports, for instance, if you look at the purchasing manager index, manufacturing purchasing manager index, you can see that India's score is above 50. A score above 50 shows consistent growth. Whereas if you look at some key countries like China, etc., they are still not there. In fact, when you look at some of the countries which are strong in terms of are strong exporters, you will see that India is placed quite well, even above Japan, Brazil, and some of the ASEAN countries. So, in terms of India's pullout from COVID, in this current context, India is doing very well. But it is also true that the world is increasingly seeing protectionism. There is this research organization, Global Dynamics, that publishes its reports. It shows the number of, restrictive interventions that different countries have been imposing over a period of time. So the red line on top shows the number of restrictive interventions imposed in a particular year. And the green line shows the number of liberalizing clauses introduced. And the difference between the two is the net line, which is the purple line. As you can see, the number of restrictive interventions by countries has been growing faster than the number of liberalizing clauses that have been introduced by these countries. If you look at the countries which have contributed most to restrictions, you will see that India actually ranks quite low in terms of the industrialized nations. It is USA who has been putting a lot of restrictive clauses, and this is actually a cumulative number. China, Germany, France, UK, they have been putting a lot of restrictive clauses. And the countries which have been suffering as a result of the cumulative restrictive clauses, there also you can see that Germany itself is suffering because of this, France is itself suffering because of this. India's exposure that way is relatively less. But the matter of concern is that iron and steel is one sector which seems to be a magnet for restrictive trade practices, and that gets hit by these interventions significantly. So we have to be ready for protectionism, whether in the form of carbon tax in the future, or whether in the form of some traditional quantitative and qualitative restrictions that are put. What actually helps India, however, is that India's export basket is quite diversified. If I look at engineering exports, you can see that in terms of segment of products, it is quite diversified. And even in terms of countries, also it is increasingly getting diversified. India exports about 16% to USA, and it has signed FTA now with UAE, Australia, and we are expecting FTA to be signed with UK also in the future. So India's export basket is quite diversified. As you can see, large number of countries, others, is about 60%. So I think all these geological and COVID-related shocks, India is well poised to take off and do well because of its nature of diversified portfolio. And one point which was made by Shri V.R. Sharma in the earlier session is that if you look at the top importing geographies of the world of engineering goods, India's percentage share is actually very low. It is around 1%. So he made this point that there is a great headroom for growth. But this headroom for growth can actually translate. So for instance, in India, we used to say for a long time that India's per capita steel consumption is very low. So there is great headroom for growth. So similarly, in terms of engineering consumption, I think when the attention of the rest of the world is distracted, this is a great opportunity for us to grow. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility to imagine that we can take up our share from 1% to 2% to 3%, so on and so forth. What would it mean in terms of numbers? So if you look at numbers of 1920, so this is of course calendar year numbers. So out of the global engineering export of about $8,500 billion, India was only about $80 billion, right? And if I look at past growth rate, excluding the COVID years, engineering exports have grown at about 5.3, 5.4%. Now, if that rate goes on, so by 2030, global engineering trade will go to about 14,000 crores. And India's share, which is today around 1%, if it goes up to 2.5% by 2030, we have already crossed, so this 80 million is for calendar year 1920, but this year we have already crossed 112, right? So $112 billion. So today's $112 billion can actually go to over $350 billion by 2030 if we are able to jack up our market share. So what do we need to do to jack up our market share? So I think sectors that are in transition or sectors which are seeing high growth, those are the sectors where growth can be captured. So whether in terms of new technologies like satellite and drone systems, green energy, clean mobility, these are the sectors where we need to focus on. Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat is of course important. If we are not able to prove ourselves in our own country, how can we prove ourselves abroad? So I think this focus on Make in India needs to continue. And we need to focus on improving the quality of our products and exploring more geographies. In terms of ease of doing business, we have our performance has improved many fold in the last few years. But there is a great opportunity for it to increase further in terms of some areas where we still get low score, like contractual enforcement, or for instance, registration of property, etc. Those are the places where we need to do well. We promote a lot of organizations, but it is important to promote our technical consulting organizations outside. So if RITES or MECON or MN Dastur, they are present abroad, there is a greater chance that technical specifications will be as per the capabilities of Indian exporters. So it is important to promote technical consulting firms outside of India. Today, earlier speakers also spoke about getting auto companies to move to Eastern India, not just steel companies. I think it is possible to be done only if we have coast-based development. So we need coast-based development of export clusters. So for instance, those of you who have visited Japan, Korea, etc., you can see huge port-based industrial clusters, not only about steel plants, but a huge amount of industry is actually port-based. Last but not least, skilling is important. Our centralized labor market information system can actually help strengthen India's skill deficit, augment India's skill availability or reduce the gap in terms of skill. And needless to say, the bulwark of our industry, of our exports, which is MSME sector, they need support at this point in time, and all the support that they can get, it will help. But there are lots of risks as well. And if we are not careful about them, I will not take too much of time, I will talk about a couple of them. So for instance, it is known that a lot of high net worth individual wealth is leaving the country. India, I think, is second or third in the amount of wealth that has left the country in recent years. So it is important for the government to protect against these risks. Similarly, this new phenomenon of great resignation or people withdrawing from labor force, these will all have negative implications on the engineering sector, and it will probably have implications on other sectors. But broadly speaking, we need to be careful about all these risks that are sitting ahead of us. We have played an admirable role in distancing ourselves from the warring sides, but we need to ensure that both on the external front as well as on domestic front, there is peace in the country. And that is a critical point for ensuring that FDI comes in, that India integrates with global supply chains, and India becomes a great exporter. The other unknown areas are the dark web, the NFTs, the cryptos, for which it seems there is divided opinion in the House as to how India should go about. What should India do? And last but not the least, it has been my favorite subject. India needs a national risk officer to be able to prepare India for different risks. It is quite possible, people might say, how will you prepare for a risk? But the way we have prepared a disaster management agencies across India at the national level and at state level, similarly for many other risks, it is possible to prepare and create mitigation. We can discuss it in some other forum, but it is important for India to prepare against different risks. So I think unless and until we do all of this, we will not be able to realize our hope of expanding India's market share from 1% to say 2.5%. And if you are able to do that, then $350 billion of engineering exports is within our grasp. And if we do better than that, then of course, sky is the limit. 358 can go to 700 plus, can go to 1400 plus, so on and so forth. Anyway, so that's all. Thank you for your time. And I wish Metrologic all the best for the remaining sessions.
Thank you, Niladri ji, for making a very nice presentation and highlighting the risks what are associated in time to come. Although in future we will be having a lot of export opportunities, but risks are also large. You have rightly mentioned that liberalizing policies which are coming or given by various governments are much, much less than what restrictions they are imposing. And those restrictions may be detrimental for not only in India, for other countries also who are aiming to increase their export base. So unless we prepare ourselves to counter those restrictions, we will not be in a position. And what you told very rightly, that climate change is going to play a major role into it, sir. Other things, inflation rates, exchange rates, those are things which can be handled by the government. Similarly, you have seen the Russian-Ukraine war, which has come, and how companies are facing problem in opening LCs, in getting vessels, and other things also. So those type of things definitely are going to hit it. But we have to see the opportunity, how we can encase on those things instead of seeing this thing, and we have to prepare ourselves there. Thank you very much once again for your nice presentation. And now I would like to request Dr. Subh Gautam, architect, American Pericote, to please share his views, what type of opportunities, because nowadays white goods and other things are also getting exported from our countries. Lot of different type of steels are required for those things. Dr. Subh Gautam is having large experience in this line, and what type of opportunities can be brought by those type of things. I think I will request him to present those things and highlight them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh, for your kind words. V.R. Sharma ji, Sushil Banerjee, Harun ji, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. G.P. Singh, Vijay, and most important, each one of you who's taken time out to be here after the pandemic. Hats off to you. You are the heroes. I'm not a metallurgical engineer, and I'm not a steel maker, so I'm the odd man out. And who would dare talk about steel, its composition, technical properties, performance, when on the panel is Dr. Mukesh Kumar? So I will not take that risk either. However, what I will talk in the next 10, 15 minutes, before Saroj comes and gives me a reminder, is about a basic question. And that basic question is exports of engineering goods. And that basic question is, are we really serious about engineering exports from India? Are we really interested in exporting engineering goods to a level which can make our country proud? I have my doubts, and I'll be happy if someone can clarify those doubts. This was in 2015 when one of the big five came to us in San Francisco and said, would you be interested in setting up India's first electrogalvanizing steel plant? And I said, ooh, hang on. I don't believe in coincidences. And the very fact that the largest steel maker has an Indian passport is not a coincidence. So I don't believe that India does not make electrogalvanized steel, and this is as close as 2014-15. We put a team together, did our due diligence, and we were so shocked. Of 70, 80 million tons of crude steel that was being manufactured, there was not 1 metric ton of electrogalvanized steel. Anyone, any idea, anybody here, how many tons of electrogalvanized steel is made on this planet today? Any number? Want to shout out any number? Anybody? I see some lovely dresses there. Any number, please shout out. 10 million. Great number to start with. Little better. Anybody else? 33.7 million tons of a special steel which has produced 33.7 million tons. India produced 0. As a resident of the United States, I was happy to make that investment, and India commissioned the electrogalvanized steel line in July of 2019. 3 things happened after that. I have twin daughters, and they went about, especially one, Rohana, she went about boasting to her friends that my father is friends with Bachchans. Because in my family, only 2 Bachchans are known, Amitabh Bachchan and Monica Bachchan. I had to tell her, I completely agree with you. That was a huge difference that Monica brought to the steel industry, not being from that background. This is how intent change results. We are at 418 billion of engineering exports. Excellent. Hats off to all the stakeholders, from federal dispensation to the last man working on the floor to make that happen. But with due respect to this figure, if I take away the purchase managers index out of it, this value is not more than $240 billion. Just because the price of an apple went from $1 to $2.50, and you exported $20 worth, doesn't mean you exported twice. You actually exported less. It's the value which went up. Who takes the credit? So my first question that I'd like someone to help me with is, what is, in terms of policy, what is a policy? Policy is a strategy going forward. This is a strategy given 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And policies don't work for 10 years, typically they work for 40, 50 years. India was independent in 1947, South Korea was 1955, South Korea is 50 years ahead of us. South Korea is knocking on doors of Japan in terms of per capita annual income. It was a 50 years of strategy. General Park, when he was in power, he used to rule the chabols like a chairman. Go out and take all the orders that are available in North America for road construction was his verbatim to Hyundai. They used to go and quote fancy prices. It's all available in business archives. And then somebody would ask them, excuse me, have you any idea? I've done the costings. That's not my problem. My problem is to get the orders. That's General's problem. So there was a strategy intent. There was a policy book available. What policy book do we have here? Policies run on futuristic predictions. Can we actually predict future? Can we say what's going to happen day after tomorrow? Last 30 years were the best for this planet ever, I can assure you. Google was born in 2000. Cold War had ended. There was a unipolar world, like it or not. And Google went bankrupt in 2005. It was in 1947. It was as early as 2005. Google went bankrupt and was available for $1 billion. And nobody was willing to touch it. Ooh, 15 years ahead, 7 trillion valuation. Last 30 years for the planet were progressive. They were positive. Not anymore. Comes in a reason, two countries clash, geopolitical uncertainties arise, whole lot of problems. Energy crisis to every crisis. With each passing year, the planet will get involved in more and more uncertainty. Welcome to the bad news. We are at $400 billion with a PMI index of 2.5. What if PMI index drops to 1.0 and we are aiming at $700 billion? Show me the white paper. What necessitated actions are we going to take? What's the strategic intent, if I may take you? I'll not talk about steel. I will not talk about exports and the reason why we are here and what should be done to take it there. A strategic intent is based on your architecture for future. And because future is uncertain, so your strategic intent cannot be a 600-page manual which says, well, these are the laws and these are the gazette notifications and this is going to help you take from point A to point B. In 1983, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, who was then professor of economics in Bangladesh University, had an intent. He said one day, and I will try to do it, one day there will be no poverty in this world. And if somebody would come and ask me, what is poverty? I'll make a museum. I'll take him to a museum and say, this is poverty. It just so happened in 1982 there was a famine in Bangladesh, in his village. And 166 people came to him and said, we need $25 each or we will perish. He said, well, you are potential consumers for a bank. You are their customers. He took 166 people, took them to a bank, State Bank of Dhaka, and said, look, you're in the business of lending. I have 166 potential customers. Will you give them loans? The bank saw those 166 people and said, well, it's risky to give them loans. We cannot give them loans. He said, well, what kind of bank are you? And if you are a bank that cannot help consumers, I will set up a bank that will help consumers. So he goes, cutting a very long story short, he goes and sets up the Grameen Bank. And he said, you lend to big people, I lend to poor people. You lend to men, I lend to women. You lend individually, I lend in peer groups. You lend thousands of dollars, I lend $25 max. And during the famine, when State Bank of Dhaka did not give loans to those 166 people, he gave them $15 each. Two things happened. They survived, they thanked him, and all the money came back with 10% interest. He said, this is a daunting business model. Why am I being teaching? As I say, you do when you can. If you can't, you lecture and teach. He set up Grameen Bank, and from 1983, Grameen Bank, except the year of inception, has never made a loss. In 2006, Dr. Muhammad Yunus was given the Nobel Prize for this. His strategic intent started in 1983. And you know what he said? He said, Grameen Bank's most profitable model is not microfinance. Grameen Bank's most profitable model is a very, very shocking model. What is that? Dr. Yunus went to one of those areas of Dhaka where you have many beggars. He caught all of 10 beggars and said, why do you beg? He said, what's your problem? I beg is my problem, none of your concern. He said, no, I want you to work. I'll give you $5. Buy some merchandise, buy some bread, buy some flowers, buy something, go to each house, try to sell. And he said, in 6 months, if I can raise 1,000 beggars, that'll be great. Those 10 beggars went, they used $25, tried to go house to house, sell groceries, sell flowers, do something, come back. His money came back. And in 6 months, take a guess how many beggars Dr. Yunus employed. Take a guess, give me a shout out. Lucky guy. How many? From 10, how many? He aimed at 1,000 in 6 months. How many did he get? A little higher. 500,000. And again, two things happened. 250,000 of those beggars said, we can't do this. We'll go back to what we call our core competence, begging. Half of those, 250,000 said, we will become salesmen, and it changed their lives. And the last one said, well, some houses are good for selling, and some houses are good for begging. We'll do both. It's a true story, I'm not joking here, right? Where is our strategic intent on engineering exports? 10,000 tons of electrogalvanized steel gets imported into this country every month. I'm sitting with a plant which has a capacity of 270,000 tons per year. And I'm barely running my plant at 20% capacity. Where is the pride in the whole chain of the fact that India can also become a viable exporter of electrogalvanized steel? Is the CEO of the topmost integrated steel mill today bothered that we are losing on opportunities of export of electrogalvanized steel because I cannot make enough steel available to American Precoat? I was talking to one of the board members of a steel company, and I said, what of the following three is your biggest anxiety as you enter your office? Number one, is it your stock price? Number two, is it millions of tons? Or number three, is it pride in exports and innovation? I hope I don't have to tell you the answer. The strength of the chain is equal to the weakest link. As long as there's one weak link, we will never be successful. Let us not be waylaid and become lethargic by this $418 billion. We have the potential to do $2,000 billion, provided every stakeholder is proudly integrated into the system by saying, yes, if American Precoat exports to Japan electrogalvanized steel, then the steel maker and the federal dispensation and every person included, the logistical guy involved in that chain, is compensated in terms of his heads up. As long as that doesn't happen, it's like saying you get Apple to India, and then you say, oh, well, you know, the glass for the Apple, we have it, but we can't give you enough of it. Why do you want special steel investment in India if you cannot take care of the vagaries of uncertainty and of the fact that it has immense potential? 10,000 tons of electrogalvanized steel gets imported every month, yes, sir. 33.5 million tons of electrogalvanized steel is produced every year in this country from Japan and Korea, which is just like Mumbai and Delhi. If you take that West Asia part, and you take away American Precoat's plant in Valsad, Gujarat, the second electrogalvanized steel plant is in France. There's no EG steel plant manufactured from France to Japan. And we run our capacity to 25%. I think so we need to sit down and allocate due respect and due weightage to each stakeholder in the chain and collectively come to a consensus saying whether American Precoat exports electrogalvanized steel, it was the steel provided by so-and-so steel mill, it was the zinc provided by so-and-so zinc manufacturer, and collectively the way Japan and Korea work. Korea works like a Chapal system. Mission statements. Mission statements are not ambition. We did experimentation a long time back. I took up the mission statement in one of the offices and placed it with their competitor's mission statement. Nobody noticed for 30 days. That's the value of our mission statement. No one noticed that the mission statement on their wall for the last 4 weeks was one that of a competitor. What's a mission statement? Mission statement was what John F. Kennedy said in the 1960s, we'll take a man to the moon and bring him back. So what excited people was, wow, bring him back. We could have left him on the moon. That was Apollo program in the 1960s. That was a strategic intent. He could have said, oh, we're going to be the most advanced country in aerospace and blah, blah, blah. He put it otherwise. He said, this is my white paper. In 1916, Apollo program is, we'll take a man to the moon and bring him back. We cannot expect government to do everything. And I don't think so. The problem lies with the government. I think so it lies with all of us stakeholders who are not willing to come to a point and answer the very first question that I asked. Are we seriously interested in engineering exports? And if we are, I don't think so it's a bigger problem. There can be a nodal agency who can be responsible, from inputs to assigning benefits. Customers don't buy products, customers buy benefits. Thank you, Monica, for bringing my side of thoughts bluntly to this forum. Sorry if I overstepped my timelines. From 15,000 miles, I'm entitled to those extra 2 minutes. Love to answer any question, but yes, can we achieve $2,000 billion? Yes, we can. Should we be happy about $418 billion? No, we shouldn't. Lots to be done. As Mr. V.R. Sharma said, I'll quote Elon Musk. When Tesla S was launched, we have a facility in Fremont right next to Tesla production facility. So by virtue of that, we have a lot of insights to what Tesla is. A company that was born barely 10 years back. Tesla valuation $800 billion. Put every automaker together in one pile. Toyotas, Chryslers, Daimlers, Mercedes, everybody. $650 billion. What did Tesla do differently? I can share the strategic intent if we have time. And when Model S was launched, Elon said, ladies and gentlemen, XC90 Volvo is no longer the safest car in the world. Welcome to the safest car in the world, Model S. What has EV got to do with safety? In the garb of EV revolution, what Tesla created was milestones. Today, we do not have SOPs in automotive check and balance which can rate Tesla on performance. We're having to rewrite history. And if this doesn't happen, with the prosperity that is flowing into India, with the prosperity that is flowing into developing countries, I must quote, I think it was Jim Morrison on his Oscar, when he said, "What should my kid do?" And his dad said, "Your grandfather used to walk 10 miles to school. I walked 5 miles to school. You drive a Cadillac. Your son drives a Mercedes. Your grandson will drive a Ferrari, but your great-grandson will walk again." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Tough times create tough men. Tough men create easy times. Easy times create weak men, and weak men create tough times." We have to raise warriors. This is the youngest country in the world. We have to have more youngsters coming into steel making. We have to have more youngsters willing to come into looking at engineering exports as a viable career option, which is not the case today. 8 out of 10 people want to go to Bangalore and do coding, or go to Pune or Noida, whatever it is. That needs to change. That skill development has to change, and that'll play a very integral role in how we innovate engineering exports. People should not take a flight from any part of the world to India just because it is cheap. This has to change too. Thank you for patiently listening. Thank you, Metalogic. Thank you, everybody. I wish you a great day ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Subgautam, as usual. And you have told very rightly, because there are a number of missing links are there in our export policy, or so many things are there. But if we have to ensure that our export base is increased, these missing links has to be closed. Whatever things are there, you have told very rightly that all stakeholder has to come on the same platform. One person cannot be responsible for making everything, and he thinks that he can do the export. People have to join hand. People have to support each other, so that collectively, when we work, we will improve our export potential also, as well as we will improve our competitiveness also. Today, you know that steel industry in India, on one hand, we say that we have large amount of iron ore available with us. But if you leave aside iron ore, most of the things we are dependent on import only. Whether you call coking coal, whether you call refractory materials, whether you call ferroalloys, everything is dependent on most of the things we are dependent on import. So our cost competitiveness is not in our hand where we can control. But if we work collectively, if we see what best we can be done, either by joining hand within country or outside the country also, we can see that we will be more competitive and can get a lot of opportunities of this export potential here. So I fully agree with you, Dr. Subgautam ji, that there are certain missing links. Government is addressing, but more need to be done, ji, so that whatever idle capacities are lying in various plants, like your plant you have mentioned, 70,000 ton capacity is there, operating at 20,000 ton only, and it is one of the best plant in the world, ji, starting from, if you see, electro-galvanizing and other things. So those opportunities are there, like electro-galvanizing and other things. Demand is going to come up. So if we don't utilize these capacities today, tomorrow again, if we go on investment, then again we will not be competitive. So we have to take advantage of these idle capacities and other things also, and see that where each and every part, whether it is MSME, whether it is a large part, he can contribute in promoting export, so that we can be positive on this side. Thank you very much once again. So now I request Gajendra Prasad ji, because he's from JSW, they are diversifying into various type of product, starting from electrical steel, long product, flat products, everything, and lot of exports also JSW is doing. They are also targeting number of new products which can minimize our import in the country. So I will request Gajendra Prasad ji ki please come and give us some views ki what JSW is planning and how he feels ki export can be increased from this country, particularly engineering export. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Subh Gautam ji, I think you have raised the bar, and this is probably the session just before the lunch. So I'm the only one standing before the lunch, and you. And when Dr. Kumar is here, Mr. Sharma is here, then I find myself a student to say anything and afraid that if goes well or doesn't go well, whether I will pass the test or I not gonna make it. But nevertheless, thank you so much for having me here, and it's my pleasure. Lots of thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the encouragement. Lots of heavy lifting has been done by Bhattacharya ji. So, I would like to share one of the conversation we just had in my Australia trip with Piyush Goyal ji. And in one of the discussion we had, and we were having this conversation about the total trade Australia and India has on the eve of, conversation on the FTA signing and this post B2B meetings. So I think $18-19 billion is the total trade size in the India, Australia has. So we were discussing with him that perhaps the next 5 years and the kind of a momentum we see, we should aim something like $50 billion at least. India-Australia trade need to be reached, and given the context of the recent FTA and the push. And then he was like, I'm thirsty, I'm hungry, I'm not satisfied with this. I'm not satisfied with this. We are talking about at least $100 billion for next 5 years. This kind of a thought our minister has for the commerce with the nations, and with probably this is the vision he is carrying when going with the FTAs, because I traveled with him on UAE side and I have seen his targets there, again raising the bar, doubling and tripling. So in this context, we are here to talk about engineering export. And, as one of the aspect engineering export has, one is that we are talking about the direct export, and another is the capital goods export, because it contains a lot of steel in it. That's we call secondary export. Our secondary export is also become extremely important. And to promote the secondary export, we have to do a lot of import substitution also. So for that, JSW has been pioneering, especially in automobile sector. We are making some of the steels coated product which nobody does. And then we have been successfully replaced, couple of import substitution has been done. The question Dr. Su asked whether are we capable of, are we want to do it engineering export? Yes, sir, we want. The nation wants to do. In Arnab Goswami style, we all want to do. Our minister wants, and not only that, thankful to the steel ministry and their PLI scheme, the specialty steel we are talking about, and CRGO. You might have traveled next time in India, and by the 2030, you might see another Google story when what happens in 2005 and what you are seeing in 2022. I mean, probably I'm that hardcore optimistic, because specialty steel, the boost perhaps the PLI scheme gonna give because of the steel ministry has taken special steps, and we all participating. Sharma ji is here, JSW is there, we all, NMS, MNS, everyone is participating, and we are very hopeful that we will do a lot of import substitution by that. In the morning session, you raise the price, talk about the steel prices, and this is one of the hindrance. And before coming to the dais here, we were just talking the steel prices with the steel ministry. And this is always a touchy and sensitive topic, and this, we were having to conversation whether the prices can be linked to index, whether Raw material prices can be linked to index and all those conversation, but the one thing which was coming out that this is the temporary phenomena. Because, Piyush Goyal ji again had a meeting with all the steel players and requested that there should be special pricing done for SME, and we all committed to it. We're still honoring till date. We committed to it. There is a separate website, MSME can go and order, and we are honoring it. And we settle that on a quarterly basis. But, at that time, I was part of that discussion, and they were asking that, can we have a discount of, 2,500 per ton, the MSME saying 4,000 per ton. We agreed some sort of amount, and we are honoring it. But the question is that after that, in the month of December, the general market corrected more than 2,500 per ton. The prices crashed. So I was just discussing with the steel secretary that, sir, this might be a phenomena because there is so many inflationary impact going on because of the Ukraine and Russia war has added further fuel in the coking coal prices already on the skyrocketing. So our raw material has gone, iron ore and other things has gone. So we are in a peculiar situation right now. So that's the one side of a story that perhaps we all feel that probably these are the prices which is not very good for the infrastructure projects and need to be corrected. But eventually, it's a market dynamics play a huge role to it. So now coming to the export side. So merchandise goods, I mean, we are all celebrating 419 billion. And if you see the year-on-year growth, that has been almost 46%. I mean, you can say that because of the corona, the base was lower, 290 billion, the previous to previous year. But 44 to 46% growth we have seen. And the similar growth, the way we have seen in merchandise goods, the similar almost 44% growth year on year in the engineering export we have seen, engineering the capital goods. That growth is also gone hands on hand. And steel sector and the engineering sector are the natural allies. We go hands on hand, we are hands in glove. So we are committed, and we are raising the bar. The industry has matured enough, competitive enough. Every day we are trying to substitute. Today, at JSW, we can say with the full confidence that if somebody come and say that we are looking this kind of a steel or that kind of a steel which is not available in India, we are capable of producing to India. There is a minimum size lot. You come to that minimum size lot, we will be capable of producing that. So that kind of a capability, the industry curve has matured. So that's the kind of a commitment we can offer to the engineering sector, because engineering sector almost more than 40% is still being imported for the engineering goods. We wanted to replicate that. Immediately $6 to $8 million is a need to be replicated immediately, because that's being used and the capability exists. Many times, import happens not just because it's not available. For example, if we talk about the aerospace, defense sector, there, the time taken by the quality certificates, they have long-term supply agreements. It's very difficult for a new entrant to come and make a place. There are a long, loyal list of supplier with a long-term agreement and lots of quality checks, and the new player comes, and then when it goes to the certificate qualities, I mean, it ranges from 18 to 24 months sometime. This is something need to be addressed. So that's also one of the reason. Many times the subsidiaries in foreign countries, upstream or downstream subsidiaries also, they take a decision. They have their own set of global suppliers. So import also sometimes happens with this. So having said that, there are few things which can be addressed. And the way government of India is doing, the way government is interacting with the industry player, and we as a steel player, we fortunate that we have a Ministry of Steel, our parent ministry, the way we heard our issues are addressed. And going onwards, if the bottleneck of infrastructure bottleneck can be removed, logistics, Mr. Acharya in the morning said very clearly that almost 1 million finished goods of steel need 4.5 million, the logistics supports because of the finished goods and raw material movement. So when we are talking about 2030, 300 million ton of steel movement, we are talking about 13 point something billion, the traffic, the kind of a tonnage of the movement of the goods. Can it be done by the Indian Railway? Then we need waterways, where ports need to be developed. JSW, we have a largest port company because we own the 8 port in the country, 8 port terminal. But then those port terminal, we need to lots of dredging need to be done. The larger vessels can't come there. So infrastructure has to take hands on hand. But at the same time, the way government is interacting and the way things are moving, perhaps that days are not very far that in 2030, the scenario will be very different. If you see more than 5%, CAGR growth we have seen in the capital goods when it comes to the growth in the capital goods production and CAGR basis. So, and this trend will continue because the government has come up with a scheme of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The government has come up with a scheme of Make in India. This is going to further fuel the demand. And while we are the second largest producer in the world and third largest consumer in the world, engineering sector is the third largest consumer of steel in the country. So it's a very, very important sector, and steel industry is committed to raise the bar, to join the hands with the success story of engineering sector and the export of engineering. These are some of my initial thoughts, and thank you, Monica, for this comeback session. And I would like to add this. Sir, I only know only 2 Bachchans, so the story is same. So thank you. Thank you so much, Metalaji. Thank you.
Thank you, Gajendra ji. You have told very rightly, you have replied to Subh Gautam ji also that we have intent to increase our export. And whatever maybe small things may be there, some missing links may be there, I think efforts will be made to fill up those links there. And I think government has announced this thing, PLI in 13 sector, involving around 1.97 lakh crore rupees. And to boost production, capital goods as well as products also, in electronics, in pharmaceutical, in dairy, in agriculture, in textile, in steel. And steel alone is around 6,232 crore rupees has been given. Because we are, as government is also assuming that a lot of this new industry will come, and new industry will give rise to new export opportunities, new employment opportunities. But one thing is what Sarmaji has also told in the morning, a lot of things is there where youngsters also has to be brought into the mainstream in the main steel making and other making. Because those things are deviating. We have to see how we can integrate those things and can utilize the benefits given by under these things, PLI schemes. There may be some issues in some PLIs, I think, and what Gajendra ji has told, government is continuously interacting with all the stakeholders, how to correct those things if any bottleneck is there, so that in time to come, these 13 PLIs can create global champions in various sectors, whether it is electronics, whether it is pharmaceutical, whether it is agriculture. And I think in time to come, engineering export definitely going to rise manifold. And in this journey, steel sector is going to play a very, very important role, because without steel, whether it is drone or anything, nothing is possible. Steel has to come. But we have to see how best we can utilize our internal resources so that some pricing control and other things what Gajendra ji has told, because it is not in our control, because most of the things are getting imported. Those things also we can keep a watch. So I would like, before ending, I would like to have some questions from the audience also, because time is also running out. So if people are having any questions with any of the panelists, so please, you can raise your hand and can raise the question. Any of the audience from this thing. Yeah, please. Monica ji, can you provide this mic?
So, I'm Jatin Sood from Mandi Gobindgarh. So I think you are well connected with Mandi Gobindgarh steel prices. My question is to GSPL that as me, as a steel making on a as a small unit with an investment of 10 crore, 200 crores, is there any, because you were talking about the price fluctuation, the price fluctuation on the large scale is affecting you, but it is affecting more on the ground level because it's affecting more on the base level, the people like us which जो लोग मतलब कि बहुत छोटे लेवल से जुड़े हुए हैं उनकी जो टोटल नेटवर्थ है दैट इज नॉट मोर देन 500 crores. So is it possible to for all over the India, all over जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे बैठे कि उस चीज़ को वो कुछ ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जाए जो बेसिकली जो बोलते हैं सट्टा बाजारी वो ख़त्म हो सके इंडिया से, बिकॉज आपको शायद इतना फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, जो छोटे लोग हैं उनको शायद बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ता है. हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है, हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरली बहुत अच्छा स्टील बना रहे हैं, वी आर ऑल्सो एक्सपोर्टिंग, बट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा होने से सब कुछ अच्छा नहीं होता है. प्राइसिंग को कंट्रोल करना, इट शुड बी ऑन एक्चुअल डिमांड एंड सप्लाई, नॉट ऑन द मार्केट फ्लक्चुएशन. कुछ न्यूज़ आ जाता है कि उसका इफेक्ट शायद नहीं आता है बट प्राइस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है, बहुत ज़्यादा कम हो जाता है. सो इन अ मंथ there is a fluctuation of 10,000 per ton. That is dangerous for small industry. Thank you.
Gajendra ji would like to speak, but one thing before Gajendra ji replies, I just want to एक चीज़ आपको ज़रूर बोलना चाहूँगा. जैसे कि जो लास्ट आपने कुछ समय में प्राइस का फ्लक्चुएशंस देखा है, जैसे कि जैसे सुबह मॉर्निंग में बोला भी गया कि 100 जयंत आचार्य जी ने कि $110 कोकिंग कोल प्राइस था, विच हैज़ गॉन टू अराउंड $700 ही. और आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि 45 to 50% कॉस्ट स्टील मेकिंग में वो केवल कोकिंग कोल से ही आ जाती है. तो उसका कितना बड़ा इम्पैक्ट स्टील के कॉस्टिंग पे आएगा, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन के ऊपर आएगा वो कर. दूसरा, यदि आप देखें निकिल के प्राइसेस जो हैं, जो 15,000-20,000 पे चलते थे वो 55,000 रुपीज़ पे पहुँच गए. उसके बाद यदि आप और भी दूसरे फेरो अलॉयज़ देखें, क्योंकि जितने भी हमारे पास फेरो अलॉयज़ वगैरह हैं, फेरो नियोबियम है, फेरो निकिल है, अधिकतर जो है हमको इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है. रिफ्रैक्ट्री के प्राइसेस 3 times 4 times बढ़ गए हैं क्योंकि हमारे पास रिफ्रैक्ट्री मटेरियल नहीं है. तो ये भी कुछ कारण है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं गजेंद्र जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि यदि वो कुछ इस बारे में ऐड करना चाहें.
Yeah, I totally get it, what you were saying, and I think Mukesh ji, you summarized very well. Pricing is something is very difficult to comment at this point of time. I personally believe that this may soften in times to come, but the point why this is at this level where it is today is well explained in the morning session also, and Mr. Mukesh ji just again reiterated. I totally understand the secondary steel sector is definitely getting more burned because their sustainability, their infrastructure, their capability to absorb things may not be as probably the primary, but I don't know there is a short-term solution to it, but the prices need to be softened, and its raw material will play a role, and then market itself corrected demand supply. I gave you the example of December month when it was so high and everyone was panicked, and then eventually it corrected around more than 3,000. So I'm having a high hope perhaps once the war is stopped, and then things will fall in place. But it's difficult to say. I think you and I are having both this information, and we are both are debating, and it's for you, it's for infrastructure as a nation as a whole. We are all waiting to something get softened, and eventually there should be a silver line. But I think at this point of time, I will say that hope for the war to stop and the raw material gets softened, coking coal and iron ore also, because the logistics, personally, just to share one data that, the iron ore which we excavate is like, it is a 700 rupees per ton. The cost of logistics we are paying to the railway is 2,700 rupees per ton. So eventually it's costing us 3,400 per ton. So sometimes, the correction happens in the international market, and sometimes even import become cheaper than, having a mines and exploration done, and then logistics transportation. So there is an inflationary pressure all over the raw material as well as the international global scenario. But I feel that this too shall pass, very soon. Yeah.
थैंक यू गजेंद्र जी। एंड जैसे कि सरकार ने भी थोड़ा सा वाटरवेज वगैरह को भी प्रमोट करने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भाई वाटरवेज भी थोड़ा प्रमोट हो, तो उससे लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी। इसी तरह से स्क्रैप अवेलेबिलिटी को भी इम्प्रूव कराने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि स्क्रैप अवेलेबिलिटी होगी तो एटलीस्ट जो प्राइमरी सेक्टर के ऊपर प्रेशर है वो थोड़ा सा कम हो जाए, सेकेंडरी सेक्टर से स्टील वगैरह आ जाए, वो उसको सेकेंडरी सेक्टर को। सो आप ये मत समझिएगा कि केवल आप ही इससे चिंतित हैं, मतलब पूरे अंदर मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर भी मैं थोड़ा बहुत जहाँ तक उनसे लिंक रहता हूँ, तो हर जगह जो है सेकेंडरी सेक्टर के बारे में कि कैसे इनका स्टील प्राइसेस को कंफर्ट दिया जाए जिससे कि इनकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी इंप्रूव की जा सके, क्योंकि आपका एरिया मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ ऑपरेशन स्मॉल है। तो आई फुल्ली अप्रिशिएट दैट थिंग एंड आई थिंक व्हाट गजेंद्र जी हैज़ रिप्लाइड दैट इज देयर। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन, एनी फ्रॉम ऑडियंस? So if any questions, sir? No. If we have no question, then I will close this thing session, and I will thanks my all the co-panelists, Dr. Subh Gautam ji, Sri Niladri Bhattacharya, and Sri Gajendra Pratap Singh for their contribution and expressing their views very openly and freely. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair Dr. Mukesh Kumar, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you for your very attentive presence and participation. With this, we conclude the session on current market scenario and interdependency of engineering sector on steel. We are very thankful to our esteemed panelists for their time and their contribution towards this session. Now, I would request the Bachchan of the steel industry, steel and mining industry, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude towards our esteemed panelists. May I please request you to kindly present a memento to Dr. Mukesh Kumar, our session chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. We are honored to have you, and thank you for chairing this session for us. A token of gratitude to Dr. Shubh Gautam. Thank you, Dr. Gautam. We are indeed very thankful for your time and presence. Token of gratitude for Mr. Gajendra Pratap Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for your extremely valuable time and presence. And a token of gratitude to Mr. Niladri Bhattacharya. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for your time and presence. Thank you, Monica. We'll have a... Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our first session or technical session of the day. We would break for lunch now. I know all of you must be really hungry by now. May I really request all of you, since we are running a little, beyond our scheduled time limit, may I request all of you to be seated by 2:15, so that we are able to make up for the lost time a little bit. Please enjoy the lunch. And please be seated by 2:15 for the rest of the sessions. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch.
building sustainable opportunities and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
One of the leading business houses in India, the Murugappa Group is a diverse conglomerate with interests that span many industries. Since 1949, Tube Investments of India Limited, the engineering arm of the Murugappa Group, has grown into an enterprise with a turnover of 5,000 crore Indian rupees, with products ranging from bicycles, automotive parts, railway structure.
मुश्किल हो जाए।
session. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We will begin with our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion on concerns and resolutions. Please join me on the dais, our session chair, Mr. Paramjeet Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, he has more than 27 years of experience. May I once again request all of you to kindly take your seats. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you really enjoyed the sumptuous lunch that was served to all of you by Metrologic. May I once again request all of you to take your seats as we are about to begin now. We'll begin with our second session now, the panel discussion on concerns and resolution. Please join me on the dais, our session chair, Mr. Rajiv Paul, Director NISST. He has over 30 years of experience in the iron and steel industry. He has served steel majors like ArcelorMittal, SR Steel, Jindal Steel and Power, and Bahrain Steel. He has exposure to the iron and steel industry across MENA, Europe and India. His forte is steel making. We are very honored to have you as our session chair. We also have our other eminent panelists, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal. Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal is Managing Director, Triveni Steel. He's based out of Bangalore, running his family business which he inherited from his father. He's also a board member of YPO Global One chapter, and he takes active part in the leadership roles it offers. Also, he's involved in a number of social initiatives. Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal. Our next eminent panelist is Mr. Deepak Vaidya, Business Head India, Chottakumpu, India. He has 26 plus years of experience in startup turnaround and high growth environments in multinationals and other companies. Recognized for his augmentative organizational capabilities, entering new markets and driving the innovations, Mr. Deepak Vaidya. Our next eminent panelist is Mr. Sudarshan, Senior General Manager, Plant Direction, Danieli India Limited. Mr. R. Sudarshan, he has more than 25 plus years of experience in manufacturing, serving various organizations like Lucas, TVS, Rani Madras, L&T. Currently, he works as Senior General Manager, Plant Direction and Factory Manager in Danieli India Limited, Sri City Factory. Well, these are our eminent panel, and for the next proceedings of this session, I hand the mic back to our session chair, Mr. Rajiv Paul.
We have been given quite an important topic to discuss here, and this is the concerns, and we'll look forward to the resolutions as well. So, to start with, our country, if you look at the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector, its contribution to GDP is very low, and it is just 17%. And we look forward to increase it. And we have not taken a path like China, or all the other developing countries. We have basically moved from agriculture to manufacturing, but we got stuck there, and our service industries started leading the GDP. So this is of concern to the manufacturing sector, which is deeply fragmented. I would say it is fragmented because steel is here not considered to be a raw material for the other manufacturing sector. And when you don't consider it to be a raw material, you think it to be a finished good, then we think of exporting steel as it is. So instead of exporting steel, we can basically give it to other manufacturers who can produce other goods, not only white goods or other smaller items. We need to produce capital goods. Even capital goods for the steel industry is not manufactured totally in India. So these are all concerns, and there are a lot of weak links in the steel industry as it is. We have ample coal mined in the country for the power sector, for power generation, for the cement industry, for the secondary steel sector who consume thermal coal. But unfortunately, the railways, they supply and transport to different parts of corners of the country. But I wouldn't say the railways are at fault. From mines to the siding, where the coal is being loaded onto the rakes, the loading time is very high. The turnaround time of the rakes are so high, so it gets held up for 24 hours, 36 hours, and the loading is totally manual. So here I look forward to seeing pipe conveyors, silos for loading of rakes, and the turnaround time can be in hours, in few hours time. And the rakes will be able to deliver coal to the industry very well. So with this setting, with these concerns, I just call upon Mr. Sudarshan, Senior GM Plant Direction, Denali, India, to
Good afternoon to all and my co-panelists who are present in the dais. It is really a very tough job to start the session after a heavy lunch. First of all, thanks to Ms. Monica and the team of Metallogic for inviting Danieli and me in this forum to talk about the issues what we are facing and some solutions which we can get it from this session. And I am representing Danieli India, who is a equipment manufacturer for the steel industries. So I am actually using the second, I can say I am a second level of steel user. So this is our company. Danieli is an Italian MNC which is having more than 100 years of experience in making steel mills, steel mill equipments, and we have presence in all across the globe. So as part of Make in India, we have started this India plant in Sri City, Andhra Pradesh, where we have more than 3 lakh square meters of land and 50,000 square meters of built area available. We have a whole engineering team and the sales and after service team available. And we have a strength of 360 people. And we have, as part of our vision to have manufacturing the same quality of products everywhere, like whatever quality we are manufacturing in Italy, it will be the same quality we wanted to deliver to the clients in India as well as Southeast Asia. So the same set of machines, same set of quality standards have been brought in to this place. So whatever we manufacture in Italy is going to be the same quality which we are delivering to the Indian customers. So there are a lot of imported machines we have installed in India to manufacture these close tolerances. And we have a automation division which takes care of plant automation in terms of up to manufacturing 4 also we have now started. So this is how we are making and delivering to the local clients. So now coming back to the today's title of concerns in manufacturing, as a manufacturers of equipment, these are some of the points which, even though it is not elaborate points, we wanted to start with a small bullet points wherein the availability of raw material, which is for European and international standards, is very difficult in India. So we are forced to import these items from abroad. Again, getting the material from China or other countries where we need to have a BAS standard certifications, this is again having a lot of difficulty in executing the orders. One of the main issue what as an industry we face is heavy castings in tune of monolithic for a tune of 60 tons and above. So some of the things we have to import from outside because of the non-availability. Then this major supply chain issues like bearings, heavy bearings, hydraulics and screw jacks, which are all used in the steel plant equipments. These are all non-available as per the standards. One more important point what we are facing is achieving the close tolerances which are required for the steel mill equipments. During assembly, we face a lot of fit and finish issues. Our engineering design is world-class design where they wanted all the fitment to be less than 30-20 microns. But the local suppliers are unable to manufacture those tolerances. So we have to take additional care in doing those repairs in-house. And special weld alloys or the processes are not available. Then for heavy induction hardening or nitriding or the localized stress relieving facilities for big jobs which is required for the steel mills are not available. Going by technology, as I said, high skilled and precision machining facilities are very rare, and even if we find they are all already loaded for the automobile and the windmill and power industries. So we have to develop our own suppliers. Then for heavy gearboxes, which are all used in steel mills, where we are finding it very difficult. So what we are doing is we are going to import those gears, and only the outer boxes we are manufacturing in-house. So this is one of the time-taking processes where we have to import it from Europe. So the quality standards for the onboard electricals, hydraulics, and the greasing systems is again a challenge where we are not having a CE or UL markings, we are not getting those items. So we have to again import from either US or Europe. So these are all the challenges in technological related. So when we talk about downstream processing facilities, again for our fabrication, machining, assembly, we have very high attrition. Whenever we do the training, we are actually going to the suppliers' places, doing the training. But once we do the training, the people leave. Again, it is a global problem which we are also facing because of this. And recently, we have a lot of power-related issues where operation of the plant itself is finding it difficult to run it in generators, or heavy investments are needed for solar and other systems. Then another major problem is the ODC consignments. Since the equipments are assembled and delivered to the site, we find very difficult to move through the roads or in port. And again, availability of containers and the brake bulk, this is also creating huge issues. Recently, we have executed an order to US where we could not able to find containers as well as ships. So we had to wait 2 months to get a shipping. And since the jobs are, each and every job is not specialized, in the sense it's custom built, we are finding it difficult to maintain the stocks or the some of the modular things we could not able to do it. So this COVID has made a big problem because the plant was constructed to serve the Southeast Asian countries, including India. But now with this current situation, we could not able to, due to the restrictions, we could not able to get the orders from US. Right now we have only US and Europe orders, but we could not able to get it through Asian countries as well as African countries. And due to this recent war, earlier we had some orders from Russia, but right now we don't have those orders also. Then Iran trade restrictions are there from last decade almost. So this is also, there are a lot of plants coming up, but we could not able to serve them. And this environmental related issues where we need to invest heavily on the technology for making the steel equipments. So related to Ukraine and Russia impact, we are mostly getting the heavy thick plates and pipes from Russia and Ukraine. Right now it is a very difficult job. So the European suppliers, they are not giving preference to the Indian importers. They are already they are running less production in their because of these issues. So we are finding it difficult to get it through. Again, already from morning everybody talked about the high steel prices, which we are also hoping that it will be better in the coming days. So this is again whatever orders we got. When we execute, the prices are exorbitantly high, which is again creating huge issues on the manufacturing side. And delays due to supply chain, due to the transportation and other reasons. This is also one of the major challenge for us. So these are all some of the expectations from our side, where we need to have a global manufacturing facility from the government to develop for a heavy casting and forgings, which is right now lagging. Then all the grades which are all used in Europe and US market, we need to have this developed in India. And for major blot out, we have to have some like PLA schemes to those suppliers like bearings and hydraulics, so that they can come here and manufacture those items. Then indigenization, localization, and standardization of all the bought outs. So this will also give a lot of leverage in delivery as well as in the cost. So already many people have talked from morning about the infrastructure development, like a dedicated freight corridors as well as roadways. We hope this should be taken care like high-speed local transportation, which has to be happening quickly. And like auto ancillary or for the IT hubs, we should have something for the heavy industry wherein all the suppliers can be in a specific space, so that we can have develop skills for those people also, so that our industry can develop with the second level of supplier base. So these are all the expectations from the session now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarshan. It was a nice presentation, and I think you have raised a lot of issues, and you are also one of the plant manufacturers of all types of the steel industry, across the steel industry, long products, flat products, pipes, and all. So I feel that you have also mentioned that there is a dearth of skilled manpower in the country. And absolutely, our youngsters are preferring to go to the IT sector rather than the manufacturing. So how to bring them back and get the demographic dividend to increase our contribution to the manufacturing, that is one of the major issues. And whereas we see that we are not able to create jobs, the creation of jobs will only happen if we increase our GDP contribution from the manufacturing sector. So this is one of the things which you mentioned. Another point you raised is the imports of plates and other steel products which you need to import from Europe. I think you have to develop certain vendors here in the country to get that produced here. As you know now that the shipping companies have consolidated and the freight rate has gone very high. I think it will be prudent on the part of the companies here in India, instead of importing, to develop vendors within our country and look forward to the exports of manufactured goods. That's my say on this. Now I request Mr. Deepak Vaidya, Business Head, Auto Company.
Firstly, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, organizers, for inviting me. Last week, when I received a call from Monica about this wonderful seminar that is happening, I first thought that I work with Autocompo. We do not have production in India. We sell the material in India, which is imported. So why I should come over here? But then I said yes. Reason being, 30 years back, when I was doing my engineering, I remember I don't remember whether I was in second year or like that, and that was the first time I presented a paper and remember the topic, export and challenges. And that was in somewhere in India International Center. So that was point number one. Point number two, if any one of you, you have been following me on the social media, my tagline is developing corrosion-free Bharat, a country with the purest minds, purest souls, and purest thoughts. And third thing, whosoever knows me in the industry, they know that I have always been talking about innovation and exporting the technology, exporting the engineering from India. So I said yes. So I'll not make any presentation about my company. My name is Deepak Vaidya. You can Google Autocompo, you will know it. But I'll put across some points. What are the challenges that we are facing in India that I feel for export of steel, or rather engineering? First thing, going back to July 2019, Prime Minister's Economic Panel, they suggested that the expenditure on R&D in India should increase to 2% of GDP by 2022. So we are in 2022. That time it was 0.6, 0.7%, and I think we are still at the same level. So that is the one big challenge. Within country, we are not investing on R&D. Maybe people, everyone, all the steel manufacturer or the downstream industry, they are doing some R&D, but for their product. Not as a technology. We are not developing the new applications where we can actually sell the steel, where we can actually push the consumption of steel. So that is one thing I think we are lacking. That is one big challenge. The previous speaker, he talked about lack of talented manpower, but I slightly disagree, sir. Globally, there are Indians who are running big companies. You go to any sector. So I do not agree that we have lack of talented manpower. We have, but what we are missing is competence mapping and assessment. So it is a challenge with the industry. There is a talented manpower, but we are not able to map their competency. So we are not putting the right people to the right work. So that is one big challenge we need to look at. And yes, people are shifting to IT sector. I had been a part of Indian Institute of Metals Delhi chapter for long, and I know we used to discuss that why metallurgists are not coming to the industry. That is a big challenge. But let us take a holistic view overall. If you have gone through the World Happiness Index that is declared every year, out of 150 countries, India is at 136th place. So it means the people are not happy with whatsoever they are doing. So why it is like that? If we go into the depth, you follow the countries, you will see starting from Finland, then Denmark, or like that, you find that the innovation is directly proportional to the this World Happiness Index, because most of the people who are participating in this survey are the professionals who are actually giving their feedback, and that is how it comes over. So what we should do, we should invest more and more on the innovations. Third thing, we talk about sustainability in our business, but what practically we are doing about sustainability? I was not there in the initial sessions, but I know what happens in all these sessions. You have all the water bottles lying over there. We drink half of it, keep it. During the tea break or in the lunch, the hotel staff comes, removes it. So we waste a lot. But why not we develop a culture, and if there are hotel staff over there, I would request them also. Please tell everybody, or the organizer, tell everyone that have a marker, write your name on the water bottle, and if half of the bottle is left, please keep it there. Either you take it away, because then we are saving, otherwise let us not cry about that we do not have drinking water. We are wasting it ourselves sitting over here. So that is another point. Talking about the carbon footprints, I will speak what is relevant to the steel industry only, not to the whole. There are 21 UN sustainability goals. The point number 3, the third goal is good health and well-being, and that is not of only your plant equipment, but of your employees. That is very important part. You need to take care of that. Fourth one is quality education. You need to continuously educate your employees with the new innovations, what they are doing, how they learn the new technology, how they develop it. Sixth one is clean water and sanitization. I just talked about clean water. Seventh is affordable and clean energy. So let us start working on that. I'll just talk about in India, if you know, we have this global solar commission is something there, and that is headquartered in Gurgaon, International Solar Mission. They have a headquarters. And whenever I meet someone from there, I always say that why you are pushing only PV modules in India? Why not the CSP, which is a concentrated solar power? You can have the tanks. I know it's an initial investment is a bit high, but then you can have that tank. You don't need that much of space, and it contains some type of salt. You can conserve that energy, and you can utilize it in the night also. That is another thing. Even if we are going to the PV module, we have so many lakes, so many canals. Why don't we put the structures on that? First thing, you have a solar energy. It will catch over there. Downflow, it's a water. It will keep it cool. So you have a good gradient to take care of that. So that is another thing we need to look at, apart from the hydel and all that you have to do. And then the eighth is decent work and economic growth. Of course, the company should grow, company should make money. Of course, we are not here for the charity. We have to make the money for our company, but then we have to look into that we do a decent work, the nice workplace. Then accordingly, we have industry innovations and infrastructure that I just talked about. Then sustainable cities and communication. Yes, it's a very good initiative of the government that we are talking about the sustainable cities. But personally, I feel that this is not something new. I think even the Harappa or Mohenjo-daro, they were also sustainable. So probably we need to think, what does sustainability means? It doesn't mean that you keep on investing. The thing is, you have to use the right resources. Reason being, you do not have two earths. You have only one earth. And if you go to this ecological depth day, which this year will fall somewhere on 22nd of August, which means we will consume all the resources that Earth can produce for you for this year. So you are taking it out after 22nd of August, you will take it out from the future generations. 12th is responsible consumption and production, which I talked about. Then 13th is climate change. I just mentioned you what is. And 17th is partnership for the goals. Like, yes, you have the customers, you have the vendors, but what I suggest, if we have to develop the exports, we have to develop those partnerships, not only with your customer or vendors, but even with the specifiers, even with the people who are the process licensors. There should be a committee, or there should be a continuous dialogue that, see, if someone has written some standard, it doesn't mean that it holds good always. There should be continuous upgradation, not because of the quality, but depending upon the resources or allocation or that we have in the country, that how we develop it and develop our engineering and export and do that. Another thing, the last point which I talked about is the cost of corrosion. It is 3.4% of the GDP globally. In India, it is 4.2%. Sir, I said 17% is industry production, and we have a lot of share of agriculture in our GDP, but I would say there is something else, agriculture, which we should leave apart, and that is not AGRI, but AGREE. It is our responsibility that if we feel that something is wrong, if some specification is wrong or something is happening wrong, please raise your voice. Please speak out, please share your thoughts, because you have a lot of knowledge, as I said, we have a lot of talented manpower. So probably let us leave that agriculture, of course, agriculture, AGRI, we should develop. And final thing, my last point, what I would like to say is the missing innovation around the customer's money-making model. That is one thing the industry is missing. We do the innovations, we do it for our process, our products, to sell our products, but how many of us think that with this innovation, how my customer is going to make the money? He has his set, he will not change his business because of you. But within his set of business, how you can add value so that he makes more money out of that. You teach him about life cycle costing, because now the government also has that in its tenders and all that. You can push the LCC life cycle and how your customer is going to make money. That is how, if we combine all this, we will be able to increase our engineering and exports in the global market. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Vaidya. You have nicely spoken on different aspects. And coming from, I think Outokumpu is a stainless steel producer and is one of the, what you call it, renowned stainless steel producer. So I would, you talked about the talent. See, India is already having talent. We have good engineering colleges, and there are, but the problem is we are trying to map the jobs, we are trying to fit people, and when they actually become capable of performing, they find that they are not in the proper place. They find that the workforce who are reporting to him, who are above him, he becomes a misfit sort of thing. There are a lot of instances where we see in the manufacturing that a qualified engineer is posted. I can give an example that there is a what you call the bread plant, Golden Harvest. You must be knowing, who are staying in Delhi. They have the bakery near Bhiwadi. There, the old timers who are still serving the industry, because you require skill to produce breads, they recruited few good engineers there, but they didn't continue there because they were not satisfied with the workforce they are having, and some new equipments were also supposed to come, but they left. And we find then it shows that the manufacturing as such, even if it is a food industry, attrition is very high. How to control the attrition in the manufacturing sector and stop migration of the workforce from what you call the manufacturing to the other sectors is we need to have a deeper insight and how to stop, and then only we can actually increase, we can do good to what you call the job creation. And that's it. That is what is actually plaguing our economy. And now is the time, this is the Amrit Kal is the time where we will be getting our demographic dividend. And if we are not able to get this demographic dividend, we'll be a loser. So we need to work hard and do our bit to extract the demographic dividend and direct our workforce to the manufacturing sector. And now I call upon Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal from Triveni Steel to.
Good afternoon, friends. Wake you up a bit. I didn't want to give a lecture standing there. Thanks, Monica, to give me an opportunity to come here. I don't see the manufacturers and the leaders here, but hopefully the message goes to them. We are the guys who actually deliver the steel to the last mile. We all forget in the economy chain who's last. So remember the consumer, because Amazon reminded you that you can get your stuff in a day. Earlier you used to send your mom or your grandmother to get your last mile. And this is what Triveni Steel stands for. We've been serving the steel industry over 5 years, 50 years, 5 decades, third generation. What I want to bring through this forum, the importance of a service center, importance of a trade community, importance of the last mile. How do we get our steel manufactured at the plant to the user? How do you get it to the farmer? How do we get it to the builder? How do you get to the contractor? Yes, Steel Authority has tier 2 systems. JSW has their dealers. But you imagine the steel lies on the road and somebody is uneducated person cutting it. How safe is your building? I invested in a cut and bend plant. Not even one contractor bought steel from me. Even the Bangalore Metro bought a couple of 1,000 tons. They said, no, Ashravad, our contractor's doing it cheaper. When we process steel we used to process for POSCO, and they used to pay us at least $50. If I go into an Indian manufacturer and say, can't you do it for $10? What is it? It's only a machine and cutting it. So these are some of the challenges which a last mile looks at. And I request Monica and Metallogic platform to actually educate the manufacturers that last mile is their partner to success. And I was in SAIL award ceremony or customer meet yesterday. Steel Authority also has changed, and they don't call us dealers anymore, they call us partners. So I guess somewhere the change is happening, but it has to be more transparent, more important, and more well laid out for the system. The other part, very interesting, is technology. All of us buy our steel through, or our personal items through online, but how much of us goes through digital platform? Steel is not digital. Why not? There are some companies who have come up like Off Business, ZWorks, Metal Street, XYZ. How much penetration do they have? They've all turned themselves to NBFCs. But where is the steel last mile delivery gone? We spoke about logistics when these companies came in. They got funded for being in logistics or being the last mile delivery. They've all gone into financing. So there's a huge opportunity again if the traders, the service centers, and the manufacturers partner give finance. So when you talk about when you talk about manufacturing, what your supplier or your SME wants is credit, because you're going to pay him after 90 days or 60 days of the goods. Somebody in between has to fund them. So earlier the trade community used to that. But if it all becomes certified technologically, that you are an A-grade customer and you get that credit line, or you certify it. So it all becomes very transparent. So we all have to think about how do we get steel cheapest to the user. And this is what I think we should all invest in as manufacturers. We can manufacture the best steel, but if the guy in Bangalore, we've got industry called Pune or Ghaziabad or Baroda, doesn't get the steel in time at the cheapest way, what's the user producing it? I mean, the efficient way of producing it. And yeah, I would like it more interactive. If somebody's here to ask questions about how do we change, how do we make how do we change the way steel is used in India, I would be happy to say that, because I've traveled the world just studying the way steel is used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. You have put up some pertinent, issues, which actually is plaguing our the whole manufacturing sector. Most important thing is the pricing mechanism in this country. Here, we basically don't respect a particular price for a particular period of time. Mostly work on almost like spot prices. The secondary steel sector that sattabaji is going on fully. So there cannot be any control mechanism, but it should be self-regulatory. That's most important. Self-regulation is almost absent in this country. So when I was actually trying to sell steel in the Middle East, and my Chinese competitors, the Arabs there, they told us, see, when the price is rising, you don't respect the contract. You try to break the contract. But when the prices are falling, then also you expect the things to be in your favor. So always we see this mechanism we always think steel is like a vegetable. Today is 40 rupees, tomorrow it is 30 rupees, and if I can get it 10 rupees, it is very good. So we cannot buy and sell steel in this fashion because it is backed up by, suppose, a ton of steel or a million tons of steel is backed by about few thousand employees. And they are manufacturing it. Not like a small producer who is growing vegetables and selling it in the market. And that's why you see that even in the agricultural sector, the person who is growing is not able to make money. It is the traders who are making money. So we have to come out of all this. We have to, this service mentality, we have to just little bit go on the back foot and see how we can deliver, how we can operate, and how we can have a self-regulatory framework, which cannot be actually defined by any government mechanism or a gazette notification. But we Indians have to work on it, basically. So I think this is my take on this. And now I open the floor to to everybody. If you have any question to any of our panelists, you can put it up. Yeah, somebody at the back.
Sir, myself Vinod Kumar Singhal.
Sudarshan ji. Somebody started?
Yes. Vinod Kumar Singhal, CGM Marketing. Actually, this question is mainly addressed to Mr. This question is addressed to Mr. Agarwal. You told that steel producers need to look at how this steel is delivered to the next mile user. And this work is primarily done by traders, trade community. What you are doing, this processing of bars and all this, I'll add to it. We can take a cue from what is happening in other countries and how the service sector, particularly once the steel has been produced at the main producer's end, that you will agree that every activity cannot be done by the main producer. They are focused on volumes, and then the rest of the activities have to be taken by other people in the market. Maybe it is by traders or other service providers. You can have cutters or like if you see Europe, etc., they have very fine cutting tools, laser cutting tools, slitters, shearing machines, straighteners, like all these things. But I find this still we lack in our country, and most of the time, many users, they have to themselves run from one door to another. कहीं पे उसको slitting कराएंगे, कहीं पे उसको straightening कराएंगे, then they are able to put it to use in their premises that. So this is one suggestion. This can be taken by the traders, and this can be mutually beneficial, and this will be complementary to the main producer's roles. Secondary,
Sir, rightly put, but what's happened in the last couple of years, the manufacturers have got greedy and they've set up their own service centers on the help sake that is for automotive industry, and they've killed the traders. Not with sale, but some manufacturers, it's not right to mention names here. But what happens is the trade actually services the last mile. But when the manufacturer themselves are servicing the product, delivering the product, then what happens? The costs are high. We employ an engineer at 25,000. A manufacturer cannot do that. My cost of servicing is $10, or say $1. I can give it at $10 or $7. If we can Indian rupees, अभी 250 रुपए में cutting कर सकते हैं हम, या 500 में कर सकते हैं. Manufacturer charges 1,000. So I'm saying, how do we bring down these last mile deliveries costs? And what you rightly said, yes, it's the trader's job to do that. But the manufacturer starts doing it, we lose out on it, on our investment.
Sir, one thing again, since morning it is being deliberated that how we can control the cost and all this. One thing which I am not rashly suggesting, but one cue can be taken, like what is happening in China, etc., that prices are not rising so phenomenally as we see in our country, because there this forward trade is very powerful there, and forward trade is not a simple bogus trade. The forward trade is linked to the actual deliveries. If you are not able to scare off the deals entered by you, then you are liable to actually either take it or give it if you have entered into any sort of deal. So all main knots of steel are here. Something can be deliberated on the lines. Can we take clue from other countries and try to bring out some stability in the price regime in our countries? Thank you, sir.
I guess we can do that through technology. That's why I think technology is going to change the way we're going to use the steel in the future.
This is Vijay Atreya. We are very happy Daniel is into India, my state of Andhra Pradesh. It was a dream for us, for being in steel industry. It was one of our key dreams that a manufacturing company, especially in the rolling mill machinery, we wanted it in India. Danieli, SMS, Primus, these organizations are very badly needed in India. You've thrown up a very pessimistic figure today. We want you to be encouraged. There's no doubt about it. See, castings, I'll tell you, the foundry division, I'm one of the members of the Indian Foundry Men. We are the largest casting divisions in the world. And you showing a pattern that we don't even cast 60 tons. Ashok Leyland does 180 tons. So this is the way I think we need to really look at. I think I require you to really look at machinery production in a very optimistic manner. Any difficulties, you just let me know, I'll help you out. Being an Indian foundry man. See, I'll tell you, foundry in India is 180 years old. That is the way we are. And a machinery manufacturer telling me that he can't get a 60-ton foundry cast unit, it's very unsuccessful. So Danieli, we respect Danieli very, very heavily in India. In fact, I am from Vizag. Vizag steel plant, if somebody is there, I think Vikas and rest of the people are here. Their new plants are totally Danieli. So we want you to be very optimistic and we want you to be successful. We want you to move a lot of materials to America, China, and everywhere in the world. And we don't want you to be disappointed. We will always encourage you from the ministry.
Thank you for that information. But really, we'll have to be separately talking about this availability, because in reality, there are different issues we are facing. Maybe the total simple casting, it is possible, but the equipments needed for the steel plant, the housings which we are trying to get it, there we face problems. When we go to the manufacturer, there is a capacity available on the furnace, but when it comes to the actual casting, we have some problems. So this we can always talk in a different forum.
This question is for Mr. Agrawal. Make me understand a small, tangible benefit of a very large primary steel producer investing in a service center. In a service center. Now that investment will not change his top line by probably 4th decimal place. Not only that, it puts him into the insurmountable pressure of increased man count, head count, because he's a public listed entity. So if this is the trend in India that primary steel makers are diversifying into service centers, I can assure you it's temporary. And where I'm coming from is from a very saturated market, North America. Do you think US steels cannot put a service center? Or US steels cannot do color-coated coils? Of course they can. Make no mistake that the basic technology of hot rolled was not invented elsewhere. It was Mr. Carnegie, Charles Carnegie, who invented because of the rail line revolution in US, when we had the first central line from Pittsburgh to New York. And when he gave up his well, that's why we call the central terminal. The New York terminal is called the center terminal because of the center state line. So whirlwind central states in North America, last mile connected service centers, they hold the highest respect in the chain. They're the ones who deal with the customers. They're the ones who carries the knowledge. And they're the ones who probably we go to understand what needs to be done. It's like things to not to do is what we understand from service centers. So answer this question, why is it the other way around in India, and how does it help the business?
You're right. I've traveled to Pittsburgh and I've seen the service centers. Some of my machines I did buy from that part of the world. This is after college, so this is just for entertainment. And Monica, I've seen students at the back, so it's to encourage them to get to steel. I started working age of 16 and took over the business at 22. My only wish was to put up a service center. Irony is, 20 years down the line, I'm competing with the manufacturer at 100 times the cost which I've set it up. I bought used machines from the US, Korea, Japan. It's 1/4 the cost. I can be competitive. I can make steel better, serviced. Now, if you reverse it, why it happens in India and we don't encourage downstream operators is the margin, the incremental margin they make. And this incremental margin is attracting the manufacturers to be in the business. They say we can hire better people, we can hire better teams, and let them run it. It's the right way of thinking, but it's not the most efficient way of thinking. When you look at the US, they'll encourage a galvanizing line to come up, a coated line to come up, electroplating line to come up, service centers to come up. And the small service centers, they range from 5,000 to 25,000 tons a month. They're not large. But here we have Indian manufacturers putting 1 million ton service centers, capacity service center. So yes, why it's reversed in India is only the greed of the incremental margin.
Yeah, I can say something on this. See, till before the pandemic took over, the margins were under tremendous pressure in India with the major steel players. And many of the steel companies went bankrupt at that time. So they were looking avenues to enter the service industry, so that their margins, the net realizations go up. So I think that was the thing which I think will be, now the prices have gone up, systems have changed. I think people again will be encouraging you in the next decade to come up. So any more questions?
One last question I want to ask.
Yes.
This is the highly diverse panel we have. Like we have one, Mr. Deepak representing stainless, then Mr. Ashavar representing steel service centers, then Mr. Sudarshan, representing Danelli, and you are representing secondary steel. So you based out at Ludhiana. I want to understand, and वहाँ पे क्या है कि सबसे ज़्यादा manufacturing होती है, and MSME sector is huge. So as a representative of NEST and secondary steel industry, what kind of challenge do you see with the engineering companies and the small MSME? Is it only the price or is it something else? As in, what is the concern, main concern?
Price is, now the price has been, is an issue. The other thing is that they need new ideas, new technologies, new machineries. And they, see, a lot of promoters can fund. And another most important issue is our banking system. See, you heard about Shubh Gautamji speak about Muhammad Yunus. That sort of banking system should be there in India to promote the small entrepreneurs who can put up industries, bring in technologies, and start manufacturing, which they can export. That is not happening. We are only interested in bigger companies, bigger plants, bigger, and then see, the manufacturing has a lot of difficulties. Most important thing, you need to have an environment clearance, you need to have a land. Then over that, you have to wait till you get consent to operate. All those things come up, basically.
But is it that banks are not interested in small companies?
See, banks, everybody take the easier path. If a company comes and asks for 10,000 crores with collaterals and all, They will give that, disburse that 10,000 crores to a particular company, totally. On the other hand, there will be suppose about 4,000 or 5,000 small promoters asking for a small amount of money, and then they will ask for collaterals and other things, and what you call the disbursement doesn't take place. So you don't generate those, you don't inculcate and encourage those smaller promoters. And that is a big issue. Then how we go about it? And Punjab, you are talking about, Punjab actually is a landlocked state. They don't have raw materials. The raw materials come from different states. They produce the finished goods. There are cycle manufacturing and other manufacturings are there and a textile is there in Ludhiana. They do everything, and they are hardworking people. That's why they are surviving. But the most important thing is that you require innovation, technology in manufacturing. So that's, I believe, is the need of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, our session chair, Mr. Rajiv Paul, for making this session very lively and for giving all your very valuable inputs between all the addresses of the eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very thankful to our eminent panel for their time, and as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with a memento. I would once again request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly thank and present a token of gratitude to our session chair, Mr. Rajiv Paul, Director, NISST. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul, for your presence and time. We are also thankful to Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal, Managing Director, Triveni Steel. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for your time and presence. Also, a token of gratitude to Mr. Deepak Obaidya, Business Head, India, Autocompu. Thank you for your time and presence. We would also like to present our gratitude to Mr. Sudarshan, Senior General Manager, Plant Direction, Danieli India Limited. Thank you for your time and presence. Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our second session, the panel discussion on concerns and resolutions. All of you have been very patient and all of you have been very interactive. We thank you for that. We would shortly begin with our next session after this photo op. Thank you. We would now begin with our next session. This is third session, the panel discussion on government support for encouraging the engineering goods. Please Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting our session, or the chair of this session of ours, Dr. Mukesh. May I request you, sir, to kindly join the dais. I would also request our eminent panelists for this session to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. A.K. Agrawal.
जब मैदान में टिकना मुश्किल हो जाए तो काम
Mr.
आती है
Arun Kumar
अंदर की
Agrawal
मजबूती।
has taken over as the Director Technical
जो आपको
of
कभी टूटने ना
Mekon.
दे, गिरने ना
At present, under his leadership, a large number of EPC projects in the area of coke oven batteries, material handling and blast furnace are being executed. He is also providing guidance towards design, engineering consultancy, project management and commissioning service for a number of projects of national importance. Thank you for joining us. Our next session panelist is Mr. Sushim Banerjee.
Towards self-reliant India. Humbly serving
Mr. Sushim Banerjee is also the Honorary CEO of Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council. under the mandate of National Skill Development Corporation. We are thankful to Mr. Banerjee, CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector, Skill Council, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Our next panelist is Mr. Arunesh Bharti, Head Exports Long Products, JSPL. May I request, he's also gracing the dais. He joined SAIL as Management Trainee Technical at Bhilai Steel Plant in 1987 and has worked at International Trade Division of SAIL for past 7 years and currently posted as Chief General Manager. May I also, with this, we'll start our session, and for the next proceedings of this session, I hand it over to our session chair, Dr. Mukesh.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, all my co-panelists here. Actually, this session was to be chaired by Srimati Rasika Chobe, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, but last moment she got some urgent work in cabinet. So she has gone there, that's why she could not come, and she has conveyed her apologies for not coming this thing. So I will be just chairing this session on behalf of her, this thing. So a very good afternoon to everybody.
One of the leading business
this session is basically on government support, what government is taking initiative in promoting export of engineering goods, steel and other things. One thing you will realize that as soon as this industrialization and economic development takes place, it drives the growth of the capital manufacturing industry also in the country. Several countries like China and other things, they have witnessed this thing. Whenever their industrialization, their economic development has increased, so their capital goods manufacturing also has increased. And they have taken the opportunities also. Today they are the world leader in capital goods export, steel export and everything. Now that thing is coming to us. Why I am saying that this thing is coming to us? Because today's government focus is on infrastructure development, on economic development. Government has issued a plan, Gati Shakti plan, by which we are connecting rail, road and waterways. Lot of projects are going to come. Housing for all, this is coming up. Bharatmala project is coming up. So many things are coming up. So this will opening up the economic development of the country. And when we are saying economic development means it is giving opportunities for capital goods manufacturing to start in the country. If you go back, in 2013, India was the net exporter of the steel. But after 2014-15, what happened? Due to some turndown, again India became net importer of the steel. Lot of restriction came, other things came. So when we were making National Steel Policy 2017, that time we realized where we are going wrong, what need to be done. So those were the things at that time we realized that capital goods manufacturing at that time, when we reviewed what is the steel consumption, why capital goods manufacturing is not taking place, we realized it is only around 18 million ton of steel which was getting consumed in your capital goods manufacturing sector. So that time they thought if capital goods unless you build the capacity for capital goods manufacturing capacity in the country, things are not going to improve. So if you see the National Steel Policy 2017, a target was set that by 2030 at least we should aim to increase this 18 million ton to 15 million ton consumption in capital goods manufacturing. And if we go to the 50 million ton capital goods manufacturing, this will support other industries also. At the same time, it was also thought because most of the steel plants are coming, so we should develop some steel manufacturing capacity, equipment manufacturing capacity also in the country. Like just now, Danieli has told, they are facing problem even to get a casting done in the country. So that type of means something is missing. Either we are not in a position to address this thing. Today, we are planning around 150 million ton of steel plant expansion are going to come in the country. Out of 150 million ton, more than around 120 to 125 million ton expansions have already been announced by JSW, JSPL, Tata, SAIL, everybody is trying to become double the capacity. But from where these equipments will come? Are we going to continue to import these type of equipment and everything and go on increasing our this thing? When we buy these equipments from outside, then spare parts, other things also again become the problem. So should we continue this thing or not? So to debate this thing, Mr. Agarwal is here. In 2018, first time, Government of India had a conference, Capital Goods Manufacturing Workshops. And there we invited all the international players from the steel plant people and other people. Why don't you come? Let us discuss what opportunities are there in India and where we can form some joint ventures and other things. So we had a long conference there at Capital Goods Manufacturing. We finalized around 38 MOUs with BHL, HEC, Mekon, and other companies, that somebody will start this equipment manufacturing in India, somebody will start that. So number of these things was planned. But unfortunately, that COVID came in between. And it has spoiled everything. Whatever momentum was there, after that momentum, we could not take it forward. And again, today we are dependent on this thing. Just I am taking one example. Even our rolling mills, rolls, Tata was having some facilities. And that facilities also has gone. Now we are totally dependent even for rolls also, for outside country and looking for China and other countries. On one hand, we are saying we want to increase our long product capacity. We want to increase our flat product capacity. So can we continue with this thing? For even rolls, for consumables, everything, we are dependent on foreign these things. So somewhere, something need to become there. So again, ministry is reviewing. And when we found that this has capital goods manufacturing and other thing is not picking up, that time we thought, why don't we come with PLI schemes? In PLI scheme also, like other sectors, electronic sector, solar sector, it has picked up. A lot of people are coming forward. But in the steel sector also, we have issued policy. But again and again, we are getting number of comments, issues, everything. Recently, we had a big conference where we have called even several countries also. Why don't you come here? Let us join, take help of this thing. Because some of the steel which we are not in manufacturing in the country, at least we should start manufacturing those also. So that also is a government initiative, what we are doing today. And everywhere we are seeing that we are not in a position to do this thing. So we hope that with this PLI scheme and other things, Mr. Agarwal is here, they are controlling, they have framed the policy, guidelines, everything also. He will give more light on this thing also. And I hope, because government is trying to do whatever they can do within the framework, whatever is there. That's why every time we are holding discussion with various stakeholders and everybody. And unless we do this thing, unless we complete this thing, we come to some common understanding, it will be very difficult. That's why you must be seeing why PLI scheme is again getting revised and new things are coming forward. So with the hope that because we are looking low as attention, government is ready to interfere in this business. And wherever any support is required, that's why you may have seen hydrogen mission has come, bioethanol mission has come, coal gasification mission has come. They are giving capital subsidy to the tune of around 20% also in some of the scheme like bioethanol production and other things. Similarly, in coal gasification also, they have announced fiscal and financial incentives. At least something should start getting manufacturing in the country. So whatever suggestion will be there from the stakeholders, we are already incorporating. And whenever we are getting any representation or anything in the ministry, that also we are taking care. But one thing we have to take note of this thing, that steel sector is a deregulated sector. We don't have direct control on this thing. We can facilitate that thing. Only facilitation is possible, but regulation is not possible. So that's why within that framework of the facilitation, whatever is there, even whatever will come in this seminar also, I will try to take it and present to the ministry also so that necessary thing is done. And with hope that with all support and with all cooperation, this capital goods manufacturing sector in India will boom and we will realize the best opportunities available in the export market here. So with this context setting, I would like to now invite all the panelists one by one to share their views because most of these people have worked in one way or other with either the PSUs or still they are working in PSUs companies or in other government department. So they are also interacting with the stakeholders. So they will be also sharing this thing, their experience and other things. So Mr. Susim Banerjee has to catch the flight. So I am requesting Mr. Susim Banerjee to come first and give his. Thank you, Susim ji.
सुशील नाम से एक्सक्यूज मी, ये थोड़ा स्क्रीन में कर दीजिए पूरा. ये क्यों आ रहा है?
फुल स्क्रीन हाँ
फुल स्क्रीन
उस पर कर रखा ना स्क्रीन को सही कर रखा इसलिए.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my fellow panelist, Monica, and I must say that Metalogic is doing a wonderful job. This is the first offline webinar I am also attending after so many 2.5 years. And so thank you, Monica, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on a subject which is very, very critical at this moment because in global trade, the indirect trade in steel is getting more and more importance because of the fact that from the user point of view, it is not only the steel as a profile, whether it is a long product or flat product, but more of a fabricated product which can be put to use instantly. So that is how the whole concept of engineering goods containing steel that has come up. And therefore the importance in India, because India has been a large importer of engineering goods, and our whole policy of Honorable Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar Bharat is to energize and create indigenous capacities so that these imports of engineering goods can be minimized, so to say. I would not say that we will totally replace import of engineering goods. That is a long-term affair, but at least it can be minimized by way of giving a lot of impetus to the domestic manufacturing capacities of Indian capital goods industry. But the problem is somewhere else, and why? For that, I think Indian steel industry has to come up. Because once you develop the capacities of capital goods industries, the basic raw material, that is the special steel and steel that is used for various specific purposes of those engineering goods, must also be supplied regularly, and I would say that it should be developed indigenously. And that is the whole origin of this beautiful scheme of production-linked incentive scheme, PLI scheme, that is now announced by the government for 14 sectors, worth of about 1.97 lakh crores, which is enormous, if you so to say. And this is a very good opportunity for not only for the large players, but also for the small and medium, steel mills. Many of them are already, developed a lot of good amount of alloys and stainless
and various special steel products within the carbon steel. And they have been exporting also quite a lot. So my presentation is very brief, and I would like to point out one or two areas which have not been, because since morning I have been hearing, various issues, lot of critical issues have been pointed out, but one or two areas I want to highlight, and that would, be the another welcome, approach to the whole concept of enhancing export of engineering goods, and I also add that minimizing the import of engineering goods, because that is the ideal scenario that we are going to develop. And what would imply for the indigenous steel industry? I try to focus on that. So first is this statistics is all known to you. We have exported about more than 18 million tons of steel, as Dr. Mukesh Kumar has just said, worth of about rupees 1,222.2 billion. And at the same time, last year, 2021-22, engineering exports rupees 8566.7 billion. You must have heard about 112 billion US dollar, and in terms of the current rate of conversion, this comes to the rupee value. So that the total direct and indirect steel exports of India in FY22 is rupees 9788.9 billion. We must be proud of this fact that so much money has already come to the Indian soil. These are precious foreign exchange that has been earned. Engineering exports about 3% of GDP and 40% of total manufacturing exports, 25% of total exports by India. The composition also, I will not go into the detail, because basically there are 5 or 6 ITC-HS code under which all these engineering goods and also import of engineering goods take place. These are 73. First is 73 articles of iron and steel. Then 82 to 89, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. These are various, description of the goods like industrial machinery, internal combustion engines, pumps of all types, machine tools, motor vehicles, etc., etc. And major destinations, you saw in the previous speaker's slides that USA, Netherlands, Singapore, Hong Kong, UK, Germany, and Asian countries. And Asian countries is very, very critical factor for the development of engineering exports. I'll come to that. Now this PLI scheme, only 2 points I want to highlight. I'll not go into the details. These are the basic 5 products which have been identified by the government that this requires development of specialty steel, plated, coated steel, high strength, wear resistant steel, specialty rails, that is head hardened and asymmetric, alloy steel products, steel wear, tools die, and electrical steel sheets, CRGO, CRNO. And approximate exports last year was 2.21 million ton of these categories, and expected investment about 40,000 crores. That is already there in the notification that has come out. I have a few observations on this. First, the minimum Y2Y incremental production of PLI for becoming eligible for this 4 to 12% incremental revenue depends on 10 to 40% market, production growth, which I think is dependent on the market demand, both domestic as well as export. So this fact we should not be oblivious of this fact that it is a market demand-oriented production. You cannot have a production without any market demand. So that fact has to be kept in mind by all the large players or all the medium players who are going in for the PLI scheme. Second, it has been stated there, and many speakers have already told about between $80 to $100 is our deficit of level playing field, either in terms of the taxes, levies, logistic and capex cost. So this is going to be compensated by 4 to 12% revenue incentive. Now this is another area where suppose the logistic cost further goes up, you never know. It all depends on the diesel cost, it all depends on the crude oil prices. So there is one certain amount of uncertainty there. Additional job creation, 5.2, both a gap of skilling gap and technology gap. Since I am associated with the skill development program, I know what gap is going to come up. Suppose, people are talking of Industry 4.0 in various applications. And in steel industry also, in one way or other, there are application of, either it is, you can call it as, AI technology or industrial IoT or blockchain functioning. So the other than digitization and automation is already there. But over and above, the specific application of Industry 4.0 will require a skilled manpower to handle that and a technically competent manpower. So this fact also, this creation of this 5.25 lakhs will be mostly of those categories where they require, skill and technology training. Number 4, it is definitely to encourage domestic manufacturing, and it has already created, I saw in the newspaper, I have just quoted the newspaper item, that already there is an investment commitment of 2.34 lakh crores, and PLI scheme for, I would say this is a wonderful scheme for steel industry. It is not only for the specialty steel, but PLI scheme for auto component, white goods, electric vehicles will have a multiplier impact on the consumption of steel. And this is going to be a very wonderful scenario, say, if all these things are, really implemented and get into effect, then in another 5 years' time, we will see a new India. And PLI, and so the units under PLI to support the replacement of imported engineering goods as well as meet demand from the export of engineering goods. So there are two sides of the same coin, and one must not forget that these two are interlinked. I'll come to that. So, and abundant opportunities to participate, this has not been told so far, is the global value chain. Now this is the global supply chain, and this will give tremendous opportunity to Indian steel sector to participate in the global value chain. A few conceptual issues. First of all, when we are talking of export of engineering goods, we must talk of import of engineering goods, which are happening under metal products, mechanical machinery, electrical equipment, domestic appliances, and auto. And India is still a net importer of engineering goods. Despite product differentials, I'll repeatedly emphasize, despite product differential in import and export of engineering goods, regular availability of value-added special steel to enable the capital goods manufacturers to replace imported items with a potential to export it. So ultimately, the owners, capital goods will never come up with the manufacturing capacity unless they are also assured that my raw material, the basic specialty steel, is indigenously available and regularly available at a same space. So Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is actually stimulating the indigenous manufacturing item. Particularly, I would mention the defense engineering items, and I would say they are doing a wonderful job that already the import of 101 items in August 20, 108 items in May 21, and another 101 items very recently, 3 days back, in April 22, have been banned with the provision of defense acquisition procedure. And it would definitely promote the growth of Indian MSME sector, because they are the sector which has been supplying, which has been involved in supplying the defense equipment, and all of them are a consumer of special steel. Now I come to the global value chain. Just this is my penultimate slide. I want to put up this before the learned audience, that this is where the success of Indian steel industry as well as Indian capital goods industry to enhance the export of engineering goods lies in the participation in the global value chain. World trade and production over the last 2 decades has been organized around global value chain and global supply chain. However, there is an adverse impact due to the fallout of Russia-Ukraine war. For emerging economies, GVCs are roads to industrialization. And these studies I am referring to, there are very good studies. All of you can go through it. These are freely available. McKinsey has made a good study. IMF very recently has done a very good study, very detailed study, and World Bank report on, and UNDP report on global value chain. If one of you, those who are interested, please go through these reports. These will actually opening our eyes that what is the kind of potential that exists in Indian steel industry as well as for the capital goods manufacturing industry. There is a positive impact on per capita income, investment, and productivity. And now, this is just I thought because we have been doing it, I'm very fond of, some sort of econometric analysis. So this multi-region input-output models for 189 countries, this is also available under UNDP. It facilitates analysis of GVC impact on economic outcomes. So GVC activity is organized around large manufacturing units, and there are two facilitating factors. One is the low import tariff. Just last slide. Both in at home and export market, and quality of infrastructure. These two are the basic facilitating factors of participation in global value chain. This is my last slide. That means sourcing foreign inputs for export production. That means many of our exports are dependent on free import of steel under advanced licensing scheme. All of you know. This is called the backward linkage. And provide inputs to your foreign partners for their export production. This is called the forward linkage. So global value chain is basically relating to the both backward linkage as well as forward linkage. And if the domestic market is large, naturally backward linkage will be very low. I'll just give you one example. 13% of total value of Chinese exports comes from neighboring Asian countries. And Germany sources 14% of its total value-added exports from neighboring European countries. So what is the lesson? Lesson is that for the time being, I would suggest that Indian government would do very well if they can streamline the trading procedure, the trade facilities needed in India's trade with neighboring countries, particularly with Asian countries, as well as with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Nepal. If they can do that, that will be the very good step in order to enable the Indian steel producers as well as capital goods manufacturers to participate in the global value chain. And that is the end of enhancing export of engineering goods. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Susimji, and for highlighting the benefit of PLIC and what schemes or procedures or methodology is being adopted by various countries. You have rightly told me that PLI scheme is providing a lot of opportunities, but gaps are there. But one thing is there, when government came out with the PLI scheme, the basic objective was to create global champions. And when we are talking global champion means they are in a position to meet the domestic requirement also, as well as meet the quality requirement what is required by outside world also. So we can compete not only in terms of the cost, but in terms of the quality and other things also, and India can become a preferred location for setting up these type of centers here. As you have told about the trade policy and other things, you are already seeing that Government of India is already working with most of the countries, like as UAE, they are working with a free trade agreement. Australia also, they are working with free trade agreement. They are exploring other possibilities also. Because if you see, today 5 countries are our major export zone. China is also one of them. Bangladesh is there. US is there. Netherlands is there. So these are the countries where we are having this thing. And most of these countries, we are trying to have that FTA so that we can take full advantage of those things. So I think whatever input you have given, very nice input, and we will try to see if what we can incorporate. Thank you very much, sir. And now I will request Mr. Agarwal, A.K. Agarwal ji, because he is coordinating all the activities related to the PLI schemes, and I think he will throw more light on the details of the scheme also. Thank you. Agarwal, sir.
Hello. Mr. Banerjee has to leave as he is having flight. He is having flight at 6 o'clock. So.
देखिए तो एक नहीं ये इसमें होगा फोल्डर है सेमिनार करके कैपिटल गुड्स करके फोल्डर है जस्ट
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sushim Banerjee has to leave because of his flight. We are very grateful. And as a token of our gratitude, I'd like to present you with the memento. Thank you, Monica, for presenting the memento. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Thank you for coming, and we wish you a safe flight. Thank you.
वो लिंक कुछ कनेक्टेड है इसका
Good afternoon. Respected Session Chair, Sri Mukesh Kumar. Respected Sushim Banerjee has just gone out because of probably some exigency. My fellow panelist, Sri Arunesh Bharti, and esteemed audience in the hall. This session, which is on the government support for encouraging engineering goods sector for exports, is highly important because engineering goods, on a larger context, we say the entire manufacturing sector plays a very important part in the economy of any country. And if you are looking for a 5 trillion economy by 2025, then this manufacturing sector is supposed to create about $1 trillion of revenue. And manufacturing sector all over the world has been seeing that it creates huge employment opportunities, it creates huge demand of steel and in other user industries. So therefore, it is very, very important. And my talks will be largely focused on capital goods. Capital goods forms an important part of the manufacturing sector. Capital goods is of strategic importance to any economy. It has a significant multiplier effect on overall economic growth because it provides the foundational building blocks of a large number of user industries. It plays a critical role in driving manufacturing growth through intersectoral linkages, and it is a carrier of embodied technology enabling diffusion of innovation and thus enhancement of productivity across user industries, both in the manufacturing as well as non-manufacturing sectors. The capital goods contributes around 12% in overall manufacturing in India, which translates to around 2% of GDP. And as we can see, somehow the slides have not probably some problem. I will not refer to this. But share of capital goods we have seen in India's merchandise exports, it hovers around 14.8%, where the share of engineering goods is about 26%. The capital goods sector can be generally divided into 10 broad subsectors: machine tools, textile machinery, earth-moving mining machinery, heavy electrical equipment, blasting machinery, process plant equipment, like this. We have seen that capital goods sector is largely dominated by the electrical equipment, which is having a share of more than 50%, followed by process plant equipment, 8.6%, earth moving, mining machinery, around 8%. But the metallurgical machinery has a very low share of hardly 0.9%. If we look at the import and export value of capital goods in India in the year 21-22, import was around $130 billion, whereas the export stood around $62 billion. So there is a large trade deficit of around $67 billion. And if you look at the 5-year trend, you will find the deficit ranges between 63 to $67 billion. And however, India's overseas engagement in the capital goods sectors, it has seen, despite the trade deficit, it has seen robust growth in the last 8 years, because as you can see, both imports and exports in capital goods sectors have risen by almost 7 times since 2013-14. India has, in the last, I would say, 20 years, India has attracted a lot of FDI. So out of the cumulative FDI inflows of around $573 billion from April 2000 to December 21, the capital goods sectors has hardly attracted around $24 billion, which is a parity amount of around 4.1%. So, because most of the money has gone into the electronics, hardware, computers, this is the area, or renewables. Capital goods sectors, it has been seen, it is a major employment driver, employs almost 1.4 million directly, but it impacts the user of the capital goods by 50 times of the direct employment in the capital goods sectors. National manufacturing policy, which the government had taken out a few years back, it envisages around 25% share in the manufacturing and creating 100 million jobs. But if we look at the capital goods sectors in totality, we are finding that our reliance on imports has been continuously increasing, and though both imports and exports have increased, the things have really not improved. The fact is that the country has a lot of demand that is reflected in terms of imports, and our domestic capital goods manufacturers have not been able to keep up with the pace of demand, therefore leading to increased dependence on imports. And that is the reason why there is a widening trade deficit. And maybe the trade deficit, if the business as usual situation remains, it is going to further increase. Our primary sources of capital goods, if we see, they are mainly Southeast Asian nations like South Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, and the developed nations like United States, Germany, France, Italy. China tops the country from whom the maximum capital goods sourcing is done, almost to the tune of 39%. And India's major export destinations of capital goods are the developed countries like United States, Germany, UK, France, Gulf nations like UAE, and neighbors like Nepal, Bangladesh, South Asian countries like Thailand, Singapore, and China. These are some of the facts I was just trying to share with you in terms of the capital goods sector. Few years back, when we were dealing with the capital goods sector in steel, we found that based on the national steel policy, which envisages 300 million ton capacity by 2030-31, we needed almost $128 billion of investment in the steel sector to reach that capacity, and almost $28 billion of imports on the capital goods equipment to add to those capacities. Today, because already few more capacities have been added, these figures can be around $110 billion and around $18 billion. We have studied, with respect to our experience in an MDC plant, some of the SAIL plants which have gone through the modernization expansion, and we have seen that the import content, it depends on the, on the technology part, where technology has not been very, very critical, where things are available in the country, the import content is less. So as we move up the value chain, we find that the import content increases sharply. And we have seen that import content, it goes as high as as low as from 12%. And if we add design engineering, then it becomes around 15–16% to as high as 40–45%. And if we go in the downstream further, means maybe color coding lines, processing lines, then probably these values may also increase. But this increase may not necessarily be only because of the non-availability, but because of the other considerations also. Sometimes the cost considerations, delivery considerations, they also come into the picture. So what is happening is basically that in the capital goods sectors, with over 100 years of history of steel making in the country, we continue to remain dependent on foreign sources. And truly speaking, in the steel sector, we are still not self-reliant. Unlike China, I think, who is capable of manufacturing anything, any sort of equipment, and any kind of steel. We are still grappling with many of the critical equipments which are required in the steel industry, and many of the advanced products, specialty steels, where we have the lacking in the know-how. And when we have tried to assess that what are the reasons, why this deficit, why this gap is there, we could find out certain reasons. And I would just list out some reasons that we have only very handful of design and engineering consultants. There is a huge technology gap and the lack of the complete ecosystem. There is also a lower risk mentality of the Indian entrepreneurs. They don't want to take any risk. If somebody develops a design, they will put so many conditions. It's very difficult to test it. Then a long cycle time of setting up the steel plants, and sometimes the schedules, and actually the things will come up. All these things also offset the situation. The poor interface among the stakeholders, high logistics cost, delivery schedule, and the poor labor and capital productivity, and then the knowledge which we should have, the curriculum in the universities which are not aligned to the industry's requirement. Here I would like to focus more on the technology gap, because this is a very, very important area. I think this is one of the major areas where this type of self-reliance is not coming up. %, and in absolute terms it's very, very high, because their GDP size is also very big. Israel is a country, a small country, but having 4.3% share in R&D. And US, China, Japan, Germany, and South Korea now, they are the largest spenders in the R&D activities, where, US, China, they spend something like $600 billion, $500 billion, whereas India is hardly spending around $50 billion. The situation, if we look at the steel sector, the situation definitely looks very green, because if you combine the steel sector industries as such, you will find hardly on R&D around $70–80 billion million dollars we are spending, whereas company like POSCO, in Chinese companies, Japanese companies, they spend around $400 to $500 million every year on R&D spending. So combined steel sector our spending is so low, and when we are talking of futuristic technology like what is being done in Sweden, hybrid technology, where the spending itself is more than $1 billion. So unless and until we really think and ponder over this issue, our R&D substantially goes up. It will be very difficult to excel in this technology development area. And but then I would say it's not totally gloomy situation. Things are coming up, and I've seen as per Ministry of Commerce and Industries report, in the last 7 years, there has been 50% increase in the patent filing in India. And but compared to China and USA, where the patents granted are in lakhs, our patent percentage is hardly 3.5 to 4%. So this is very, very small. You can imagine how much efforts we need to make. And in recent Global Innovation Index 2021, India, it seems the ecosystem is a little bit building up, and India has moved to 46th rank, 2 points more over the year 2020. And Republic of Korea, in fact, from the Asia, they have reached to the 5th rank. And China is on the 12th rank. So there is if India has to really come up, India's innovation landscape has to change quickly. But there is a good news on the startup also. India is now the 3rd largest startup system, with over 50,000 startups in India in 2018. So startups are creating their own ecosystems, and Bangalore has been listed within the world's 20 leading startup cities in 2019. So these are certain encouraging signs, but the problem remains that unless a complete ecosystem is built up, where manufacturers, the designers, and the users, they come together with the government support, this type of things will not be possible, because a lot of money has to be spent, and the user has to also come forward with whatever indigenous design being developed. So I have a few suggestions. That is we have to encourage private sector investment in technology and innovation, strengthen technological competencies. If we are to make capital goods sector globally competitive, then advanced centers of excellence for R&D and technology development need to be created in the country. Transformation in objective and approach. The cluster development, somebody was talking, other sessions, that all these machineries, production, there can be cluster development. Reducing logistic costs, that is being done through a lot of infrastructure investments. Similarly, advanced manufacturing techniques and investment in manufacturing technology, and strong collaborative arrangement. Regarding PLI, I would like to say, although PLI envisages 1.97 lakhs crores of incentive by the government, covering around 13 sectors, But most of these encouragement is for the production of the metal, for the production of these things. But I think the government could come out PLI incentive scheme exclusively for the capital goods sectors. That should be based on the indigenous design and indigenous manufacturing capabilities. So if that kind of encouragement is given through PLI scheme, that will be a one big push towards this. Because unless and until government comes up along with, if we look at the South Korean story, how they have developed in this capital goods sectors and how they have developed in the technology, it has always been government and industry coming together. So this has to come up in India. Yes. We had a conclave, just to conclude, we had a conclave in October 2018, where on the capital goods, where all the stakeholders were they met in Bhubaneswar, and there was foreign participation also. The whole idea was to move towards this creation of this ecosystem and work towards this. But then that was a conclave, but subsequently a lot of MOUs were also signed, but somehow things did not move at the desired pace which we were all looking for. I would also say that in Mekong, we have created exclusively a design cell to take up design work, and we have done some design work. We have supplied certain equipment, which is a part of the import substitution equipment in ISRO, and currently one is under installation. So there is always a possibilities, but one of the lacuna is that we don't have many design institutions in this country or design companies, where in China, they have more than 100 such companies, and that is the reason why they could do this. So we have to really look at the entire things, and because since the time 2016 when the capital goods policy was made, lot of things, lot of all these aspects have been dealt with, but on the ground, that progress has really not happened the way we would like to have. But this is an area definitely, because if the country has to really progress, our share in manufacturing continues to remain with 16 to 17%, whereas country like China has a 30% share. So if we need to increase our share, I think this is an area which requires the maximum attention. Thank you very much. Something wrong with the.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, and highlighting the importance of the technological intervention, because technological interventions are must, not only to reduce our capital costs, but to drive our operating costs, to improve our productivities, to improve our efficiencies and other things. Definitely in India, we are lacking in that area. If you see wherever R&D we are doing, we are having more than 37 CSIR laboratories available in the countries. A lot of technologies are being developed, but if we see on the commercialization front, we found hardly anything is getting implemented on a commercial scale. Because there is a platform required. When you are doing some laboratory development and other things, you need something to be upgraded to pilot scale, and then from pilot plate, scaling up is required. That scaling up criteria, scaling up expertise is somewhere missing. I think what Mr. Agarwal was telling is that some design institutes who are having expertise in scaling up of the data and other thing and developing the design, that type of thing may be required, and that may promote the promotion of the capital goods manufacturing and other things. So I hope things are moving in the slowly, but it is moving in the right direction. In time to come, we will see these type of institutions also will be created. Just I wanted to inform you, given our Honorable Steel Minister visited Russia, and he has visited one institute called IP Burdin University. That is a steel technology institute.
That is more than 100 years old. Institute was there. So when he came back, he asked, is there any institute in India where we can have this type of courses or other things? We told not, neither any institute, nor any R&D institute, nor anything. Even that concept is not there. So once we are trying to go to 100 million ton to 300 million ton or so, definitely I think this type of institute are must. Because otherwise, you will always remain dependent on foreign sources only. And then you cannot say that a person who is taking a performance guarantee for supplying the complete system should get some equipment manufactured in India. That may not be possible. So we have to see how to develop that technology development platform in the country itself. Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. Now I would like to request Mr. Arunesh Bharti, Head Long Products, JSPL, to share his views on export promotion in engineering goods and as especially this. Thank you.
Respected Dr. Mukesh, Mr. Agrawal, captains of the industry, Monica, thank you very much for the in-person seminar. I can see the people, we used to meet through webinars, right? And people is not having a, kind of habit not to sit so long. And thanks to the Rasmalai of Lee Meridien, actually these guys are looking for break. So I'll not take much of time. So gentlemen, congratulations, kudos to the engineering exporters. They did wonders. This time they clocked 112 billion of exports during last financial year, which is upside of 46%. That was the fulfillment of the goal what ministry has given to us of 400 million. They have 400 billion. They clocked 419 billions of merchandise exports during FY22. So that was a wonderful number. And now, since we have already reached to this level, how we can go up further? Well, currently, 27% of the merchandise export is contributed by the engineering export. And once we call engineering export, so steel comes the natural way, actually. And we are the steel maker. I am from Jindal Steel and Power. We would like to assure you that 99% of the steel is available within the country if it is not imported for other commercial reason. So we are here to serve you, and how we can work together in this seminar, we'll be exploring how we can work together to fulfill your expectation, fulfill your requirement, fulfill your demanding conditions, cost economics, and how we can work together to prosper further. See, last year we clocked 18 million ton of exports of steel, raw steel, so to speak. We consume around 106 million ton of steel, finished steel, and our capacity has just moved up to 145 million ton during this financial year. Well, Ministry of Steel, Government of India has given us a target to produce 250 millions of steel by 2030 with a capacity of 300 million tons. That's an ambitious target. Currently, we are sitting under just a little below 150 million tons. By 2047, we have to increase the steel capacity to 500 million tons. I am proud to state here that 4 primary producers, JSW, Tata Steel, SAIL, JSPL, they are featured in the top 30 steel manufacturers to be published by World Steel Dynamics. So global agency, this Steel Dynamics is being published by USA agency, and they have recognized us. I can tell you, we are very competitive once it is coming to the factory gate. Our competitiveness erodes once we are reaching to the customer's gate, actually. Nobody in the world can beat us in terms of quality, in terms of cost of production, if we are in the factory gate. And that's where we are actually discussing how we can improve the competitiveness of the domestic steel industry. Niti Aayog has said in their paper that our competitiveness is, that was competitiveness of Indian steel industry is, reduced by $80 to $100 per ton of steel. My dear friend, that's a huge number. If, as an engineering exporters, if your cost of raw material is expensive by $80 to $100 per ton, how you will be able to compete in this world? This world is a ruthless place. Even you are expensive by $1, they will not place an order on you. So we have to ponder upon how we can increase the competitiveness, how we can reduce our cost curve, and will we remain competitive forever. That's how it should be. And for that, Government of India should come as an enabler. We have got so many taxes and duties, royalty on iron ore, coking coal, GST compensation cess, and thermal as well as met coal. All the met coal is being imported, mostly 95% of it. We have to incur 2.5% of the duty in the imports, right? So these are the things which actually adding to the cost element. On the top of it, we have got a logistic cost, which is huge. CII in their paper, assisted by Ministry of Commerce, they have published 14% of the GDP. Indian GDP is a logistic cost. This is huge. If you will be able to save at least 5% of it, you can see that you will create a wonders. Even wonderful job than you did in FY22. High cost of railway logistics. We have got cross subsidization of the passenger freights, right? And because of that, we are not getting the competitive freight from the railways. As V.R. Sarma, Managing Director, JSPL, spoke in the morning, that currently Indian Railway is allocating maximum brakes to transport the coal meant for the power plant. He make a wonderful suggestion that why we can't install the power plant in the pit head, and thereby we will be saving a lot of logistic cost, which otherwise can be diverted to other, steel making, fraying the different finished product and other things. So this is the real problem. We have to work on our competitiveness. We have to place ourselves in the lowest side of the world cost curve, so that Indian engineering exporters will be the last man standing if there will be adverse market condition, and will ensure there will be business. We are known for the quality world over. We are beating Japanese, Koreans, Chinese, everywhere. So only problem is that the competitiveness. We have got three major thrust area. So one is that the import substitution. We don't have to export too much. First of all, we have to take the low-hanging fruit, which is the import substitution. Around 40% of the capital goods in India being imported. Can we do something to replace it? That will be the low-hanging fruit what we can have. Everybody knows our engineering exporters. Everybody knows the equipment manufacturers. They will be happy to buy from them rather than import it. Even for the domestically produced equipments, the export content is 20 to 50%. How we can avoid that? We have to ponder upon that. We have got a great export potential. Current export of engineering goods is only 1.5% of the world average. So we have got a huge headroom. China is almost 36%. We have got a huge headroom. China is not known for the quality India is. Be it steel production, steel products, be it engineering goods, we are known for the quality. We are far ahead than the Chinese. And Japanese, Korean, and Germans, they don't have the capacity to fulfill the total requirement of the world. So where we have got an absolute highway that we can go and do the exports to the various markets, to USA, to Europe, and to Southeast Asian country, nearby country, wherein our cost of logistics is lower than anybody else. So, other point is that how we can enhance the domestic consumption. During 2014, when the steel went down, we were installing a blast furnace in Angul. That was the world's, India's largest blast furnace currently. So we are not able to make money by selling steel. But still, my management decided that we should be going ahead with the project. And what they did actually, they localized 95% of the equipments. We have got a fantastic machinery division in Raipur. They did 95% of the job. And that's where we cut a hell lot of cost. And this blast furnace is up and running and bringing money to JSPL to invest further. So this is one of the examples that we wanted to showcase, wherein we can do some value engineering, we can do some localization, we can give some opportunity to our fellow industrialists. They can supply us. We, as a steel producer, we always count how much we export and how much is the import number. If you'll ask anybody in the steel fraternity, they will say, okay, 18 million is the number during FY22 we exported, and our imports was 4.5 million tons. But my dear friend, the world is moving away from direct raw steel exports or raw steel trade to indirect steel trade, which is called, they are exporting the steel in the form of equipments, capital equipment, capital good, and all those things. China, during 2014-15, they exported, that was the peak of exports, that was around 120 million tons to world market. Their export currently has come down to 55 million tons. But their indirect export of steel in the form of equipment, various appliances, cars, electrical equipment, that has gone up from 55 million ton to currently 102 million ton. This is the World Steel Association's number. So it's huge. They are further adding value in their country and they are exporting it. Comes to India, we have got total export of 7 million ton of engineering goods. That is a steel equivalent I'm talking about. How much we are importing? We are importing 6.8 million ton steel equivalent during last financial year. So we are marginally, net exporter as far as engineering exports are concerned. I'm talking about indirect export of steel. So we have got a huge opportunity here. In the first, that's a low-hanging fruit, as I talked to you, that how we can bridge this 6.8 million tons of import, what we are doing, through domestic production, through domestic supplies. That is the first thing that we can do here. China is, of course, leading the pack, and followed by Japan, Korea, Germany, and USA. So we have to think about it, that how we can prevent the imports of engineering good, which is containing 6.8 million tons of finished steel equivalent. That's the I would say that's the number we can bridge the gap within next 2-3 years. Coming back to the exporters, because they are our customers. A lot of SMEs are our customers. If they will prosper, companies like us, JSPL, Tata Steel, and all those people will prosper. What government can do to further augment their exports? One thing is that the freight assistance. There are so many things that the government of India is doing for other sectors like agriculture, textile, and this and that. How we can replicate those things for engineering goods? The first one is the freight assistance in exports. Currently, we see that the ocean freight is, rocketing. That is making our life hell once it is exports. Will not be very competitive, far-fetched market like USA, Europe, because ocean freight will be very high. So how government of India can chime in and give a freight assistance, the way they are doing for textile, to agriculture products, to fisheries, and that will be real path breaking. Second one is, yeah, I'm finishing in two minutes. Second one is the market access mechanism. A lot of exporters, particularly the small one, they don't know where the market is located. Like, so every embassy is having a trade attaché attached to them. They knows the local market. They can meet us. They can in the form of webinar or seminar. They can impart the what are the potential in those particular country, and that will be a real initiative for the exporters to go and harness the opportunity. The last one is Town of Export Excellence. DGFT, Ministry of Commerce, they have identified 39 Town of Exports Excellence. Generally in India, if you go with the demography, all the engineering exporters are by and large located in and around the steel hubs. These 39 Town of Excellence, none of the steel hubs are featured in these 39 cities. So Government of India can include some of the steel hubs, wherein a lot of satellite manufacturers are there who are actually doing exports of equipments. That will be a real encouragement. They will be, they will be having a cash incentive, which is there in this Town of Export Excellence scheme. So these are the small things what we can do to export, and definitely with your support, we at JSPL, we are trying to develop majority of the sections which otherwise was imported. The recent example, last Friday we developed the 3-gauger tracksuit that was for manufacturing of the 3-gauger tracksuit is basically you have seen the earth moving equipment. There is a chain above the wheel that is called tracksuit. So that was a pure 100% import substitution. We developed that and we have dispatched the material to one of our customer, Pune-based customer. And we are further developing a lot of long product and the flat product. We have identified those. And if you are not getting a material in any other producer, from any other producer, you have to be importing it. Please come to us. Let us know your requirement. We'll be developing it. We'll be supplying it to you. So this way we can work together to make India prosper. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Arnesh-ji, and for giving a comfort to all our MSMEs and secondary sector that JSPL is there to support wherever it is required. And you have told very rightly that you are very cost competitive as far as the plant gate is concerned, but other cost adds the prices, that is taxes, duties and other things. I think a lot of issues are being addressed by the government, and in time to come also, these other issues also will be addressed. But we have also to see, like in mining taxes and other things, taxes are increasing because of premium and other things, and those are also increasing the cost. So I think somewhere industry and government both has to work together to see that in net, when we are reaching to the final product, we become the cost effective. Thank you very much for your views. And with this thing, I am closing this session as we are already running out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Session Chair, for concluding this session. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present memento to our esteemed panelists. I would request once again Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present memento to Mr. A.K. Agarwal, Director Technical, MECON. Thank you for your time and presence. Also, to Mr. Arunesh Bharti, Head Exports Long Products, JSPL. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for this session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have now our concluding session. This session is on India as an export hub for steel and engineering exports. Please join me on welcoming on the dais as our session chair, Mr. Saranjan Gupta, Executive Director, EEPC India. Also, our eminent panelists for this session, Mr. Shiv Kumar, EVP Marketing, JSPL, Mr. Vinod Kumar Singhal, CGM Marketing, Steel Authority of India Limited, and Mr. Vijay Atreya, Managing Partner, CEO, AVVA Consultancy Group. For the proceedings of this session, I hand over the session to our session chair, Mr. Saranjan Gupta. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. I think we are at the concluding session, and I welcome you all. I mean, before the diminishing returns completely sets in, we try and conclude this session as quickly as possible, and I'd request our panelists to be brief, do a, say, a 5-minute summary of what they want to say otherwise. And I'll just begin by just saying that, steel and engineering and EPC is probably somewhere in between because, I keep getting issues on steel prices, which is increasingly a very important factor in all of this. Before I hand over to Mr. Shiv Kumar, EVP Marketing JSPL, I just say that this, the last fiscal, 21-22, was actually a great year for steel and engineering exports. I've been tracking this sector since 2006, and the trade deficit purely on the engineering sector would vary from around 15 billion US dollars to 20 billion US dollars. And as those of you who had watched the previous session, it was mostly due to the capital goods sector where electrical equipment, transport machineries were mostly imported. In this fiscal, and I hope, my office has given the correct figures, the engineering exports has been 112 US dollar billion, and imports, engineering imports, including steel, has been around 1.9 billion dollars, which means there is a slight surplus so far as exports is concerned, and that's a big, big achievement. So with that number, may I turn to Mr. Shiv Kumar.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. My colleagues Vinod, Vijay, and Monica, thanks for inviting us. Hello, yeah. I'd like to be very brief because I think all the audience have been truly exhausted in today's session. India is an engineering and export hub for steel. I think it's a very, very important subject which we are addressing today. And India being probably it's going to surpass China, I feel, in terms of population. Our total area is not even half or not even quarter the China's area. But we have a great technical skill, whatever I can say. Our people are highly technical, highly industrious, motivated, ready to work, ready to do any jobs. But unfortunately, what is lacking in us? We always see news coming, Indian-born, American, Indian-born, this, Indian-born, that. People migrate. Our talent is getting migrated outside. Then how do you expect us to be an engineering hub today or a steel export hub? We have steel companies who are ready to put in technology. SAIL has put in a lot of technology. SAIL is getting enhanced in the capacity. JSPL is going to enhance capacity. Today we are at 9 million. We'll be 15 million by the next 2 years. Same thing, JSW is enhancing, AMNS is enhancing. We require new people to put in more capacities and try to create a steel that is industrially viable as well as a steel that is easily accessible to the most common industrial house, both in India and abroad. Today, when we see that anyone who thinks about importing anywhere in the world, they think first, let's go to China and see what is available. They are very sure when they go to China, they will get something. The same thought process should come when someone thinks about putting in some engineering industry or steel or something or procuring something. It should come that let's go to India and see what is available. Then only we'll be able to put India as a steel hub. What's not making this possible to us today? You know, I can share my own personal experiences. For the last 2 years, JSPL has been putting in a lot of efforts in exporting our steel to the world. We had to face a lot of problems. Right from that time, we start producing steel, input of raw materials. You know, coal is coming in. We don't have coking coal here. Coal comes in from abroad. It has to wait at the port to unload, you know. There is a lot of congestion at the port. And this is not new. Congestion has been there for the last so many years. We have been waiting for the government to help us in developing our ports. But I think I'm very sorry to say it's not happened. You know, last 4 or 5 years before, you know, I came across a seminar where the Ministry of Shipping was there and they had come out with a very ambitious plan of Sagarmala project. I'm not very sure where the project is today. So we are currently operating from, I think, 6 ports in the eastern coast of India. Paradeep being the largest, Gopalpur is there, Dhamra is there, Haldia is there, and I think one more port. But still, outside logistics, from our plant to the port, we are facing problems on wagons, we are facing problems on railways, truck operators are not present, so that's a major problem. Once we reach the port, you know, if you go to the port, how do you store the material? We don't have a vessel coming in at a proper time because of congestion. How do you store the material? It's stored in open yard. We don't have a proper place to store. The material, which is of very high value, is getting corroded. And when it reaches the customers, I'm sorry, we face problems. There are a lot of technical problems when it goes to the customers and they use it, they come out with claims on us. So this is what is happening, and we are losing our face. Not because we are not giving a world-class product, because we are not able to handle our steel, export our steel properly, our packaging and transportation. All these are in a very bad shape. That's what I personally faced. I'm sharing with you. I would definitely request the government of India to help us in this so that we become one of the largest exporters of steel. I think as government of India has put, we have to put in, I think, 300 million tons of steel by 2030. A very ambitious plan. Of the 300 million, at least 25 to 30% has to be exported. I don't think we have the resource to export this unless we get into, immediately start thinking about it, building valuable resource, and then think about exporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for raising some valid issues. I now turn to Mr. Singhal of SAIL to give his valuable thoughts. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais, Shiv Kumar ji, Dr. Vijay Hatreya ji, and Chair, dear friends from industry, good evening to all. So I'll be talking about why we should be exporting. India, what can we do to become an export hub for steel mainly? So just what a lot of has been discussed since morning, just two figures, what has been the year alike. So, and we are, our consumption has been 106 million, we exported around 13.5 million ton. We will not spend time on this. And this okay, we can, these figures we can skip. There is a net export surplus trade balance of more than 10 billion in steel exports. This also we will export. See, if we compare our country with the percentage of production being exported, we are far behind Korea and Japan. So there is, they are at a percentage around close to 40% of their production is exported, whereas in our country we are close to 10-11%. So there can be benchmark, we can export more of our total production. There are many things which add to us and which gives us strength to our steel industry. That is, we have low cost and skilled manpower. As Shiv Kumar ji also told just now, we have very dedicated, very Jaru people who want to do anything and who are intelligent, hardworking. So we have advantage of that manpower. We have a lot of policy support also. NSP 2017, PLI, DMI and SP, steel import margin, steel import monitoring system, etc., etc. Then Vision 2047 also promotes a lot of steel production in the country, envisaging 500 million steel, 500 ton million steel by 2047. We have our strengths, we have abundant of iron ore reserves, we have other sources also, like limestone, etc. we import, but a lot of Indian reserves are also there. We have molybdenum or reserves here. Most important, we have proximity to markets. Other than, say, barring America, North America and South America, Indian subcontinent is connected to most of the other consuming markets with a voyage time of maximum 30 days. So that is the advantage we have. And most importantly, in our trade relations, what we have seen by working in SAIL ITD, India is considered a very reliable business entity. We can be relied upon. Whatever business deals we do, we are considered that Indians will perform it. That is one trademark we have about our business relations in the market. We have certain aspects have been discussed already, and infrastructure is one area. A lot of it has been emphasized during the day. A lot of it is being done by the government, and many projects are in offing. Maybe we will see the real outcome of that in next 2-3 years, and we will find a lot of ease and lower cost of logistics, which will be helping us not only steel industry, but all industrial setups in the country. One thing here that we need to have, so we are aiming higher steel production. To set up these steel capacities, we need to have the steel making components, steel making machineries in our own country. We cannot go on importing blast furnaces from Polesworth and rolling wheels from Mitsubishi or Danieli and then making steel. It will become a very costly affair. Something has to be done that we make all these machineries in our own country. See, steel export, once we look at, it has to be basically, we have to strategize in a way कि particular market and particular size mix. A lot of global dynamics are changing. See, at one time, USA used to be a very favorite destination for Indian exports. but today it is not. We can't export anything there other than wire rod or maybe some part of slab. Southeast Asia, Vietnam, we have been seeing a very good destination for HR coil export. But it is also no more because Vietnam is having its own in-house capacities now in the form of Hopart, Formesa. Indonesian once mill set up Dexin, so we cannot export their slabs now. So we are on one hand we are talking about more and more exports, but exports that buyer has to be there. Let me see what we foresee. There we have to explore new markets which will be consuming steel. This may not be same at traditional market. Like now we have to look at MENA region, the regions which are yet to come up. Something that aspect has to be looked into, which market, which product that should be produced matching those markets where it can be, we should be producing, and then it will be required there and we can export it. One more aspect, so we are assuming that whatever we produce, we will be able to export, and whatever we price, we will be able to export, and exports are always going to be viable. That is also not a scenario. Today, maybe we are seeing that we are thinking we should export more and more because exports are more lucrative and exports are viable and giving us good yield. It may not be always true. One has to be really looking at if you are creating for export, whether exports are going to give you benefit all the time. It may not be true. So your production has to be very at a competitive cost. The cost has to be also kept in mind, and while creating capacities, we have to look at this aspect, whether we are going to be viable for a long time, and what is going to be overall worldwide scenario elsewhere. So for the time being, what we see, this steel production, if you look at, it is going to be primarily a South Asian phenomena. So new steel capacities, world will be requiring more of steel, because for growth and all this, there will be a lot of steel requirement world over. Many regions of the world have to grow a lot, particularly if you talk at Africa or even for that MENA region, steel requirements are going to go up. But where the steel is going to get produced? Something will come from recycling of scrap and all this, but major portion of it has to again come from the primary production methods, like brass furnace or sponge iron rod. These routes are viable primarily in Southeast Asia. So one theory is this Southeast Asia is going to be the production center of steel of the world. So that advantage we have, but at the same time with a caution of lower cost so that we remain viable all the time. Something like lot of it has been discussed during the day, that is why I am not repeating ease and cost of low capital, FTA with other regions. So these have been already deliberated during the day. One thing can be said about infrastructure, inland waterways, slurry pipeline these will help in reduction of time. So world-class production facility export to help. One thing more which can I add to it, basically in India what we feel, we lack some technological updation, particularly in bulk production in steel. We find that when it comes to very high grades like API X70 or CRGO or other very high grades, either there are a lot of in-house rejections and our costs are pretty higher as compared to other producers, and other countries, our people prefer importing at a even slightly higher cost from other countries because of reliability and timeliness of supplies, etc., etc. So maybe some joint ventures or technical collaborations with the established producers of such high grades that can help in this problem. That can be explored by we steel makers and with the help of other entities, that these technological collaborations can help us in producing. It will go in a way of this import substitution also, what we have been talking about, like this low-lying fruit, what was used. that we can import, substitute load of imports, maybe directly technology we are not getting. By way of collaborations and all this, we can have access to that. I don't have much to add to what has been discussed during the day, and within time, I'd like to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for an extremely brief and succinct presentation. May I now request Mr. Atreya to kindly give your thoughts, please.
Come on the display.
Thank you, Suranjan. Thank you, Shiv. Vinodji, namaskar. I must also thank the three speakers who are sitting here, Dr. Gautam, Agarwalji and Garodia-ji, and all my distinguished friends here in steel industry and other industries. See, in terms of industry, nobody wants to export steel because the prices are going up. That's a sad part of engineering. What is the story of the steel side? Everybody wants to export because the prices are too good. So there are two sides of the coin always, the heads and the tails. So that is steel and engineering. We must understand this, that we are promoting steel industry and we're also promoting the engineering industry. As Mr. Garodia said in the morning, the engineering industry does not get the similar price variations what the steel industry gets. It's very well mentioned by him. And similarly, what Dr. Gautam said, the steel industry needs to export highly value-added steels, not the semis, billets, and blooms, which is also a critical input to many engineering industries. I'll just give you a very quick summary of few minutes. That's it. Is this moving? See, we are talking about, as I said, steel exports. What are we doing today? Billets, blooms, HR, CR. There's no electrogalvanizing here. 33.7 million. Hot dip galvanizing is 180 million. Why hot dip galvanizing? Higher thickness. The micron levels are much larger. Electrogalvanizing, it's not possible. What is it that we are exporting in engineering? Massive. But what is the value addition? Massive. But what is the price variation available? Very poor. I'll give you a very quick assumptions and the data which I always provide on my blogs on LinkedIn. This is the status of the Indian steel industry as on 31st March 2022. This gives you an idea how the steel industry works. 120 million tons is the crude steel production we have done, and 113 million is the finished steel production we have done. And what is the total steel calculation which we usually do, which I give it to the Ministry of Steel as a technical expert, is that we have consumed around 23 to 25 million tons of scrap for production of steel. So that's the bottom line, which I provide to the Ministry of Steel, and we publish it in next 1 month. See, who are the steel exporters we are talking about? We are talking about only 5 major steel exporters. Steel Authority, RINL from the PSUs, JSPL, JSW, AMNS, and Tata Steel. What is the fortunate thing which has happened in the recent times, especially in the last 4 months, that Tata Steel has absolutely cut down on its exports and it's become a domestic company. Who else has cut down? Vinod Singhal ji must agree. Steel Authority has also cut down its exports dramatically. So this is the picture from the Department of Commerce. What is that we have exported in terms of Chapter 72 and Chapter 73. We have done more than $549 billion. This report has been published by Department of Commerce on 23rd of April. $549 billion is the total exports of India. Under Chapter 72 and 73, this is the report. And what is the percentile of exports in terms of Chapter 72 and 73? It is hardly 2% of the total exports of India. So this is the reason why I say that India can become an export hub in comparison to the entire exports happening from India. I would not say the exports is possible or the export hub should be created here by saying that this will help us in price increases or price reductions. A lot of people have complained in terms of price increases because of exports. Because the raw material which is getting exported has cost price increases in raw materials and also in the finished goods. So a lot of people here must be raising their hands if I ask them how much have they felt the pinch on the price increases. Everybody of them. And who's the happiest? Only the 5 major steel plants. And what has happened in the engineering sector? So you can see the engineering sector has total exports of roughly around $12 billion or $7.8 billion. This is the total export of the engineering sector in Chapter 73. I will mention here Jayant Acharya's words. Jayant Acharya has mentioned about direct steel and indirect steel. What is a direct steel? It is Chapter 72. What is indirect steel? It is Chapter 73. What consumes the Chapter 73 is a product which I am now going to introduce to you, is lattice towers and monopoles. This is Chapter 73. The largest export in terms of transmission towers, in terms of monopoles for power and distribution organizations, is the most important chapter under Chapter 73, which is an indirect steel. In fact, it is not indirect steel because it is steel itself. It is galvanized steel. And what is the galvanization we are doing here? It is more than 500 microns. And what is electrogalvanizing? Hardly 20 microns. This is, why are we doing so big? Because a transmission tower, which is a very important utility tower in the world, carries power to the farthest rural point of the world. And how much is the total micron level we needed? Because it is standing, it doesn't have a car shed. It is 24 hours, 365 days, standing, reaching to the weather. And you know what is the notch level test which are done on the lattice tower? At minus 29 degrees with the notch level levels of 572. And 27 joule is a minimum requirement of this particular product. And who produces India? Nobody. This is the chapter of Indian iron and steel I just now told you. Chapter 72, we have 22.49 billion is the total export under Chapter 72, which is a record given on 23rd of April, the day before yesterday. And this is the engineering, 7.89 billion. This is the picture which I want to express to all of you, that unless we continue exports in finished goods, I would not consider that as exports. So engineering goods exports means transmission line towers, lattice towers. These are the main key lines. Out of the 7.8 billion, as I mentioned you, $2 billion is transmission line towers, which gets exported from India. And what is the huge potential here? It is more than 10 million tons. What is the production link incentive given to this? Zero. Agarwal Saab, we need to really address this. We've been discussing in the Ministry of Steel because this product is totally galvanized. It is far superior than the galvanized iron for an automotive industry. It is far superior than an electro-galvanized unit. It is far superior than an auto grade. Because the notch level test of a high tensile grade, which is vanadium added, is huge. I'll give you a brief on this because this has been submitted recently by me. See, the number of kilometers a power grid continues only in India is 1,72,000 kilometers. And we are continuing to do this to another 1 lakh kilometers. And the total amount of steel consumed here will be massive. And it is Chapter 73. And it doesn't have PLI, it doesn't have export promotion, it does not have any advantage. But it is a direct steel. And what is the most important thing? It is an utility. It transmits power. And what is the growth rates given by Power Grid Corporation? It is 8.5%. Even the steel industry doesn't get it. And what are the grades here? As I mentioned, it's very clear. It is C20 MMN. It has only been supported by Steel Authority of India Limited. JSPL, Aruneshji, you are the long product head. I would request you to support this particular product. Sharmaji has given me an approval that he will support me on this particular grade. In fact, you are the only person from JSPL long flat products, Shiva. He has helped me with this grade, ASTM grade 65, with 450 megapascals strength. And I think there are transmission tower people here sitting here who are listening to you, who are taking your help and getting this done. And the volume required by 2025 only for this particular material is 10 million tons. And we need it only in semis and in HR coils and plates. And everything is above 5 mm, which only JSPL does. JSPL does not produce below 5 mm. What is the largest hub here in Chapter 73? The largest hub naturally is China. And what are we trying to do? We're talking about an export hub. We are intending to move out an export hub into India. The purple there you're seeing is moving to an Indian nation, which is yellow. We want to move that to India. How do we do this? It's simple. We need the support from the Indian steel industry. And who's produced this first grade in India? Vikasji, you must be there from RNL. RNL is the first company to have produced this particular grade. And I got that approved with PGCIL in the year 2004. And we have 39 rolling mills in India which produce lattice grade steels. No rolling mills in India otherwise. And otherwise we would not even have put up 1,72,000 kilometers in India. And what is the exports today going on from this particular sector? It's 60 countries. Every part of the continents of all nations are listening to us and seeing this, that this is possible from Chapter 73. And Chapter 72 and Chapter 73, Arunji, you must be knowing, it is out of RODTP. It does not get refund on duties and taxes. We need to really work hard. I put up an application to the Scale Committee and also to the Ministry of Commerce, and they've considered me. So this is the report I want to give you very simply. It's a reality structure which we are talking about. How do we move an export hub? It is not by selling steel. We sell steel to make money today. And we make money by exporting steel, or are we making money by exporting engineering goods? It's a controversial point. It's a debatable issue. It's a two sides of a single coin. But I would appreciate all of you understand that engineering exports is as crucial as exports of steel. And I would appreciate everybody in steel industry to export finished goods, not semis or blooms and billets. Out of the total exports on blooms and billets, the total volume, 40% is semis. That's a very unhappy note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Atreya, for hitting the bullseye. And I do hope that, the policymakers would would be listening to you, and also the reports that Monica would be sending. And if you see most of our FTA structures and the MFN structures also, you do, especially in the FTAs, you do see a kind of inverted duty structure where value addition in the downstream industry becomes extremely difficult. And if you see the recent India-UA FTA also, I haven't seen the Australia one. You look at the tariff reductions, you will see that the phasing phasing out has been the most in chapter 72 and 73, while the rest of the chapters are being implemented here and now. Even those tariff lines, you mentioned tariff, the transmission line towers. There was a company, my member company and a big player. He tells me that if I export to UAE, I face a 5% tariff duty, which will be phased out in some 10 years. Right? Yes. But if the UAE guy comes and export to us the same product, zero. Okay. So these are the kind of policy issues that also we need to look after. After all, if you're saying that steel is a decontrolled sector, you must give those kind of market signals. If you don't give those market signals, you will only be exporting raw materials, and we will be importing finished goods. And this is, my experience, which I've watched over 15, 16 years. And, both the steel exporters as well as engineering exporters are my members. And I often find it, I'm on a knife edge. So with that, I think, let me conclude the session, and I hand it over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for concluding this session and also for chairing this session. We also thank our eminent panelists for this session. As a token of gratitude, I would like to request Ms. Monica Bachchan once again to kindly present the memento to our esteemed chair, Mr. Suranjan Gupta, Executive Director, EEPC India. We thank you for your valuable presence and input. Token of gratitude to Mr. Shiv Kumar, Executive Vice President Marketing, JSPL. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Mr. Vinod Kumar Singhal, CGM Marketing, Steel Authority of India Limited. Thank you, Mr. Singhal. Mr. Vijay Atreya, Managing Partner, CEO, AVVA Consultancy Group. Thank you, Mr. Atreya. Thank you, Monica. Now, I would request Monica for a vote of thanks, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having high tea after this. Vote of thanks.
So this is the most difficult part and the last speech of the day. It is my honor and pleasure to give you the closing remark to the Conference on Indian Steel and Engineering Exports. What a joy it was to organize this hybrid event. This event was live the whole day at youtube.com/metallurgicpms. This is the same venue where the Metallurgic got launched in 2018. With inaugural, we had 4 sessions where we discussed, everything related to steel and engineering exports from all different aspects, talking about the concerns and resolutions. Then we also talked about the scope, and then what are the issues being faced, and what kind of government support is expected and has been extended. It is my utmost duty to acknowledge our supporters who made this event happen in a very short span of time. We announced this event on 1st of April, and today we are standing on 26th April, finishing this event. To start with, I would like to, first of all, thank Honorable Minister of State, Shri Fagan Singh Kolaste. He took out time for us. I would like to thank Ministry of Steel, Ispati Irada, for extending their support. I would like to thank our audience who have traveled and gathered in a very short notice to meet and express their views. I would like to thank our experts and our special guests. I'll start the names by thanking Mr. Arun Garodia, Managing Director of Corona Steel and Senior Vice Chairman of EEPC India. And sir, thank you so much for extending EEPC India support to us. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Jayant Acharya, Member of Board and Director Commercial and Marketing, JSW Steel. Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale. Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel Limited. I would like to thank our panelists. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Dr. Shubh Gautam, Chief Technical Architect, American Precoat, California. Mr. Gajendra Pratap Singh, Group Head, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Niladri Bhattacharya, Partner at KPMG. I would like to thank Mr. Rajiv Paul, Director, NIST. Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal, Managing Director of Triveni Steel. Mr. Deepak Vaidya, Business Head, India at Outokumpu, India. Mr. Sudarshan, Senior GM Plant Direction, Danelli India Limited. I would like to thank Mr. A.K. Agarwal, Director Technical, Mekon Limited. Mr. Sushim Banerjee, CEO, Indian Iron and Steel Sector Skill Council, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Mr. Arunesh Bharti, Head Exports Long Product, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. I would like to thank Mr. Suranjan Gupta, Executive Director, EEPC India. I would like to thank Mr. Shiv Kumar, EVP Marketing, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Vinod Kumar Singhal, CGM Marketing, Steel Authority of India Limited. And Mr. Vijay Atre, Managing Partner, CEO at AVA Consulting Group. I would like to thank our show anchor, Ms. Saroj, for anchoring the show and, anchoring us the whole time. I would like to thank our sponsors for making this event happen, starting from our title sponsor, the main sponsor of this event, JSW Steel. Gold sponsor, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Our silver sponsor, starting from NMDC Limited, Triveni Steel, Sri Jagannath Steel Power Limited, Steel House. Our bronze sponsor, Janki Corporation Limited, TI Macho Murugappa, TMT Bars. Our co-sponsors, Corona Steel and American Steels Private Limited. I would like to thank our knowledge partners who have really extended their support, starting from Joint Plant Committee, Steel Research Technology Mission of India, IIM and NIST. I would like to thank our support association, EEPC India, Indian Steel Association, IFA, PICC, CORSMA, MRAI, FIMI, GMOEA, ASPA, SWMAI, ISDA, and Pellet Manufacturer Association of India. I would like to thank our team Metallogic. I'll start with our designing team for all the creatives and videos which you have seen, the papers you have, the brochures you have in your hands, starting from Amarjeet Anand, Shiv Shankar Mani Tripathi. I would like to thank our marketing team, Yasmin Khan Akhtar, Rahul Mishra, Akshat Bharti. I would like to thank Hashmat Ali and our content team, Manu Cholia and Rajat Kaushik. I would like to thank our event partner, Rudra Events. My God, just imagine how many thank you I'm saying. As in so many supporters, it feels so blessed. I'm just thinking if I'm not missing out anyone. And yes, of course, last but the most important, I would like to thank my family for extending their true support. I have a kid who is 5 years old. Today he's with his dadi, who's taking care of him. And of course, without family, you cannot do anything. I would like to thank my late father. I know he's blessing me right now. And fir milenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica, for very, very sweet word of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a day full of engagement and deliberation. We thank all of you once again. And like today, we always look forward to your support in all our future endeavors. Wish you all a very pleasant evening ahead and also safe journey back home. Thank you. Namaskar. We invite all of you for high tea now. Please join us. Thank you. May I please call all of you on the stage, please, for a final photo. Everyone, may I call all of you kindly on the stage? All of you, please join us on the stage for a final photo. All of you, please join us on the stage for a final photo.